saying it. You know, they had that idea.
Failed miserably.
I was gonna say a team in the upper bracket had that idea. We didn't see it work out, and that's okay. That's probably why other people now aren't seeing it as that counter, as that strategy towards Bristleback.
I think the A ban is gonna follow up here to protect the Bristleback. It's the only hero that I can think of, like, you know, doing some damage to him. No, they don't care.
So they go for the damage over time type situation. You dilate the bristle, you stop him from quilling. It's one of the counters, not the most like punchy counter, but it's one there. Of course, CK already being banned out by Keystars is the #1 response to Bristleback right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think heroes like Axe and Legion Commander are also good, just because you can turn him in the way you wanna kill him. But people are not really value those heroes very well because they don't have like very big damage output.
Oh, wow.
They're just getting the core of their strategy right out of the gate. Like, this is what we want.
There's no secrecy here for sure. This is my Bristle's my offlane, my Luna's my carry, and
we're not worried about counter picks over here on Keystars.
I'll be honest, I just didn't expect this type of drafting coming into a game. And what Keystars is saying is, if we show our hand so early, we're showing heroes that are very prevalent right now, right? Like Luna with her shard, super tanky.
Yeah.
Terrorblade has struggled against Luna at
I
this
just
battle.
wanted to mention Terrorblade right away. It's the best hero I can pick here, this spot. Maybe Avenge.
It's not the worst though. We have seen this matchup where it was in the Liquid game where Luna, when isolated, just kind of gets wrecked by TV. But there's also situations where you have the damage reduction with your
Shard, yeah.
Scard. You are able to BKB to not feel the effects of like a Scardy, and then you can have your Satanic and still fight. I think the worst moments for the TB in that game was when there were two heroes standing together and Luna could lifesteal off someone that wasn't TB, because obviously like TB has so much armor, it's so hard to do damage there. So if they can isolate Luna in these fights, it's a fine matchup, but it's not like completely one-sided. I'd say Luna still stands a chance.
No, I agree. Before we got into this, I was mentioning how Bet Boom needs to play a little bit more defensive, I feel. Allow Keystars to play the map and just punish them on just the
Save with this
better
classic
understanding
coddle.
that they've had. Of course, Bet Boom, more international experience. And their draft's kind of doing that now. You've got Treant Protector to delay the game, Terrorblade Illusions to delay the game, you have an Illuminate as well. Like, Keystars, you expect this lineup to do well early on. You expect them to ball up, get the first Roshan, and to try and get the tier 2, tier 3s. It's the second Roshan and after is when you expect Bet Boom really to punch their ticket into this game.
I'm not a big fan of the combination of Treant and Coddle in the same spot. I'd much rather prefer some more active hero like, you know, Grimstroke or Dark Willow on safe, just because like they gonna like need to have playmakers, but it's gonna be like the GPK and Pure job to do that, to fulfill that role.
Yeah, I was thinking
Skywrath
like
Mage.
a problem that stands out
Okay.
between them is that they
I mean,
both
it's always
do
good
it
against
on an
DB
ancient
because you
era.
got
So I'd
the
like to see Keyd pick up
just
A,
pure
if
magic
he's gonna
damage to
balance
pump out. It
out
counts a lot of
Skywrath,
mid laners.
if he plays
Got
in the
notification
offlane,
that
he can
DK
go
Truman went live.
to
Congratulations,
come mid for
PP.
runes or to, like, gank the mid lane.
Now you see that I'm live. That's all that matters in life.
And with these heroes on Bet Boom, I wanna see
Clockwork.
how they really
So probably Clockwork 5, it's Sky 4, looking for a mid laner. A Storm?
They can either do Beastmaster, Storm Spirit as options. They go for
Storm is
Spirit,
one of
but,
those heroes that gets
Beastmaster
fucked by
wouldn't
Sky.
even the lane. The
If you get
actual push the
for
fight
Storm
get
being
down
silenced is about the same level as being stunned.
It's going to be
Same with
the,
Puck. You get silenced, you're
Chakra,
dead.
amp up the Storm, take the fight, and for Keystars,
Is a
yes,
BKB builder,
they
which
have
Puck
the
is
ball in
normally
play,
not,
they
but
don't have very good lockdown. Like their entire draft is about
you know, Storm
let
needs
us
to get a
to
quick
20 minutes with an
BKB.
Aegis, A-click down the lane and hope to
Free
win
Bet Boom
that
draft?
engagement. Like this
No.
mid pick for Keystars needs
I wouldn't
to
say
connect
free.
everything. Like already Puck being a pretty good ban for that because you can
I
control
actually
where
don't
it
mind.
fights.
I think
Bet Boom
like
just
Luna
looks
is
like
very
play,
good against
very reactionary
TB
the
this
entire
patch,
time.
even though they picked TB into
I mean,
the
it
Luna.
also looks like TB has a freeze game of his life here,
Yeah.
because they don't have damage on him. Just can stand his ground and just fight.
Yeah, I'd like to see Beastmaster banned out from Keystars. Legion as well. Quite a natural.
Like you got a lot of
combination
minus armor as well
keep
from
light,
Bristleback.
Spell spam, protection, you farm up. Dragging the heroes around the map also helps a lot. Finding those pickoffs. And you already mentioned the turnaround potential against Bristleback.
But
making
in
the
general, Keystars are a team that is
and yeah, there's the Beastmaster ban.
significantly
Yeah,
weaker than Bet Boom.
I think their spirit needs to be banned as well from Bad Boom. Just to make sure
Yep.
they don't have a good combination of like Sky. I mean, Earthshaker is there too. Like it's between these two. They're considering the ban.
There's still like a Pangolier as well. We don't We saw Gaming Gladiators pick it up, but I just want Keydstars to have a mid hero that goes, look at me, I'm doing a lot of things. Meanwhile, Luna and Bristol are like, hey, we have so much farm. We're going to try and crush you. You know, I just want that just really annoying mid hero. And of course, yeah, the puck that we mentioned.
Like some Invoker.
Bedboom are kind of mid too, though. Bedboom is a team of superstars that reasonably underperforms a lot of the time. But as you see, GPK, look at that. Pango 0-3. Pango is such a shit here. Did you fix the same thing? No, because I was lazy.
Because they don't have that follow-up from supports.
Yeah, we saw the Storm Spirit Dawnbreaker combo on that Friday, and you were talking about how deadly it was, how disgusting to see a Storm zip onto the backline and a Dawn
Pretty broken.
immediately ult down and your supports disappeared.
Is Kunkka still available? So could they not just Kunkka on Keydstars and just, it brings all the control, the tankiness as well. So if Betboom do want to take a 25-minute fight, they might have a lack of damage because it's Kotl tree supports, not the best at the mid-game fight. Terrorblade might only have a Skadi. Like, I feel they have a couple options here. The Pango for the kills, or the Kunkka for...
Yeah, I've had a week of vacation and I haven't done anything that I was planning to do.
I like the Kunkka. It has a big impact in this game. I like Shaker and I like Earth Spirit. They need some combination with a Skywrath Mage, because those two heroes are going to be the ones that are setting up the pace for PD.
I would like Shaker here.
Just to do something here. That's all I want to see here.
Yeah, same.
And so far they need to deal with the Terrorblade. They don't have a good answers yet. Luna and Bristleback are not the hero with these supports, especially not the heroes that gonna, you know, stop the Terrorblade.
Kunkka, yeah, the heroes that they mentioned are all pretty nice.
We don't have that natural.
Or just go like Meepo and some shit, or some shit.
Outpacing. I don't think so far at the Routine International, outpacing has been a thing. The game limits have been going to 40, 50 minutes plus. We've seen multiple hour-long games now. So I think the idea of winning in 30 is something you shouldn't be grasping onto, but maybe Keydstars do look towards that in this game.
I feel like you can't force that playstyle though, just because of how Betboom's lineup is. It's so easy.
You're also
to
playing
punish.
against a Dawn, a Storm, and a Tree, and like they got global presence. Then you get Shard on Kotl. It's really hard to play against Bedboom's draft because they can all be on top of each other in seconds.
Look at it.
And it's so.
Oh, they're all clapping. Oh, that's so wholesome.
Okay, they're hyping themselves up for this last pick. Let's see it.
Oh, everyone clap. There we go.
2.
Embers.
He's finally not neglected, this Ember Spirit. We see him. Whereas I know you're a little bit of a Ember Spirit fan. You didn't get the Earth Spirit that you wanted, or the Pango, but
It's
you do get
another spirit for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something new. Definitely, we didn't see I don't think ever.
Unpicked so far.
Unpicked, right? Yeah.
Ember was
Not a big
unpicked of
fan of the
TI?
pick, to be honest.
That's why they're clapping. They were trying to get the fans on their side, and we picked Ember. So,
And everyone's still clapping
you've
though.
already clapped though. Yeah, exactly. Bait them.
Yeah, I think it's an easy game for Bedboom, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like so for Ember.
I wouldn't say easy game. I definitely think. I mean, Ember's hero. It hasn't been picked. So I don't know.
This is their notes. They're first picking the Bristle, going for a Luna in the first 2. So
But in general, you're up against a really, really dangerous team. So
if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's going to potentially look like a bloodbath and Betboom go 1 up. So that's it, really.
All right, Cheap, where's your take on these two teams and their drafts?
It's the kind of game where I go, oh, I think like Betboom's lineup is easier to execute and they have like a very clear win condition for themselves. But I also look at the heroes on Keyed and I'm like, well, I could see them using their 100 spells a minute to just absolutely dominate if they just kill everyone.
Yeah.
It is a legitimate strat.
It is a strat. We'll see if it's going to play out for them. But before we do see that game, we're going to be seeing Tsunami, who is joined by the Keyed Stars coach.
Need to clean my kitchen. Work, bastard, work. Stop slacking.
I want to know how you're doing. I want to know how the team doing in this international event. How are the vibes right now at this road to the international?
We're fine. We had a really good preparation this week that we had for, like, it was a really good boot camp in 1 week, you know? So it's a really good preparation.
The energy looks great. I love how at the last pick there was a little clap going on. What was that about with the Ember?
It's something that we know that we're gonna do well. So we're gonna hype up, you know?
Seattle, you ready to see some Brazilian Dota? Then let's watch it. Let's go to game number 1.
Thank you so much, Neil, and I'm excited too. I gotta say, Trent, it really brings a warming to my heart when I see a fellow old person do well. And
fellow
there's
old
a lot of
person
people out here in the crowd that can also relate
Right,
to that.
yeah.
31 years old and over, and please clap now because
No, don't tire yourselves out. No.
exactly.
It's early, okay? Save the claps. You know, only have a limited reserve here.
That's a good point. But it's going to be an exciting one to watch, where we're getting to see this team BetBoom, oftentimes thought of as like one of the top dogs you got to be wary of, but they haven't always been able to live up to that hype.
Oh no,
There's been a lot
definitely
of
haven't been
expectations
able
since
to
they
live
first
up to
formed,
that
this
hype.
idea of like kind of another super team of the region, and immediate expectations that have still not been met. And yet
I mean,
this
the
team
odds are
is
so
good.
shit
Shouldn't
for
we give them
BetBoom
the
that I
boost?
have to go
I
Keed.
mean, I think they don't give themselves a break is the other thing, right? This is a team that definitely always has incredibly high standards for themselves. We're going to see how they do it, being able to deal with it. And one of the key heroes that feels like it's a part of this draft is going to be Save playing on this Coddle. He's going to help to buff up that Storm Spirit, lower down the cooldowns of Metamorphosis too. A lot of different ways to try and get this engine rolling.
Certainly a bit of a classic save hero. You know, he likes to take these heroes that I guess kind of used to be 5s. Coddle's more so a 4 these days, / a mid. But I mean, he's really aggressive on like a Bane, for example. You know, he would like rush the Aghanims and stuff. So,
Yeah.
but the idea of just being super greedy, really good chakra combos in this game between the Storm and even helping out your Terrorblade a little bit with some of those cooldowns. Pretty nifty. And we get some early camp blocks here as well, as you can see.
Yeah, trying to get that one blocked out, make sure that this Bristle gets off to a good start. Did get that first pick overall. The panel was saying that they kind of liked the idea if BetBoom would have taken it themselves, but was not what ended up happening. And then they run for this Ember in the last pick, and I think it does kind of fit what they need. Like, obviously, a hero that doesn't really, hasn't been in the meta too much throughout this road to the International, but, you know, just somebody low cooldown initiation can kind of commit without needing to fully go in. I like it.
And also has some ideas versus the Terrorblade too. Kind of used to be seen as this bit of a counter pick to the hero, which is a little bit difficult to get into the mid unless you hard commit for like Zeus or Tinker.
Right.
Currently though, Analog.
By the way, my team is playing a finals for the win line
Like, if I get to
qualifiers.
choose what I am trying to survive
Pretty much
at the road
after
to die with for GTK,
there's a
it is
match
Storm
going
Spirit.
on currently,
He's getting Analog
that match,
very, very low
and
in
the
mid.
winner of that
Gotta be
match
careful about his
will be
position.
playing my team in the finals for the qualifiers. Which is funny because one of the teams actually has one of my players in it.
See how it goes as well. Obviously, Pure going to be on that Dawnbreaker playing together with Save. A lot of spam potential there, and Dawnbreaker really only limited by mana in the laning stage, it feels like sometimes. So Coddle, a perfect combo with that.
And also has relatively low cooldowns too. So
Oh, yeah.
even with those earlier points in Chakra Magic, it could maybe catch you off guard a bit there to suddenly have like a second round spells come out.
We'll see how they do against what feels to be a faster tempo draft from Keed Stars.
Yeah, hoping so at least. And KJ here, Mr. King Jungle, as Alvo was, you know, letting us know, wanted us to make sure that the people were aware that this guy was known for his micro heroes.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's on a clockwork.
Yes. As you can see, you know, summons cogs.
Exactly.
So just have to micro
Oh,
them.
lots of damage,
RD
King
in some
RD.
trouble, getting chased down. A couple more hits. FCR is going to play a little bit of intercept and make Nightfall not feel comfortable chasing any further. So keeping himself alive.
I'm wondering if FCR is going to do the 1 point and bristle
There will be
back
a couple of denies
build.
here and there by Nightfall as well, hopping into that Metamorphosis. So at least for now, 2 minutes in, I want to see if they can maybe make any type of aggressive play on the side of Evo Keedstars once that Metamorphosis runs lower. It's still tough. He's just such high armor on Terrorblade.
Yeah, just get the farm, you know, get the stacks going. That's hopefully going to be the goals here for this Bristle. I was looking through some of their games this morning, you know, trying to see like what heroes, you know, because obviously they're coming in as the underdogs. They know that's Vivo. Not again, should not be really considered super underdogs because
Right.
I do think that BetBoom are a team that struggle a lot when it comes to like mentality as well as like going these matchups. Like Reza was saying on the panel, this idea of like respecting other teams. They definitely think highly of themselves and for good reason, but obviously that can be your downfall sometimes. So when you look through Keystar, though, they have not actually lost with this King RD Skywrath Mage, and he's kind of been cooking in the games. So if there was a hero that I would want for him, it's probably either like maybe that support Earth Spirit that he's played a whole lot in his career, but then next to that, probably the Skywrath Mage. I mean, teams would make him look really
I've always
solid.
really liked
It sets
FCR
up really
as
good
a
stuff in his
player.
Earth Spirit as
I
well,
love
right?
the fact that he's a lone druid player.
You can see they're getting some CS while
Is it just
simultaneously
me, or
laying
does
out a little
anyone
bit of
else hear that
harassment.
robot
Him
screech
and
sound
AJ
every once in a
together
while
later
in
on,
these games?
trying
Just
to set up for some solid kills. And the other thing, just looking at BetBoom's
Yeah,
lineup,
the
it's a
audio
little bit
thing.
strange, right?
It
You're
has
throwing
been
out a lot of
there,
nukes, you're throwing out
like,
Illuminates, you're throwing out a few other things,
almost
but
every.
they
I
don't
think
have
every
that, like,
game.
big, tanky
There's a moment where it
frontliner,
just
with the
screeches.
exception of Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker doesn't really want to inhabit that space, I feel like. Much more coming in at the later stages of it. So I want to see how BetBoom try and play the mid game here.
Yeah, see how aggressive they are versus how much they just want to sit back and farm and get humongous on this tricore, right? I mean, we've seen these Dawnbreakers obviously get pretty huge later if they go for these damage builds too. And probably the way Pure is going to go as well here is he's comfortably diving under this tower.
Oh, and Toronto Tokyo getting lower. FCR wants to find the finish. One more Quill Spray, and it's going to be enough.
First blood, FCR.
And, well, KJ now also catching onto this Dawnbreaker. Pure in trouble under the tower. He goes down. They managed to find a kill up on the top lane without King RD even being there.
I've checked, Gabe. I got nothing.
Oh, no. That's sad.
no.
It's okay.
Could start a pool, maybe. Like fun? Anyone, any tips? Anyone wants to give one away?
Unbelievable. So we're seeing now the stacks being built up over in the triangle. as FCR is
Oh,
gonna
that's
get
a very dead bristle.
isolated and brought down. That is the downside to having the Skywrath mage out of the lane, and then of course Tree coming back in.
Yeah, super solid punish. I mean, we know Tree's still very good at that, right? He goes down one time here. KJ, ooh, playing it to the limit there. Nicely done.
Even body blocking the creeps to follow it. So gets himself into a decent position. Is going to have to maybe take a walk, right? Might have some regen coming out on that courier. But at least for now, it's a little bit scary.
Pretty free lane so
Yeah,
far.
really the main
Top
person that's
side.
been hurting so far has been this Bristleback. Not able to get a ton in the mid lane though. GPK getting lower and lower. Analog backs away. Does not want to try for another slight.
Yeah, still, both were holding some charges for a while there. Analog still has
This is
8.
bad. Is he going to go down again? FCR in trouble, and they're going to pause. We'll see if it's actually going to be enough to get the kill. There aren't really that many rotations coming over. King RD is very far away.
Yeah, he is
Yeah,
dead.
he's pretty dead.
Yeah.
Let him go there.
I mean, it's been a rough one for the old FCR on the Bristleback.
Well, when you do your Walk of Shame back, you could stack the Ancients on the way.
Okay.
How about that?
I like
No,
that.
since you can't TP anyway. Maybe the timing will line up.
No, timing's not gonna line
As
up.
we are ready to get back into this game, that probably is going to be the big thing to watch for here as FCR still, well, surviving that Ring of Health, buying a little bit of extra time. Toronto Tokyo kind of gave up on it, didn't want to chase any further.
He had so many stacks. He
The
was kind of
leech
scared.
feed, he comes out, but they will finally clean up. So, yeah, they did not want to lose the tree in the pursuit of the bristle there.
And we'll see if GPK gets lucky here. Comes back towards mid there with that bottle. 6-minute rune coming up. Got
Both
Save
level
down bottom,
6.
Doing a stack while covering. Toronto Tokyo coming in. It's a party in the mid.
Looking, hunting.
Oh, he gets
the
a double
DD,
damage.
GPK, just a little bit too quick on it. Now the hunt forward, chasing King RD, pops the stick, tries to get away. There will be no escape. That is the power of a DD on Storm.
Yeah, Analog used the chance to at least go and take their wisdom rune, or sorry, their bounty rune, so get something for it, but couldn't go back to his run because GPK was kind of covering it there with the DD. And, misspeaking of wisdom runes, they're coming up here soon. See if anyone makes a play for it.
Toronto
Nice.
wants
Toronto
to
Tokyo's in the
steal the
neighborhood.
experience
This
rune,
is
yeah.
good, already scouting out those stacks though, and like you're talking about, being able to move over to try and
See.
steal that wisdom rune.
Uh-oh.
I mean, if they lose the wisdom rune here, this is really bad for Vivo Keystars.
Radiant are scanning.
Already in some trouble. King RD making the move over.
Okay, they're looking
Yeah,
at scan
they-
misses though.
They know, although are they going to be able to get it? See who is quicker on the fingers. Analog spotting Toronto Tokyo right onto him. As he get it in time? King RD able to get the wisdom runes. That'll be a freebie.
And passes it right back to Analog with the kill there too. So yeah, a bit of a bad.
A bit of an oopsie
It's
daisy.
okay. It's just space. It's all space, right? Bringing lots of heroes away. I mean, you get some free farm there mid for GPK. He's got his Falcon Blade heading in towards the treads here as the boots get delivered. Bottom lane has been really quiet since all that action.
Nightfall's level. He actually leveled Sunder,
Retreating
which is
back
not
to the
something you
jungle,
see
free
too
farm
often
from
on level
Blessing
6.
right now, so just farming up a storm. Also nighttime, so we got that globally at the moment.
And I mean, Coast has been able to sort of be left alone for a little while there, it feels like. But it does sort of feel like Terrorblade is getting the lion's share of the farm. I would be very concerned about Nightfall's levels right now at this point. He's going to start taking over this game if they can't shut him down soon.
Oh, Pure as well. Tries to jump right on top.
Yeah, Nightfall is
Nice
kind of
stop there with
huge.
the Lucent Beam.
Look at those stacks. They will definitely want to contest those.
It's also a haste right now. Bottom loses the coin flip there for GPK.
Think NT has a chance
obviously,
versus
all
Talon?
Spirit
Yeah,
Heroes
definitely.
really
I think
dependent
NT is a
on
pretty
the
good
full goal for
team.
the most part. I would say in this game in particular, though,
Stormstorm has been
GPK
looking a
really
lot
is
better.
as the Ember Spirit, you have
Talon
Clockwork
looked
and Scar's
discombobulated.
Haste, so
Talon just
just
played
like a
against,
block for a little
like,
bit of
for the
setup,
first
you get
time
Swag,
in a
but
while,
advantage,
it looked
so
like
Yeah.
Team
quite a bit
Liquid
easier to
actually
use
knew
with
how to
Ember,
play.
whereas the
Team
Storm
Liquid
Spirit,
played
you know,
really
you have
fucking
extra
good.
mana,
They
but
made a
in
couple of
terms the actual
mistakes.
active
Definitely, there were
movements,
some
really depending on
things that were really bad by Talon, but Team Liquid played fucking amazing.
They can't come on in and contest the stacks. Now there are other heroes rotating into the Radiant Triangle.
Yeah, no, these were the ones that were scared by Toronto Tokyo earlier.
GPK taking it slowly.
Oh,
The
that's so
silence is
tilting.
there. Analog right onto him, starting
They
to
got the
bring him lower,
kill.
lower, but okay, do they have enough to get the kill and get out after? He, at the very least, is going to be able to chase down one, but out of mana. Analog going to give up.
In
on
comes
the chase.
Nightfall.
Storm for the moment. Good damage on top of him, but can't find any follow-up. So Nightfall making the rotation to keep GPK alive.
Yeah, I think without that potential for a chase down there, because he was
In
low on
Liquid going
mana,
grand
you
final
know they want
versus
that kill
Spirit.
bad right now.
I actually don't know who
On the
they're
other
all
hand,
up
Pure is
against
about to
again.
hit 6, so try that again could be very risky.
I don't actually know. What are the 4 teams in the upper bracket and who is facing who again? Oh well.
Completely change
Doesn't
things
matter, we'll
around.
have to wait and see.
2,000 gold lead already for BetBoom, though.
Oh, I
This
just
has
hit my
just been solid laning, good movements around the map.
heel.
See if Costevile is going to be able to keep back up. You can see the damage not really there. Just trying to farm all that he can.
Yeah, he's on a mission just to farm at the moment. Well, we need to look for these level 6s on the sky and the clockwork, right? That's kind of the goal, and that's one of the things that stacking's supposed to provide for you, that bonus XP. But again, they are just getting right in here. They want these stacks. They don't want to give them away to free.
You know, I don't like the fact that
People here,
ESL
great
tournaments,
vision, also
like
kinda cover
the
this
Dota
area, you know,
tournaments,
when they're making
CSGO
moves.
tournaments, all are
No stacks on the hard camp, though, so it means it's
single
pretty
elimination
tough to try and
tournaments.
go
I don't know.
on
I like
for
double
the
elimination.
ancients. Stealing them at least on BetBoom. And a regen rune, again, lucky for Analog. That's what they need.
Yeah, that hurts. For the
It
Storm.
just always feels kind of shit that the games are low so
Rune, and
quickly
another
done.
Pause as we get a disconnect. Pure
You get
has
like
issues.
ESL tourney
As
and
we're
you're
10 minutes into this game,
and a
3 to
team
3,
loses once
a
and they're out
slight
and you're
lead,
like,
at least
but
for
I
now
want to
for
see
BetBoom.
my boys.
I'm thinking about the next couple of minutes and how they play out. Do you think that Storm needs to continue to look for these runes? Can he start to get
Can't feel like I
earlier,
can root
or
for a
is BetBoom
team
just
because
gonna
if
continue
they
to,
get
sit
eliminated,
back and not try to fight
for
that
instance,
much?
I'm
I feel like he's kinda gonna
a
be like
G2
the
fan.
best
They
with
lose
big
one
red
game,
phone.
they're eliminated.
Okay,
I'm like,
ring, and
bro,
be like,
I
I need
want to
to
see
get here now.
G2 play.
because they're just doing
Yeah,
some things
D
like this, kinda
Airport
like a
is
red
wank.
phone for the Storm and a red phone for the Dawn. Ideally, they kind of just want to farm right now, but you know, if they answer the call, they will. Whereas on the other side, Vivo Keystars, they actually have to make the aggressive moves, right?
Right.
Like they want to get this XP on the support duo, and they just want to go. Your support duo on the side of BetBoom, yeah, Tree can set up for some stuff, obviously, but it's obviously a much longer cooldown. I mean, 2 full minutes on that early overgrowth. So, if anything, they would want to be doing smaller ganks. And
I
trying
did.
to upgrade
Did
to
you, by the
make
way,
it
watch
easy
the
as well. You kind of know where she's going to
the finals
that bottom
today
half of the map. You're a trade
of
protector, but in order to open up that possibility, sometimes
Into
you're gonna have to try and
Extreme,
take this top tower
Masters, IM,
first.
Sydney?
They've been really aggressive near that tower.
They have
Complexity looks so good.
constantly moving in for it.
But no damage on it at all. As is common, right? I mean, how often do we see these offlane towers knocked down that early, right?
You can't really
Yep.
make the move. It's too scary. Ooh, hook
What
shot.
is that
A
sound?
little off the mark there. KJ not able to connect, and a smoke now with GPK save. Bristle, he's under vision. They know about this. Immediately jumps. That's a big move, and the silence is there. FCR backs away. They manage to get the stun. Good hits. It's going to be enough. They bring him down once. BetBoom bringing all 5 heroes to contest and steal the Ancients. That was quite the commitment. Now, can they all get out? That's the other question. They're in very far. Analog chasing. They get the silence now onto the Dawnbreaker. KJ,
Ancient was
and
so,
Menace,
bro.
all fighting over the
Ancient
high
was
ground. They take
so
down 3, they
fucking
take the
good.
stacks. BetBoom
Fucking what's his name?
And what a ward, man. Just up on that pillar. Not often you see it that early, but it just
Ah, the
it's only
Opper
got a
from
minute left
Complexity
before
looks so
it's
good.
done. Lots of work.
Halzer
All of that early
played
movement,
so
right?
well
That's
in the
all it comes down to.
Liege.
Yeah,
When he got that double in mid to keep his team alive.
But he scouted all these stacks. He got down some great vision, and that just kept paying in dividends way more than missing out on that one wisdom rune did. And speaking of more wards, he's trying to sneak another one in there right now.
Yeah, wants to shut down this bristleback. It feels like they have done an excellent job, better than I've seen most teams do at being able to shut this guy down. So not a great start, still trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter, and they're going to continue to stack jungle, but they haven't taken out that ward.
Yeah, it's been an awkward game for King RD because of that, because he's felt like he's had to be in mid quite a bit to try and contest these runes. He hasn't had a lot of time for stacking. The stacking that he has done has been stolen, so he hasn't really gotten a lot of rewards that you're hoping for. He's also a Skywrath mage in a lane that doesn't necessarily have any real kill threat, you know? Like maybe a little bit at first, but Sky likes to be in those lanes with like, I don't know, like a CK, you know?
Right.
Like stun, pull back, lots of damage over and over.
But they miss so many smokes. Yeah, it's the CS2 slight difference.
No. Well, and to be honest,
I mean, with the graphics all looking slightly different, it's weird.
Coming up for Evo Keystars, and they're going to see it right now. Skywrath and Clockwork are going together with the Ember. This should be a kill on anybody that they find.
They've also lost out on some of that vision that was a little bit deeper, so they don't necessarily know where they are. I mean, you can see the scan that they used right now. Nobody there.
No.
So they
3K ahead for BetBoom. It's not too problematic just yet.
You know, maybe Pure will be a little bit more cautious down here as he's stacking the spawn of Ancients.
Playing over in that area, Vivo looking for
Throwing smokes is inconsistent.
on this high ground.
I actually only remember. I forgot all the fucking smokes in CSGO.
That gives them away.
Ooh, backing out.
Pretty much all of them. The only one I remember is Vertigo, the one where you throw it on like.
Still looking for an opening. King RD, the smoke will break.
You throw the smoke from CT side, you go out CT, you throw it in that little window, and it lands on
Over by the Dawnbreaker.
the thingy. That's the only one I remember.
Cogs, pushback, silence there, not dropping the Mystic Flare, just forcing back the storm.
Wait, goes
Now,
in.
the hook shot decides that he wants to party a little bit more. Onto Pure, control.
Mystic Flare comes out way too late.
Brennan's behind.
Analog wants to find somebody. GPK, low on mana. Does he have any help? Yes.
I don't know.
He has a lot of help.
And Analog's out of mana now. Can he get away?
Now with the Dawnbreaker coming in, that should be enough to kill him up. No Remnant away, but Pure was all
Yeah, that was really bad by Keith.
perfect placement.
I feel like he missed the memo that they'd already used Hookshot as well as Mystic Flare. You know what I mean? Because there's not a lot of benefits going in further after that.
Dude, they dropped everything. They did the Seeds of Serenity. They gave him a Mango, Chakra Magic, everything for GPK.
Well, and then of course one of the best things that can happen, your TB just shows up and hits a tower for you. Not a lot of carries doing that.
Denied though.
What a deny! Alright, KJ, let's go!
That was pretty sick.
Clockwork right click deny. That's pretty neat.
As FCR is under wards again, it's still sitting at this 3K gold lead for BetBoom. And they haven't been able to just make their draft work. I mean, that is one of the problems, right? Is that it's very telegraphed, the moves that they want to make.
KJ is actually going for the Aghanim Scepter, which, if you watched the Nouns match yesterday, it got Lelis so much money.
Up these stacks, they're getting so farmed.
Yeah, he's gonna be closing in.
So I got him like big boy status in that game. Like at one point he had like Heaven's Halberd, Aghanim Scepter, Heart, I think, on the Clockwork.
The Aghanim Scepter. Wanting to see some other type of a movement soon from them.
That game was wild.
For the Ember. And BetBoom.
Dude,
I mean, again,
if game 1 was kind of, they had full control, but if you, game 2 of Nouns was such a fucking good game. Like if you, I'd probably watch a like YouTube highlights moment for that game because it was nuts. It was just pure nuts. It was only chaos.
This Bristle is gonna go down, and these types of moves from BetBoom, it's devastating to the Bristleback.
They had like Dazzle offlane, Clockwork 4. I think they had PL for K1, and the enemies pushed high ground, and you just had wave after wave of spam constantly, and it was just masterful. You had shadow waves the entire time pumping out shit. So you at one point had like your entire screen just filled with particle effects and flashy lights and shit.
Loon players go for it. Obviously, you're not going to get it from the Tormentor. Right. So you're going to be the rich one. So if you want it, you're going to have to purchase it up. Unless you're going to wait really late.
I mean, he's been getting pretty freaking farmed here. Already with that shard on top of Manta. A tier 1 tower taken and looking for more before 20-minute mark. What can they do?
Analog feeling very brave with Wand and Illusion Rune.
Yep. Stabile is going to be a problem here if they're not careful on the side of BetBoom. He's really starting to ramp up that farm.
And he's got the shard done now too, which pretty cool obviously versus like Storm and Dawnbreaker. Probably like 2 of the bigger ones who just like get right on.
Ooh, hookshot not going to connect.
Hookshot used.
And now they're probably both dead.
Kill off the courier, but might still run into some issues. Nightfall right there. They jump in, kill off both of the supports almost instantaneously. So BetBoom have had enough. They bring in numbers.
Well, they just purchased up the Atos though, so maybe that'll give them an opportunity to actually bring down GPK. That'd be a great way for them to fire back here before he picks.
The game is still pretty close.
Like BKB comes out, they go for an
The fact that Kosabile gets so much farm is pretty big. I don't really know if the Ember is going to be that impactful though this game. Without BKB, he's a sitting duck. Even with BKB, if you get hit by Overgrowth, you're still fucked. Oh, yeah. Analog is just not going to be able to do anything this game. Root, dead.
That is what you get with the shard and the Overgrowth. Wow.
Yep, first item shard. We're medallion, trash. You know, we don't need that anymore. Spy shard, get aggressive. It is very reminiscent of a lot of these like tree specter lineups that we've had, where they're just running around, setting up for easy shadow steps. Storm Spirit, you know, has a similar bit of reach that you can try and provide some good options for, while also giving you some defensive capabilities there with the living armor. So it's a nice combo.
FCR does have Zags. Gonna go for the Bloodstone next.
And we are seeing the reason
if he has shard,
has not been picked a ton by some of these other heroes.
and the coach said that Ember would perform well. I mean, they were hoping. There's a reason why Ember hasn't been picked up at the major at all yet.
And now they got him. So that will be an easy bring down. And Vivo Keatstar is going to try and take another tier 1 tower. How fast can their tempo move? If they go into Roche right now, this is interesting.
I mean, 4 points Aura, 4 points Goo. They can definitely do this, especially if they try and approach, like, there's no tree, right? He would be the one to be the most frightening one to set up on you. But there's no ulti available anyway. This is a
pretty nice steal.
Storm Spear players, they love getting this. Now, the good news is that he's already building BKB, because the worst case is when you're going for this like offensive item and then you're trying to depend on this Aegis to sort of give you that next bit of aggressive potential. So it's not a humongous loss for BetBoom, but it is something that Vivo definitely need right now. I feel like if they give this Aegis up to BetBoom, the game's very, very hard.
Staying in this one, level 16. Kostabile, highest in the game by a pretty.
Yeah, that's the downside of Terrorblade. He's not the greatest at getting XP.
This is kind of it. Like, they're going for this BKB timing next. On the Luna.
I have seen TBs go for Handamitis just for that reason, so they get experience as well.
See if he can stand tall in these fights. Nightfall also, though, almost into the Scotty, too. So a bit worrisome for a lot of these heroes, right? Mostly like the Luna and the Bristle.
Yes. I mean, that is going to be a problem. If Nightfall is just free to hit, BetBoom are going to win that fight more often than not. It feels like they're going to need to find an angle on him, either with KJ or getting in there with the Ember Spirit.
Part of the problem, too, is that you're probably going to try and do some sort of a group-up play, I assume, soon on Vivo Keatstar, is trying to take advantage of this Aegis, and you're doing that versus Keeper of the Light as well as Terrorblade. So lots of control of the lanes. So wherever you're trying to group up, the other two lanes probably are not going to be moving in your favor. Yeah. And then you also have to worry about, if someone comes back defensively, some sort of a Storm Spirit, just immediate initiation and jump in that they don't really have to hard commit to.
It is really just mass BKBs right now. They just finished it on the Dawnbreaker. Obviously, Terrorblade not opting for that route, instead going for the Scotty. But
my team is actually going to be playing finals of the Win Line Insight qualifiers in like a couple of minutes.
Yeah, they are blown into oblivion.
Man, GPK BK jumping in there with the Grove Bow too. He tags a couple people as the Illuminate comes through.
Are they really going for more here now? Analog shows up, starts throwing it out.
Oof. Yeah, Keith Stars are fucked.
Moment to do anything. GBK, Courier is deciding to fight. Okay, he's in trouble, gonna start to fall, and they don't have that much left in the tank at all. That was not the fight that Vivo Keystars wanted to take, as BetBoom take full advantage.
It seems like they're feeling that they can't actually force an engagement with with this actual advantage that they have, maybe. So they're like, okay, this is it. Like, this is the one fight we're gonna get because we can't control the lanes enough to find something.
Right.
But yeah, that is not looking ideal, huh? Losing out.
But South America good at Mobile Legends? You gonna watch that? I think so. I mean, I don't think that BetBoom is gonna lose any of these two games.
Much faster than they anticipated.
Yeah, that's a fair one.
And now we're farming.
I mean, it does sort of feel like, okay, if they're able to throw everything out, then maybe that and take down the Bristle, you know, we're going to set up for a situation where we can take a good fight afterwards. But they didn't have to commit that much for him. He does not feel super strong right now on FCR. Still trying to get into that Bloodstone, but still, they do make the group up play together with no metamorphosis.
You can check Vichislav and then I'll check others.
Is everyone connected?
We'll see what they try and do next.
Okay. I'll watch your game, by the way. I'm not gonna watch the because Keith Stars vs BetBoom is kind of shit. So
I mean, they have a really aggressive support.
I want to see you.
Played CK, Spectra, CK, Pudge Muerta. This guy plays Spirit guy, played CK on 3 non-stop.
He plays Larder.
Nah, yeah, fuck Larder. This guy played Kunka, TA, Kunka, Earth Spirit, Invoker. Vibian, Sky, Willow, Venge, Prophet. Did you hear what I said? Did you remember something? Because I didn't.
The best of 3 already fucked you up?
Are you here, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they play CK. Ban CK.
CK Trent.
Battle Vyacheslav Heroes.
CK Trent, I mean, their mid does not look scary. He plays everything, and this guy plays Spectra.
He also just played Pudge.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Warlock and I don't know. Oh, they want to first pick Spectra, maybe. Why they ban Primal?
Okay, now I better just like not talk to them because I am gonna watch their game.
Overestimating your opponents. We'll see if BetBoom put themselves into a bad fight or if they just take a great fight. KJ is there. They have the BKB and
yeah, no, that these stars are fucked.
KJ gets away.
So it's gonna be
So that was a simple pick off for BetBoom and into that Bloodstone for the Bristle.
Yeah, the timing on that too. Coming right up towards this tier 2. They got Wave coming through, being guarded by Pure on the Dawnbreaker, and they're gonna snag this Tormentor.
Easy peasy. Save, gonna get that one, so even more maneuverability around the map.
Very scary with a Storm Spirit, of course.
Right. Yeah, this is scary stuff. 6 to 15.
Alright, I'm gonna watch my team play because they realistically the next series, that one's pretty good. Like that one I'm looking forward to. This series is kind of shit.
It's probably gonna be Roche, and then they're gonna try and go high.
Okay, I'll watch until halfway the draft. Then I'm gonna swap over to my team.
Take this Tormentor. Will he be another victim to the Tormentor? Let's see. Let's do some math here. So it's at about half, and you're at about half. Okay. So this is when players are struggling. See, it's regenning, and you're not.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
now Pure.
This is an interesting one.
Okay, there we go.
Shows up. They get there in time. GPK.
Let's go teammates. Woo!
A little bit of help from his friends.
Okay, Storm just got that. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Second highest net worth on the team. Thank you, everybody buying their own.
Keystars chasing through the jungle now, but well aware of what's going on. You can see BetBoom are not going to be caught quite so easily.
This Arcane Rune's running out, though.
Love get something, but it's just not going to happen.
They're trying to force this with the Bloodstone on the Bristle, feeling like, hey, if there's any new spike that we're going to get, this is probably it. It's a lot of spikes, actually. They just keep on coming.
There's a lot of vision here. Analog right up front center, down to half HP, but the Bloodstone heal!
Okay.
Pretty insane. GPK, Mystic Flare down. Even in the BKB, it did a lot, but not quite enough. And the overgrowth is huge. Nightfall just running in, doesn't even need Metamorphosis. Stabile is trying to get away and, well, turn to fight a little bit, but with Metamorphosis pop, he did not stand a chance. Everybody falls. Betboom are way too strong.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he lives?
Looking, hunt. I mean,
living.
Woo!
Yeah. All right.
That's a rough one.
The meta is still up, so your tier 2 is down, and I don't imagine he's going to stop.
No, I think they are going to continue to go. There are no buybacks at this point. Betboom way too strong at this stage of the game. 27 minutes in, just farming all for this push, and a tier 3 tower going to go down, as well as most likely the first set of racks.
Yeah. I mean, you had Clockwork, Sky, Ember. You have 6 kills in 27 minutes. Things probably didn't go the way you were hoping, you know? It's not the game plan you were aspiring to.
Yeah, not even a little bit. They'll get the melee racks and give up after that. And heading on up towards where they know the next Roche will be. Betboom in firm control of this one. 18,000 net worth lead. Man, they hit hard.
It's time to get a little bit crazy, right? Got to find these big plays. Almost have an Aghanim Scepter up on the Clockwork, so some coverage over the Roche pit. Maybe KJ find something with the multiple flares once those are out, because it does get purchased up now. Analog, get lucky with a good Manta maybe, you know? Manage to escape something here. It's gonna take a big move. All right, 18k lead, just 100 to 0 the Storm Spirit, even game.
That's good. I like this. I mean, to be fair, even with the BKB out, like, he took so much damage from that Mystic Flare.
Fuck did I miss?
It's not to be underestimated, the control and damage that Skywrath Mage can do in the fight, but they kind of need these BKB's charges to wear down lower and lower. Still at 7 seconds on Storm.
That will be helpful. We'll see if overclocking can get it done for them. No jetpack still, though, and also no force staff or anything, so hard to hit the ideal plays in this one here for KJ. But they're going to have to try. It's a bit of a late Roche, still 50 seconds left. They group up. They have to apply the smoke to FCR. He had a great start to that fight. Almost like the perfect position. Like back turned, multiple heroes, started doing some sweet damage, but no close.
I mean, this actually is another one of those moments where if they can take a good fight, the key is not just immediately all die.
Oh, they just smoked.
Yeah, that's it's a little bit unfortunate.
Where are they? The old wraparound, the
wraparound coming. Do they realize it? So Ember has a remnant right there in those trees. He comes back through, he'll break all their smokes.
AJ
in position, smoke breaks, they throw out the flare the wrong direction, now they spot him right onto FCR as well. Hookshot not on the mark as Roche is respawning. Pure in onto the Bristle. Good damage already out.
Yeah, no, game's over.
They don't have anything else left in the tank. They gotta back away.
Game's over. It's done.
Contest this Roche as everybody tries to TP out. Pure chasing.
Oh, they're gonna cut him off.
Yeah, finding him.
4 seconds still. BKB.
Trouble. Wanting to escape, has BKB still.
Yeah, he's got wand overgrowth too.
Yeah, they're gonna get him. Coast is going to fall, broken and killed. Betboom, just no mercy.
No chance.
Five seconds remain. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Dyer's turn to pick.
Okay, there we go. Okay, let's focus on this game. I will also be watching the other game if there's a comeback happening, but no. Now my focus is going to be on Nightshade versus the Radiant side.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
So they're playing with the offlane Slardar, Kunkka mid versus Invoker. Actually, Kunkka is pretty good against Invoker. Enchantress probably 5 again for Somnia. Io. I think Io Slardar is a pretty nasty lane.
Radiant must choose. 10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Underlord. Ah, so Chodex is going to be playing Uberlord this game. I am going to turn on some music because otherwise this game is going to be really dull. And last pick, they need a Kisco hero. Phoenix got banned. Ah, yeah, Geetstar's got fucked. Okay. The more you know.
Radiant's turn to bat.
Lifestealer is good against both Spectre and Underlord. They don't actually have any BKB piercing effects yet on Nightshade. That's a good Lifestealer pick.
10 seconds.
Doesn't really care at all about the 3 cores of Nightshade. They kind of can't. I don't think they're gonna flex the Evoker, so that's definitely not gonna happen.
Dyer's turn to ban.
They banned most of Chodex's heroes. Like, they banned Bristle, Primal, Panda. They picked Kunkka. Spirit Break was banned by themselves on Nightshade.
It is Dyer's ban. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Radiant's ban.
Nightshade logo, bro. Easy. Tomato, eggplant. That's a penis. Huskar
10
band.
seconds.
Ah.
Radiant must choose.
And the puck pass. So they're thinking this might be a 4-position Foker and that they pick a different mid laner. I mean, could they? Yes, indeed they could. I don't think they're going to flex a Spectre on Underlord.
Dire must choose. Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor. So now you also have a possible scaling. Balls 5. So they are going to flex it. So it's a 4-position Voker then? Yeah, Kisko. I didn't know Kisko played Voker. That's kind of cool. Oh wait, American football matches started. Let's see, what are the scores? I love American football. I'm playing American football these days as well. The Giants are 2 touchdowns ahead of the Commanders? What? The Patriots are ahead of Bills? What? That's kind of wild. Oh, the Eagles are playing against the Dolphins at 2 a.m. Such a shit time. It's such a good match, but they put it at like prime time spot. Because it's such a good match. It's the... Like, the Dolphins have a really good offensive line. Actually, both of them do. Smoke up. New York TA is pretty scary. Just go first point of contact. Whoop. They're smoked. They're heading. They're going for the wraparound play, Kisco. Smoke broke on Arc. Oh, Chodex might be caught. Dodge and weave, baby. Dodge and weave. They dodge it all.
You know what I love?
30
Everything.
seconds and counting.
That was unreal. That was unreal.
Chicago Bears are good. This season? Oh, wait, they're playing against the Raiders. I was already very confused. They're ahead of the Raiders. Why does AI score not show me all the fucking scores? Chicago Bears are kind of shit. Are you not watching the international? I am, but I'm also not. I know, it's wild like that. No, Ravens are fucking 28-0 against the Lions. Whew. This is the 1-2-1-7-2. This is the finals of a qualifier, and my team is the Nightshade Esports. And they're playing the finals, so I kind of am obligated to watch them play. Plus, the match that they're playing right now, like Keatstar is going to lose game 2, and it's going to be useless. No goal yet. The Bears are 14-0 ahead against Raiders. I don't know what you're talking about. But they are 1-5 in the league, I think. That's your team. Yeah, that's why I'm watching them. I mean, I gotta support. The fun part is actually the position 5 of the opposing team is actually also part of my team, but because of they're competing in a different tournament at the same time, he has to play with this roster instead of our roster. which makes things very strange. Because he's playing a Russian tournament with only Russians in his team. It's kind of whack to see how they're handling it right now. Oh, Jodek's in trouble. Alacrity. Vyacheslav actually went for the Voodoo Restoration. The dot's pretty nasty. Jodex knows he's very likely going to die, trying to get the kill onto Vyacheslav, but the slow is too nasty, and Ark gets first blood. Voodoo Restoration, probably going to suicide at the Ancients. Oh no, he's going to walk into the tower. Actually, that makes a lot more sense, because then you at least get a TP scroll. And your mana gets refreshed. Boom, boom. Hey, Kisko gets the kill. Gets him close to Zern. US, NFL, your favorite team. My favorite team in the NFL? I don't know. I mean, I like players most. Same with football. I prefer players over teams. Except for, of course, my team in the Netherlands. Oh, Chodex is just so fucking done. Maledict plus Voodoo Restoration is a nasty combo. I think I like the... I'm actually trying to think who the fuck do I like. I like the Eagles a lot. Kelsey's a great player. I might put them on a little advantage since he knows how his team plays, ain't it? Yes. They also know how he plays, but I mean, all these players know each other. It's very simple because they've all played against each other in like pubs and stuff. But he, considering he is our drafter, that's definitely very interesting. In terms of our draft position. Because he knows exactly what heroes all my players play. New England Patriots, Buffalo Bills, what do you think's gonna win this? I mean, currently Buffalo Bills, I think they're ahead. Yeah, they're... sorry, the Patriots are ahead. Which is interesting because I would assume Buffalo Bills wins that because Buffalo Bills is a way stronger team. The Patriots are looking really shit this season. I'm still streaming some European qualifier games. I think that's where I followed you. Euro qualifier games. You mean like for DPC? I think we just got fucked. I mean, the last qualifiers, of course, international is live now. I mean, I did stream some. The problem is they don't have open qualifiers anymore, so that's a little bit sad. But yeah, I used to do like DPC qualifiers and stuff. I love watching qualifiers. Chinese qualifiers, Southeast Asia qualifiers. Right now, it's not for like the flashiest tournament, but you gotta get what you can get. Buffalo is my pick also. The Bills are pretty good this season. That's why I'm surprised that they're 13-3 behind against New England. I'm actually more surprised that the Lions are like they're in the Ravens. How are the Ravens doing so amazing against the Lions? Oh, Fonku. Yeah, he's gonna die to Maledict. Vyacheslav, great rotation on the Witch Doctor. And he's gonna stay alive as well. Then you got the healing of the Voodoo Restoration in combination with the healing of the Tether. And it's just nasty sustain on their side. Luckily enough, Mini Orc is having a pretty good game. DPC games. Yeah, unfortunately there is not going to be another DPC. That is still very sad. Like, DPC is cancelled. I think it's also great that DPC... Like, DPC was kind of a failure. I don't think anyone really loved watching DPC. Especially, lower bracket. Oh, going in onto the Kunkka, but Ghost Ship at least forced out. MPUs are trying to get back. Kisko's in trouble. They don't have any ways to lock him down, though, and Kisko should be able to walk himself out of there. Miniorg looking for revenge against Vyacheslav. They're a little bit scared of continuing the hunt. Like, DPC was kind of supposed to be a great, like they have in League, but it failed. Actually lost money on that shit as well. Ark stealing away the enemy's experience. They have both Wisdom runes. That's pretty painful. Because Voker is a hero that really relies on experience. Now Witch Doctor's almost level 5. Lifestealer is pretty much level 6. Another kill coming out onto Fonku. Miniorg, looking at you, boy. Gotta do some heavy lifting carrying. He doesn't even level. In fact, there's not really anything they can do to touch him. 3 levels in Voodoo Rest. Maybe I should play some Witch Doctor with this build. Max level Voodoo Restoration and Mal. Actually, would I even want to level Mal? I know that offlane Witch Doctors go for Paralyzing Cask and Voodoo Restoration and skip Maledict. Bill's going down. We'll see. Second half, it might be that all of a sudden the Patriots forget how to play football.
You know what I love?
Rain does die. Kisko with a nice entry place right on time.
Your bones will make a fine powder.
God, Vyacheslav is such a pain to deal with. Top side, Spectre getting smacked. Yeah, the side lanes are over. They're just so heavily destroyed. Somnia's gonna be dead again. TP in from the Voker, but it's gonna be way too late to be of use. Io's level 6. Slardar's level 6. He's going for Echo Saber? Yeah, Echo Saber. Kinda hitter, Witch Doctor. Spamming right clicks while getting healed. It's kind of dumb, just like this. Look at that. Chunk, 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 chunk. And Maledict, heal, and Underlord's dead again. Oh my lord.
You're not contagious.
Well, they are definitely not showing any resilience in trying to smack down my team. Do they have stacks? No. Up towards mid, Kisko, Torrent Ghost Ship. Oh, he gets himself back. Miniorg's here as well. Rain's out of mana. Run buff's about to end, but yeah, he's a bit too far away, especially with the Witch Doctor with that Death Ward nearby. He's also going for Pavis, knowing that physical damage is currently the only thing that they have. I'm saying that, but this is actually pure damage, so it doesn't really give a fuck. And Spectre has his Shadow Step. Forced to go Diffusal Blade on Spectre. Do they have a Midas on the... Yeah, I think the Life Sealer... Actually, it could be Armlet that he's sending out. Yeah, it's Armlet, so it's not... Anyone going Midas? No one's going Midas this game?
Where are you going?
That's kind of weird. They're trying to kill off Spirit. In comes the Witch Doctor. Relocate save. And they are out of there. DP coming in by the Kunkka. Does he have Ghost Ship? 10 seconds. Can they kill the Io or at least interrupt him? No, they're coming back with the both of them and they need to dip out on Nightshade. And you are going back to jungling. Yeah. Once he gets blinked, they might make a play. Chodex, he's going Hanamize. Question. Yeah, the tier 1 tower top is gone. Remember they said before the draft, yo, they picked Slardar. Never mind, fuck Slardar. Yeah, not fuck Slardar. Especially not fuck Slardar together with Io. Voodoo Restoration in combination with Io in your team is just cheating. Kisco on the run. Senshi, whoo! Close. Gets out of range before he could get hit by Corrosive Haze.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Arc, Deso. With Deso, Roche is dead in seconds. Like, you got the Corrosive Haze minus 10 armor, then you got the Deso plus Orb of Corrosion, which is going to be like what? Actually, I think Orb of Corrosion. This is -3, right?
Bounty.
Yeah, -3. Deso. -6, so that's 8. So you do -18 armor at that point. And that's only with level 1 Corrosive Haze. So you take Roche very quickly. Shout out, sir, watching from the Philippines. Hello! Filipino. Oh, Jodix is dead. They have a point to Paralyzing Cask. Maledict, Death Ward. Very quickly dead. In response, can they get a catch? In comes the Spectre. They have the Infest going in. Any TP rotations coming through. Infest is going to end. Arc actually doesn't have a Rage. Can he get the TP out of there? They have no way of interrupting it, as they already did use the Cold Snap. And luckily for the Lifestealer, he gets out. That could have been a lot more dangerous. Immortal tier? This? Yes. These are all high-ranking Immortals. Top 200, top 300, top 500, top 600, top 200. Up against, well, if you check ranks, it's weird that his rank's not showing, because I know Vyacheslav is about right, like 100, rank 150. Rank-wise, the Radiant is stronger, but should be easy peasy for my team. I just found out that you can control Armlet while on teleport. I think you can control it. It's like Glimmer Cape. You can do it while channeling and shit. Oh, that Slardar is farmed. Like, Meteoric's top net worth, but the fact that he has so many enemies following suit. Vyacheslav, that's a very quick kill. Could be skewed. Did they at least get the... Okay, the Wisdom Rune went to Fonku. Just going Manta next. Just go hunting. I wouldn't have minded if he went for Hanamitis, just to make sure that you take this game late, you farm for late, and then hopefully you get big enough in late. Like, Crimson Guard's really important this game, because you're up against mainly physical damage. The problem is this fucker. Death Ward is pure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
New York's got Shard now, so you got the AoE Silence Traps. Oh, they want to fight here. And they're gonna go in. There's the Spectre, Shadow Step, the catch onto the Io, he's dropping low, X mark onto Kisco, the Voker does get hit by Dust. And a nice Tornado onto 3 actually. Kisco will be taken down. They didn't find anyone for themselves. And Weebian's gonna be just fine. Meteoric on the run, relocate, gets interrupted. But it's gonna be a 3-4-0 pickup because they're faster and more ready on the Radiant side than Nightshade expected. Ghost Ship. Plus, they have 3 Strength Heroes plus sorry, wait, no, this is Universal now. 3 Strength Heroes plus Ghost Ship plus Witch Doctor, bro. plus IO. Like, they're so hard to kill. And you also have the Witch Doctor with the Pavis coming into play. This is hell to try and burst through the healing. If you had an AA, this game would be so... Like, just having AA in your team would be such a big difference maker. Even Doom. Because Doom has the healing, but you can't be healed stuff. Can they get a catch? They're trying to go for the Kunkka. Ghost Ship comes in. That heals pretty nice. VH with the ulti. Pure damage! And another kill. Rain full HP on the Kunkka after that fight. He drops to about 300 HP. Boom! Full HP. Yeah. It's a filthy strat. And it's really hard for... Like, TA is a burst hero. But if you can't burst the enemies, TA is really weak. It's a best of 3, yeah. This is game number 1. Supports just have very little farm as well. This is a big difference maker. He's going for the Holy Lock. It already has the mech. I guess if you would get to a point where you can get Skadi and stuff, things might... Skadi, Shiva's Guard maybe on like the Underlord, things might turn around, but that's... You're looking at plus 15 minutes into the game. They don't have the best high ground siege. That's a blessing in disguise, I guess. But they can, like, rage, walk up the high ground, hit the building, go back. He's almost got AC, bro. They've got more minus armor coming in. Spec can go late, and TA can jump backline. They can win. Oh, if they kill the supports, they can definitely win a team fight. It's the supports that are winning these fights for them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
They just... But the problem is they kind of can't jump backlines because they're getting jumped first. Spots out the IO. That's it. That's all he managed to do. Maybe if they had a trap underneath it, full duration trap, and silence up the IO, they could... And he's still pretty tanky. He's also got Voodoo Restoration mana per second talent now. He's chilling at pretty much full mana. The plus thing about Voodoo Restoration is that it also deals damage, AoE. So you can also use it for farming as well. That's why you see it at being up, like move plated off lane with max level Paralyzing Cask of Voodoo Restoration. This is a 3-game series, best of 3. Ooh, dodge and weave, relocate comes in. Weavian is actually pretty low in HP, but Insomnia is even lower. Got the shard, open wounds. Open wounds is pretty nice. The fact that the Tormentor for free went to Witch Doctor is painful. And Underlord just had enough money for his Crimson Guard. Still has enough money for his Crimson Guard. Miniorc is gonna be bashed up galore. Tornado comes out a bit too late. They finally find a kill. But it's going to cost them dearly because everyone on the side of my boys, Nightshade, is going to get eliminated.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Your armor melts away.
No, they're not down. Oh, this is game number 1. So this is just a warm-up. Oh, Meteor. That's why Kunkka is pretty good as well against TA, is because if you hit him with Torrent, Torrent technically counts as a lot of dot damage very quickly. So if you get hit by Torrent as a TA, your refraction charges are gone instantly. Streaming in Twitch. I'm also streaming in Twitch. Yeah, that's hella GG. Why are still in TI? Because they have played better than other teams. Like, it's very simple. They're still at TI because they deserve to still be at TI. That's game number 1. Nightshade got fucked. I mean, you can say the same about Nouns. When Nouns played against Azure, they got fucked. Like, super heavily hard fucked. In both their games. And then you're asking yourself, why are they still at TI? And then they play against TSM, and then they bring one of the best matches in the tournament. In that game, too. The fuck? Dude, if you see this picture, my thought process is not I would bone Mirana. My thought process would be, what the fuck's up with her face? Her face looks so fucking weird. Like the eyes and the eyebrows and like everything about the face is just strange. I like weird. Weird likes me. We are one weird family. And a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home. See, Aston Villa beat West Ham today. Augsburg won 5-2 against Heidenheim. You're from Spy Family is my new waifu. Really?
5 seconds damage ban.
Why are you so angry today, MBK? You lose a lot of money or something.
10 seconds remain.
Last player to be killed.
5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban.
Probably GPK, because if they're gonna GG out, he dies, he calls GG.
Radiant's ban. 10 Dire's turn to ban. It is Radiant's ban. 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
6 odds on 6.5 over goals on that Bundesliga game. I won a lot actually. 5-2 final score. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta get good or get lucky. And the taxman always hopes you get lucky.
It is Dyer's ban.
Because then the taxman's gonna get paid.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Okay, so let's see. Radiant bans. Brewmaster's still left in the pool for Chodex. Look at the heroes that they ban on the Radiant side. They ban 4 heroes that Chodex plays off lane. I'm gonna cast Nightshade. The thing is, I would, if it was not the Keyd Swords match, I'd probably cast it. But I just don't want to see them get slapped 2-0 by Bedboom.
Dyer's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick.
Oh, they pick Grimstroke. And then they pick... Are they gonna pick Panda?
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
I played Spirit Breaker 12 times in a row in pubs, won 10 games. I'm actually curious. I've been just spamming Wyvern again because fuck it, I want MMR back. I've been playing him primarily this last week. It's okay. You should stop playing Rubik. I actually played a Evoker game yesterday. You know, the problem with me and playing Voker is the fact that I am so busy swapping my fucking spells that I completely forget that I'm playing Dota.
5 seconds remain. It is Dyer's ban.
Yeah, I went Invoker support and I went for the Saju build with going for Exort. I was laning with a Legion commander, so I was thinking, I might as well just go Exort so I can Sunstrike later in the game. We've got fucked in the lane.
5 seconds remain.
Because I just have zero clue how to play the hero. I mean, not zero clue. I know the combinations for the spells. I just keep forgetting them. Well, not forgetting them, but sometimes I make a mistake. Or I'm like, okay, I need this spell right now. Okay, that was that. That was that. Okay, tick. Then the fight's already almost over.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn.
Do you think Entity versus Tundra? Baller match, bro. Thompson versus Stormstormer. Please, God. Invoker Spectre picking 2 cores off the bat. I assume it's a Invoker mid. Ballsy move.
10 seconds remain.
Brewmaster still left in the pool.
5
I would assume Chodex just picks Brewmaster, right? Well, otherwise, could go Earth Spirit maybe off lane, but doubtful. Yeah, Brewmaster. Tusk, so that's a 4 Kisco Tusk. They got a little bit more of an active lineup this game.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Keith Stars are fucked. They're screwed. They're done.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Skyra, yeah, it's a Weebian hero, definitely, with the Tide, so Sky Tide up against the Grim +1. Are they good? What does Funku play that would be good in that lane?
10
Could go
seconds.
Luna. Could go...
5 seconds.
He likes playing Sven. Sven's pretty good this game because you're a Silver Age builder and you can break the Spectre and Tide. I think going over 30 or 45 kills in Tundra versus NT good. I feel the game will be pretty exciting and kills. Probably kills. Because both Stormer and Thompson play kills heroes. They don't like farming. Normally, Watson doesn't join any fights, so it's a 4v5 most of the time. Skeeter also kind of dodges fight. He plays a little bit more than Watson, but most of the time it's 4v4. In that series, it would be. And both Nine and Thompson love fighting, and on the other side, Kataomi and Stormer love fighting. So a lot of chaos. Gabby's also like a big fan of chaos. Yeah, they go for the Sven Grimstroke. It's pretty good. You are break building carry, which is always nice. A Silver Edge builder. Very good flash farmer. They have not the greatest control to keep the Sven at bay. They've got the Voker and the Tide's Ravage. The Anchor later from the deep, that spell, that's going to be pretty annoying for the Sven. For the most part, he should be pretty okay this game. Yeah, he's still there. PA, it's a break. I don't know. When I play against PA, I get fucked by PA, but when I play with PA, it feels shit. I mean, it might be that my teammates' PA sucks.
5 seconds.
Oh, I already read that. Void Spirit Pango ban. It's up against probably Voker. Could still be flexed, I guess. They're probably going for the last big Vyacheslav +5. And this Witch Doctor fucked you last game, so be careful about that one. Tusk can build Silver Edge too. True, but as a +4, I don't think you have the luxury of going for Silver Edge. Silencer. Oh. The fuck did they go? Oh. Puck. A mini orc on the Puckaroo. I like Nightshade's draft now. Jodex is playing what he loves. He loves Brewmaster. Mini orc's great on the puck as well. You got Sven Fonku. And Grim Tusk as your support duo is phenomenal. It's great catch, it's great damage as well. Scales incredibly into the late game. Because if you get like Ags in the late game, you can fuck up, like create Spectre illusions and you screw them over with that. It's going to be a Phoenix Spectre. It's actually a pretty okay Phoenix game because your team has pretty tanky heroes in the Spectre and Tide. The enemy has a couple of tanky heroes with the Brewmaster Sven, so Sunray is very strong. They have kind of very shitty attack speed on Nightshade to deal with the egg. So that's a huge plus. I'm liking that Phoenix Spec. The only downside is you only have Ravage or like Tornado to set up Phoenix Egg. And granted, those are pretty good spells. But like Sky and Spectre don't do anything to keep the Phoenix Egg there. To make sure they either don't kill the Phoenix Egg or don't get away. Nightshade, they've got Shards block, they got AoE stuns. Well, Dream Coil plus the Sven stun, plus Walrus Punch stun, plus Inkswell stun. They've got a lot of it. Nightshade's lineup is more team fight clash. And that's more their speed. I think Underlord is really... I know Chodex likes playing it, but I don't think it's a great hero for him or the team. I think Phoenix would be good. What What the fuck are you on, MBK? No, I don't think a fucking flaming bird would be great in bed.
That was unreal.
Prepare for battle.
This match is not on 1x bet because this is not a tournament match. It's a qualifier for the tournament. So if they win this, the winner of this series plays in the win line tournament. The loser still has another shot. They just need to play the qualifiers next week. Yes, this match is unbettable. Most qualifier matches are unbettable.
Interesting.
Just 30 seconds now.
Oh my god, they killed GPK. Must be tilted right now. Costa Bile has no net worth. Are they gonna fight for it, or just go sees them and immediately probably dips? Yep. Nope, not gonna fuck with them. Bye. He's waiting for Kisko to get too far away and then pop Fire Spirit, so Kisko would take like 2, maybe 3 volleys of the Fire Spirit. Knows he doesn't have to level Icarus Dive because it's only Kisko there, so he would be just Gucci. If they just randomly came in from behind, like, and then he'd be very sad. But then they'd also fuck up on the first level in their lanes. 6 odds on Keyed Stars. If Costa Bide wasn't this incredibly poor, maybe. But honestly,
That was unreal.
like, if they take this game late on Keyed Stars, they win with their draft. And they have a lineup that can definitely take it late. You have D-Push with Coddle, you have D-Push with Clockwork, you have D-Push with Nate's Prophet, you have D-Push with Naga. Their entire lineup is based off of taking the game late. I think they can possibly win game 2 on Keyed Stars. All they need to do is just extend the game. Yeah. Their entire draft is just based on extending the game. You saw it in the stats before the game. The only match, on average, the matches that they win, I think, was like 53 minutes long. On average for Keyed Stars. So all they need to do is take it late. Late game, they well, Dark Willow can be nasty, but you also have Nate's Prophet who can turn into a core and shit. Clockwork can be very nasty if he gets Ags at a decent timing.
That was unreal.
Oh, so much Fire Spirit damage.
That was unreal.
Oh, that was just on fucking time by Vyacheslav. The creeps actually spawned. Let's go rotating towards mid. Rain might actually be caught here. There's a snowball possibility and ice shards. Snowball in, ice shards block. That should be first blood. And Mini Orc on the puck gets first blood with a great rotation.
There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower.
That was unreal.
Of another, I see. Off with you. Let's raise a coffee forward.
Cusco, no! They rotated Weebian in for that one. And Chodex will just heal up. And be Gucci. Doesn't mean the top lane, it's now a solo He's got fucking Ring of Health. It doesn't matter if he's solo. He's not gonna die. He's actually probably even gonna win the 1v2. No, the courier! And Weebian's even back. Mid lane though, a lot better this time. Actually no, both games. Previous game, New York also did really well in that mid lane matchup. Instead of bet plus 16.5 frags handy. That's actually a pretty good bet. Spectre going Blade Mill. Rush Blade Mill. So no Urn shenanigans. Same with Jodex. He's not going to go for any Urn or Spirit Vessel.
Find me after the battle, Brewmaster.
Okay, Voker is going to go for the Urn, but he's going to go for it a bit later. Not immediately rushing it. Jodex is just going to go Handamitis Radiance. He knows his strength. Radiance burn with the Brew Split is going to be nasty. They also don't have great ways to deal with the Brew Split. They actually have a horrible anti-Brew Split lineup. But again, Miniorc alone at the top. Kind of surprised Jodex is not doing better, considering his last hits. Maybe a bit too much regen required. Going in onto Weebian. Inkswell, does he get the kill? Weebian does die, and in response, Vyacheslav diving forward, Kisko dropping low, Rain rotates through. Jodex is just going to try and disengage. Actually, looking to go for Somnia instead. But Somnia will be fine, and the rotation was made by the Voker to not really do anything, which gives Miniorc some good timing in mid to miss that siege creep. Looking to possibly go topside. There is no level 6 yet on the Tide. And Dream Coil snaps the coil onto the Phoenix immediately. They're gonna focus the bro, this Tide is just not dying. Silence comes out, pops the magic wand, he just beat Gucci. Miniorc dropping low, in comes Weebian again. Arc dies bottom in the meantime. Vyacheslav still manages to fall. And they're gonna go in to try and kill off Spirit, but they're taking forever. More damage from Miniorc. Spirit dodging the illusory orb there. Fonku, will they finally get the kill? Yes, they do. Tide drops dead. Weebian looking for Fonku. Not gonna happen. Miniorc with the triple kill, baby. Coming in big. Bottom lane, Jodex didn't even use his Brew Split for that kill onto the solo Spectre. Spectre TP's top all of a sudden to try and help out his teammates. And all of a sudden, shit hit the fan right there for the Radiant side, because Jodex has that bottom lane under wraps. It's going to be the Tide rotating through because he knows that Spectre can't get there anyway. And they're going to just be Gucci. Jodex doesn't die anytime soon. If he gets silenced, he might get fucked, so it's a little bit on the more dangerous side of things.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Miniorc, regen rune. They smoke up, heading towards bottom. It was underneath ward vision, so they know it's coming. And they're immediately going to dip out. They're even going topside. They have Ravage available, and Fonku might be in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, they know they're not there anymore, so they know something funky's up. They're actually going to go for Rain instead. Dream Coil towards mid. Tornado immediately gets rid of the Inkswell debuff, and Kisco with those rotations, they might have made an oopsie. They were quick on the rotations. They managed to get a pretty nice save there on the Voker. Yeah, that's the thing. Tornado dispels the enemy, so if you use a level 3 Inkswell and it instantly gets purged off, it's useless. GPK is 0-5. That's classic GPK. Luckily enough, the rest of his team is doing pretty well. Or at least their 2 cores are doing pretty well.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
You got pure...
For my coffers.
So you're just fine.
Regeneration.
And you also have Nightfall, top net worth, so you're pretty Gucci in that game. Codex hasn't used the split just yet. Towards mid, Rain, they're trying to go in for him again. Silence up. Dodge the EMP there, but he just does not. He's got 18 magic wand charge. He doesn't take any damage. Kisco is going to probably get dropped here with that tornado connecting. Mini Orc needs to disengage, is in a very big chunk of trouble. The TPing through, Chodex gets instantly silenced. Doesn't have a way to clap. He doesn't have clap, but he does have the split. Going in for Arc with the Inkswell. Arc will drop, and they cannot actually get rid of the Phoenix Egg because the Panda is split. Somnia dropping low, will drop dead. Kisco rotates through because he just respawned. Chodex going in for more of a fight, but Chodex needs help. It's a 4v1 right now. Snowball dodge of the Meteor Hammer. On the other side, Chodex trying to disengage, but the tornado clips his potato. And Chodex is done for. Fonku not going to join his teammates anytime soon. They will lose the Phoenix, but they get so much in that. That fight was painful for Nightshade. Look at that. 2k net with swing. That's a painful fight. They're so... There's just no damage yet. Now with Witchblade, they finally have a little bit of damage to pump out, but Voker's got 1500 HP with that bracer picked up. Oh no, Mini Orc. Yeah. Ancient Seal level 3. 5-second silence. Puck is just easy kill. The Bears are actually 21-3 ahead of the Raiders right now. Huh. The Bills are coming back against the Pats. Slowly but surely. Here's go Dusk. Snowball dodge. Or actually Snowball goes back in. And they will find Weebian. But they do lose Kisco. I think with all that fighting, what we've learned is they just need to farm. Chodex needs his Radiance. Speaking of which, he might just get fucked. And does have a split. Can he get it off? Yes, he can. And he should be just fine. Phoenix Egg gets used. So Chodex, they trade the egg for the split.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Funku's got his Echo in a sec. He is top net worth. So he's still finding farm.
Dire are
Somnia, he's waiting for his level 18, for 15 minutes in the game so he can get the egg shard. 1700 gold extra on the Grimstroke just to make sure. He doesn't actually have Soulbind. Really? Not even 1 point? I think Soulbind would be a really nice bit. Like, in general, not even for, like, being able to send two spells to the two targets, but just holding the enemy together.
Тише, мальчик. Тише, мальчик.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant should look to their middle.
They know there's no egg, so there's no chance Vyacheslav gets out. Spirit's got Meteor, Blink, going Shard. That Shard's gonna be big. New York wants to get Blink.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, would this... you definitely need to get a Kaya Sanj. Ark's going Diffusal, considering he's up against the Sven, and even against the Brewmaster.
I hope it was
It's always good to drain their mana.
tower is in danger.
They want to go for the Tide. God Strength. He has Ravage. He does blow it. Oh, Kisko needs Vision. Takes him for a run. Tornado comes out. One more hit and he would drop, but nope. Too deep. Too deep. Too late. Oh, insta silence by Weebian with the Mystic Flare. Oh. Ouch. And the 3-for-0 trade. It's not the best target to try and smack. And Ark even came into that one with very little HP. Net width wise, the cores are about the same level, but the supports, there's a... Vyacheslav's got a hand of Midas, so he's gonna outskill these two supports incredibly hard. Weebian's gonna go for the... yeah, the fact that he has a hand of Midas and is a Phoenix, because of course Phoenix is a hero that farms very fast with the max level Fire Spirits. It's gonna be a pretty... it's just gonna essentially be an extra core this game. I'm actually kind of surprised that Weebian is going for Ag's Rush instead of, like, Blink. In New York, your smoke just broke. He does get on top of his opponent. Dream Coil onto 2. Soulbind as well. Somnia gets hit by the Sunstrike. And comes the God Strength charging forward with the Brew Split. There is no Ravage available. But is there damage? There's a Phoenix. He does have Egg. And there's a very dead Sven. One more hit on the Egg. And Chodex does get the hit. But the rest of his team is dead. New York there has no way out. And it's only Chodex disengaging. Gets his Radiance. If he had that Radiance in the fight, the burn itself would still not do anywhere close to enough damage. But it would help. And also the evasion's always nice. Yeah, they can't, they just, like, without a BKB, that was a ravageless fight. Without a BKB, it's just so dang dangerous. Oh, Bet Boom knocking on the high ground in the TI game. Oh no, he got anchored! Soulbind to try and at least do something to help Funku, but the Mystic Flare on the opposing side. 3-man Dream Coil, Kisko charging forward. They want to at least kill off one in response, and they do manage to get the catch. Kisko, nice Ice Shards block, but I don't know how the fuck he immediately blinks. I guess he stepped back so that he didn't take any damage for the blink.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
I think they're getting a little bit antsy.
Gold for me.
They also have pretty nice deep wards there on the Radiant side to make sure they catch out Funku farming. Rain 6-1 and 14 on the Voker. That's a pretty impactful Voker. More than I normally tend to see.
Scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The problem in this game is also that you need to be very careful of showing on the map if you're supports. Kisco is actually going sharp. I mean, the slow is pretty nice and it does damage, which is pretty okay, but do you really use it that much? Bruce Blade comes out. Actually, the Spectre's taking a lot of damage. The silence. Oh my lord, Weebian is so fucking impactful this game. They want to re-aggress without split. Going in on the back line, trying to go for Weebian. That's a two-man stun. The Ravage does come out. Can they kill off Rain? That would be a big kill. Tornado does connect. And they lose Mini Orc. Somebody has out of everything. Sunstrike lands. And it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. They get so close so many of these fights. But close doesn't mean shit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This goes hella dead. They do take a lot of damage though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. You're dead.
Right now, Funku needs a blink and then he can probably possibly fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I will put you to good use.
14k net worth advantage in 21 minutes is scary. 8-2-13, 8-1-14, 4-1-14. They've died only 4 times amongst the cores. The supports are the brunt of, like, the only ones that managed to get taken down. Shodax, no split available. They do manage to get the quick kill. Again, Rain comes out. Tornado catches Kisco. Kisco, what can he do? He's kind of hella stuck. Soulbind onto Dreamcaller as well. Can they kill off Ark? In comes the God Strength, the Sven. The damage is there, and he finally gets a pretty big kill secured. Looking for Rain next. There's going to be the immediate dust onto Rain. Walrus Punch. Is it going to be there? Rain actually doesn't get punched just yet. It's going to be Gucci for now with that BKB, and Funku's BKB just ended. Snowball safe to try and keep him alive for a little bit longer, but they just surviving so close every single time. All of these fights, like Rain about to die, barely manages to get away. And that's just constantly happening. Jodex managed to, for instance, get Bruce, like he didn't have Bruce Split, but in a world where that's a possibility, if he gets Bruce Split off there, they managed to take down Ark. They could win that fight, but it's just, they got caught too many times. And if they initiate, they don't have their, like, control on point. Rain looking, going for the Scythe of Ice. They were Okay, Phoenix is not done with the scythe yet. He's very close to finishing it. The fact that Kisko had to go shard because he wouldn't be able to afford a blink dagger anytime soon. Has to use the shard as like a farming tool. Doesn't want to use split. Might still need to. Tornado connects. Silence hits. And Ags is done on the Sky.
Got it.
Dead in the water. A pretty painful spell. Oh, he's actually not going to go for Blink instead. It's Shadow Blade. Silver Edge is a kind of a must-have. With Silver Edge, they could actually get a kill. Oh, Somnia. Oh, Somnia burns to the burn damage from the Phoenix. That one Fire Spirit. Trouble. Backline fight coming out though. They do manage to almost kill the Phoenix Egg, do they? No, they don't. The problem is the Brew Split can't touch the Phoenix Egg. Dream Coil onto the Tide. Tide's dropping very low. Ravage gets blown, and that is going to be the Panda in a lot of trouble. Spirit's not even dead yet. Stroke of Fate. Finally, they get the kill onto the Tide. But there's nothing really from stopping them. Sunstrike connects. Another one comes through. Miniorg maybe kills off Weebian. Nope, there is the Scythe of Ice. They have the double Scythe. The double trouble. And the done trouble. This looks like it's all said and done here for Nightshade. Vyacheslav is about to overtake Funku in terms of net worth. Arc almost hearts. Spirit's going Shivas. I see these items on Invoker, and I'm thinking, how the fuck does he have 2500 HP? What's his strength gain? It's pretty okay. No, Somnia! Anger, dead in the water. Nothing you can do. Have a split in 10 seconds, but their supports are both dead. Shadow Blade now done on the Sven. The worst part is... Oh... He just bought the... Oh, he doesn't have a buyback anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. He's looking for a catch, but they just placed a sentry and Funku is spotted. God Strength used. Yeah, he has to go in. Glimmer Cape. Sky gets out. BKB on cooldown. God Strength on cooldown. My man's just not getting any love right now. I mean, that's hella GG. Miniorg. We do get a little bit of stun. Still has an egg available, though. Ravage onto 3. And... GG. It is team that I don't know the fucking name of, aka Vyacheslav's team, going into the Winline Insight Season 4. And Nightshade is gonna have to play next week's qualifiers to try and make their way in towards the tournament. Shit hurts. Oh, just in time to watch Keystars get fucked. See Keystars.
Right, they played really well in the group stage.
Oh yeah.
You know, obviously had a lot of fans here. We're very happy to see them play up on stage, but I'm sure also feeling like maybe they didn't meet their own expectations here this morning.
Absolutely. And I think that
Be right back. Oh yeah, I'm back.
Interesting. So for me,
Hello.
I'm as mid laner. I always watch all the mid laners, what we play, and trying to learn from them. And if I open everybody,
Let's
I
see,
usually see,
it's-
oh, okay, he's playing this, he's playing this, he's playing. It's meta. We're all playing meta. But when
Hey,
I open
Dandy.
Thompson, he's like, this guy mid. Okay, this guy mid. This guy mid. I'm like, what's going on? And
Klink's
I'm-
mid.
Yeah, always agree. So Klink's, yeah, Klink's, for example, I don't really understand this hero that well, but it looks like it's working for Tundra.
What is his build? Does he go like Aghanims and stuff?
I don't remember.
Because I think with Aghanims, that hero is actually like a very powerful one, and he can create a lot of chaos in the fight and a lot of damage output as well.
Yeah, always crazy builds. You can always find, even when he played back in the days, he was like Puck, right? And everybody playing Puck with some Kaya Sench, and then Thompson is playing with Urn of Shadow
Urn and Blade.
and Ethereal Blade, and you're like, okay.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Going back to the Klink's point, you're saying Ags, he just went Deso Daedalus Hex. It was like just the
never
most find hero, kill hero, but
Yeah.
it's a Topson
No,
form.
I like that too.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be the argument between Topson versus other mid laners. It's going to be like creativity versus consistency, where it's like, at what point are you pushing the boundaries too far? And does it occur in your practice time or inside the booth? And I think that's always going to be the cool thing, where if they've been able to use that creativity in their scrims and truly understand what it needs to do in the game, that's when they can make incredible runs. And sometimes when it's a little bit more spontaneous, you can have those issues where, that's a great idea, let's go for it. And then 40 minutes down the line, you're like, ooh, this kind of made the game a little bit difficult. But of course, I feel Tundra, with that extended break, they should have been able to kind of fine-tune it to make sure they do excel during this.
Well, with Entity having that roster change, having that offlaner change shape, do you think it's easier for them to draft? Is the offlane more stable for them than what we saw in DPC through this year?
Yeah, actually, they. You know what my favorite part of Entity is Fishman, because he will go into interviews and he will just frankly say what he thinks about people and players. He's like, yeah, well, we really like Gabby. He makes the game easier to play, because previously they played with Toby, and he said that Toby was very hard set on, this is my hero pool. It's like, you know, these are the heroes I want to play, and they want to build around that. Whereas Gabby is much more free flowing. He is positive, he will play anything for them, and that I think does give them a lot more freedom, right? I think like Toby, it was like you kind of wanted to get like Brewmaster and stuff every game, whereas Gabby's playing whatever they need. He's playing the fighting guys like your Spirit Breaker, your Dawnbreaker, you've got this weird Venomancer that T mentioned, but he can also play like your stereotypical offlaners like your Axe. Gabby is very versatile, and I think he fits them well, and he was very eager to play, apparently. They were like, do you want to play with us, Gabby? And he was like, absolutely, right now. I don't even need time to think
Fly
about
me
it.
in.
Just send it. And they were like, that's what we like to hear. Get him in.
Get on a plane, it comes straight on over. The Venomancer, Dendi, do you like it for the offlane? How is this hero in your eyes?
Oh, of course, if I'm offlaner, I might like it, but I hate to play against Venomancer. I used to hate to play against Venomancer back in the days. Now it's a bit easier. This is a toxic hero, not so much fun for easy laners, I think. Like, it's a lot of pressure on lane. And yeah, about Gabi, I completely agree. Like, I think he adds to the team what the team lack in a way, because we have Stormstormer and Watson, they're more like a little bit farm-oriented in a way, and he can be the kind of space creator from offlane, so he can add up like this mixture together and make it work. And yeah, it's working really great.
Really? I think Stormstorm is playing pretty aggressive, and I think in Gabi they found a guy who can actually like be the second guy who can carry the game for them. Because for Toby, his kind of playstyle of like being, you know, Cancer, like Venomancer, Brewmaster type of thing, but he would never the guy who would like play Dawnbreaker and like you know, like Magnus and be like this second carry that can rely on.
Yeah, I think the main thing for them is having 3 cores that, you know, in any game, one of them can step up and make a statement in the game. I think you like, for example, saw that with BetBoom as well. Like when in the previous series, like, you know, in the first game, it's like, oh, the carry's dominating. The second game, now it's the offlane. And I see that with Entity. Like, even though they are in the lower bracket, like, at any minute, it's like, I'm expecting some potential invoker from Stormstormer, some incredible, you know, Pango players or something. And then, of course, to Gabby or Watson, it's the same thing. And that's what you want to have in a team at this level.
Do you think it also could be a little bit of both, that Gabby is that fallback for them, and so Stormstorm is willing to be more aggressive now that he reads that this is the meta, and it's just happened at a perfect time for them, that the momentum can carry that way in a game?
I think it's both. Stormstorm was always like a very aggressive player, and right now the meta is kind of fitting them, that they took the position 1 player that translated to position 3, and it's like, it's not that big of a change, right? The hero pool has changed, but you still like farm a lot, and like you you do most of the time the things that Karen are doing nowadays.
Yeah, and you know, from Stormstormer, when he kind of broke into the DPC scene at least on Hellbear Smashers when I was coaching them, like he was very, not immature, but he was naive to the pacing of competitive play. And then over the years, he has just become like his own player in that sense. And I think now I look at him to be very reliable. Maybe not on Earth Spirit, but everything else, I think I'm like, oh, you know this guy's going to have a good game. You know he's going to always have points of entry.
Alrighty, well, we've talked about these teams aplenty. It's time we talked about a draft, and we're going to see that coming on our screen right now.
5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports versus Entity. Game 1.
Our second series of the day is just beginning. We're not even halfway through it. Game 1 here. Our draft and our bans will be coming up on our screens. If you were in this position, Dendi, if you were on Tundra's side, what are you looking to ban out in hopes to still be able to pick up for yourself?
Oh, well, it's pretty hard to guess because we had some break also, right? Like it was a 7-day break for the team, so a lot of things could change. Meta evolving really fast with TI. Like if you're watching every team rating different heroes, every team setting up for different heroes, so it's really hard to guess. Like I see only supports kind of staying the same, but cores like mixing up all the time, every day.
And all the beefy guys stay the same. The Primal Beast, the Bristleback, what is it, Conka, is being rated a lot.
I'd love actually if at TI, like every 2 or 3 days, Valve would get the players to power rank the meta heroes. Obviously confidential, and then once the next big patch comes out, it's like, so for the previous TI, this was the belief of the heroes. I don't know they're going to do it, but it'd be cool to see how teams' perception of meta changes, because in draft, you kind of have to assume and guess, but you never really truly get their opinion until way later.
True side from from everybody.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Let's play a game, guys. What hero is Thompson gonna play this game?
That's a tough game. That's a tough game.
Let's all have one prediction.
I mean, he was playing Magnus in his pubs, right?
I mean, Magnus is an obvious choice, yeah, because he practiced it a lot.
Yeah, but
I think it's Klings.
Oh, I want a Zeus.
Zeus, I wanted to say also.
Zeus?
Yes.
Nice,
Let's
nice.
go, double Zeus.
Double Zeus.
Natalie, what is your?
Ooh, I don't know. At first I was going to say Dazzle, but it was like this one immediately removed. I kind of wanted to go a little bit basic. Maybe just an Earth Spirit if the draft allows for it.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Spirit.
beg for the Pugner.
No, I'm good.
I love a good time.
I don't want to see more Pugners in my draft,
Yeah.
you know? In my pubs. Not draft. In my pubs.
I like that Tundra decided to go for CK, you know, back for Skira because it's one of his better heroes.
That's exactly what I was about to say as well. Yeah, it's just like, it's stable for Skidder. I think we can't, you know, beat around the bush. He has had some shaky performances, and for CK, it's like, it's stable. Lane's going to be good. You know the game, kind of the trajectory of the hero the entire time, and it is a hero that if Thompson is going to push the boundaries on how aggressive you can be, CK can always join at different points in the game. So yeah, I think this is a very nice way to start your first game in the low bracket.
Yeah, but then you get Primal Beasted. And I rate Primal so highly, especially against these heroes like Chaos Knight, when he has all that health and he's going to get the Ags. He's just going to be able to be in the midst of this Chaos Knight who will not be able to use crit anymore, right? It just gets broken. And I don't know, I think Primal being able to just scale, like being really strong early, being able to do well in like most mid matchups, if that's where you put it, into then being able to become a super late game, like terrifying hero. I love Primal. I feel so confident about any draft with this hero.
No, but it's the Primal Beast, right? Like you can say that against any other hero. Like CK is one of the better ones actually who can sustain on that lane against him. He has stun to put him in place and like not, you know, care about him as much.
Yeah, but
and he has a very high base damage as well to be able to last hit against him.
Yeah, that's only if it goes off lane. I like seeing Primal play from mid because then it's really easy for supports to like TP mid, fill a ball, smoke them up. Like I think we've seen Primal be so active on the map early when they do go mid. They're like you can be like level 4 and it's easy for you to get a kill on a side lane if you like go for like a bounty rune bottle refill and then you can just quickly slide to the side lane, get a kill, go back mid.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially for Entity, Thompson can play a sick Primal Beast as well.
I love Primal Beast. Primal Beast is one of my favorite heroes on mid, and I think it's extremely strong. By the way, Operation is one of great partners for Primal Beast because his Vortex is amazing and also his ultimate. But overall, Primal Beast have insane amount of great partners. And we saw a lot of Primal Beast first picks even at playoff, right? Like it's pretty much in meta, and there is always a different answer to that. And I'm always curious, like, because we saw, for example, Mikoto play Kunkka against Nisha, and he completely demolished him, but Liquid came back. It was a game like this. When we saw Primal Beast answer by Trent, which I think is not a really good answer, and when we saw a Shadow Demon answer, which in my opinion is like the best hero against Primal Beast, and if Tundra pull it out, because I don't see it banned, it might be a problem. It's completely shut down with hero, like literally completely.
Yeah, fully agree. Just the fact that you can just banish that hero away, and Primal, once you're in the fight, you're kind of stuck there until you get your cooldowns back to then get back out. And instead, they are going to go for a Weaver. This is a hero that they have played so far in the 4 role, but I think the main part from this phase is just the Grimstroke. When you have Grimstroke, CK, the lane just plays itself. It's always points of aggression, always take that fight. And yeah, the Primal can also try and fight, but if you're trying to initiate and now you're getting 2, 3 stuns thrown back into your face, you can't stay there and trample the entire time. You're going to have to disengage. So this safe lane is going to be very potent from Tundra.
And I've seen this hero before from 9, and I mean, to me, it's pretty underwhelming. I'd much rather prefer if they pick something like Shadow Demon or Phoenix on that spot, because those 2 supports are having like much greater impact than Weaver, in my view.
But at least we're gonna give a lot of like tempo to the game. It's gonna be great partners for whatever mid laner we decide.
So Watson's gonna go for late game with the Dusa pick, the Naga pick.
Or it can be Earth Spirit, anything can work.
Pangolier potentially?
Pangolier is not so strong, but people still pick it, right? Like it's a little bit downgraded since last patches, but still it's strong.
Wait, we said we wanted Zeus. We should just be channeling Zeus right now. What are we doing?
And ever is Naga Siren, right? So now they need something to deal with illusions, so Pango also can be that option.
Exactly, yeah.
Pango is shit.
Bet, but my heart, hopes and my dreams.
I think this Naga pick creates so many opportunities for 33 actually. He can pick his favorite Darkseer here. I mean, there's a way he can pick like Legion Commander, I would say, but I mean, I think Darkseer is the one they're looking for.
Makes sense. You can also throw some additional CK to get him into the fight as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing though, because they go for Pugner. Okay. Tops on Pugner, mid lane, your shard, you can then instantly kill the illusion. So for the mid to late game,
this is kind of cool, having these stats.
Gonna be, no matter what items you buy, your illusions will be dying.
That's interesting, very interesting answer, because it's also into AA, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not gonna save, heal somebody. And Primal Beast, which is like a counter pick in a way to Pugna. So it's very ballsy.
Once I make my move.
And
see
how it works.
Dazzle's got a 73% win rate.
And Weaver, you want another like kind of front laner hero.
I agree with you.
Pango can work, Earth Spirit can work, something like this. Maybe Invoker could work, but Pugna is a little bit of a question. But I don't want to question Thompson because he definitely knows his thing. Yeah.
He sees the world a little bit different, right?
I'm trying to like rationalize it in my head. I don't understand Thompson's mind. He is too big brain for all of us, but maybe he's banking on Primal rotating around, taking like a quick mid tower, opening the map up for his team. Maybe CK is intending to play very early with the team instead of farming more. Because I mean, right now they need him. They need something to play with, like the Grimstroke Ink Swell. Maybe they can get that on the last pick of Tundra if they don't want CK to be fully involved.
Again, I feel like, you know, Pugna kill Naga Illusion, you're asking for front lane, some like 33 Tidehunter or something.
Yeah.
Just, if they ban it out, but like Tundra need that body, basically, to soak a little bit. Because if they don't have that front line, CK, he either initiates with an explosive kill, or he waits for someone else to set up the vision of the fight. And if they don't have that 33 style hero to do something, they're always going to be waiting for the next who starts the fight, and Pugna could potentially be food. So yeah, I love the Tidehunter ban. Darkseer that you mentioned.
I'm not even sure Darkseer is good anymore because they have Pugna in the mid lane.
I really think we need some kind of another stun, because right now if I'm looking at this game from Primal Beast perspective, it's such a free game for me.
Yes.
There's nothing that stops me.
Primal just goes ham.
This lane maybe it's a bit harder to gank or do something on it. We still don't know where Primal is going. It can be offlane, right? And every other lane, like Weaver do nothing.
Entity's drafts are so much easier to execute.
Guy without stun, like Primal Beast gonna have a really good game. Yeah.
I think Entity might be looking for Magnus on the offlane actually, just to pair compare what they already have with another, you know, carry
Magnus
type of hero,
off
so this
lane?
Primal, and then this Magnus is gonna be this beefy guy. It's gonna create a
Eh.
lot of opportunities for them in fights.
Thinking Gabby, he
I
loves
personally
like
would like to see Primal nuke
Phanomancer.
just because of what Dendy said of it
Plays
already looking
Pongo
like
off
such a good Primal
lane.
game. I really want him to have the best time because when you look at the safe lane, Grimstroke, CK, whatever offlaner goes to this lane is going to have such a horrible time. It's going to require like either a lot of help of rotations to come and try and like offset that, or I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a world where you just like hard stack your ancients and then Primal can take them and recover that way after playing the offlane.
Oh, you know one hero that is really good as well? It's Omni Knight.
Yeah.
I love the Omni. I'm actually surprised that people are not picking that hero like very often, because his level 10 talent is insane. If you go like Echo Saber into Anchor, like it's just very strong hero nowadays.
I think people shied away a little bit from Omni after groups because it felt that positioning in fights was really difficult for him. Sometimes maybe it was the way that they drafted around him, that he had to sit back and be more of a protector rather than getting to jump in and actually be that body whilst people were still building that way. So it was really dependent on
Let's
the draft
see.
that happened around it. and
Wow,
what
the
direction they wanted
Razors
to
are
be able to
doing
do.
really
He was
bad
really
against the
stagnating for a
Bears.
while.
I mean, I saw the game that Kasani was playing Omni Knight, and he went like Midas best of travel too.
Same with the
No one can
Lions.
forget that one.
It wasn't games for Omni Knight.
Giants are actually beating Washington.
You wanted to say Sankey?
I wanted to say Sankey.
And the Bills are ahead of the
Right,
Patriots.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so
not
I was thinking
everything is
Sand
why.
King because I really,
up.
when I was thinking of front line, maybe the front line from Tundra can come from how Weaver plays. The fact that he's Sakuchiing in, setting up the fight
Sand
through,
King.
hey, look at me, I'm
Aghanim
here,
Scepter is
and then
now
at any
like the
point you have a
little
Silver Edge
sandstorm
Blink
thing,
CK,
right?
the blink from Sand King, you also can go Aghanims. So this Naga throughout the entire game, how does she actually take a fight into the life drain insta-killing your illusions, the Ag Sandstorm just mini stunning them the entire time, or even the Grimstroke down the line having the Ags to take a clone of you. It's a very anti-Naga draft for sure.
Yeah, but Naga's
Can
not
it
the only
potentially
threat
be
they have.
Stroke Meat and Pagna 4? Because I know Pagna Sanking was a pretty good lane before.
I'd
It
like to see
potentially
it, yeah,
can be, right?
potentially, yeah.
It's interesting. Sanking I like because he's pretty good against heroes like A and obviously Naga, right? Like those heroes afraid of mobility, and Sanking is pretty mobile too later in the game.
Storm
Storm
Evoker.
Invoker, alright.
I'm digging Entities draft here.
I actually don't like this pick.
It's heavily comfort, by the way.
It's into Pagna. How is the matchup, Dandy? Is it favor for Invoker?
How is the matchup? Invoker is very strong. I'm actually not sure if it's fair for Invoker. I think Pagna is also extremely strong laner. So like I didn't have this experience lately.
Every time he picks it, you have to just remind everyone the amount of games he's got on it. 2,855 games through pubs and competitive play combined. Like, it is a filthy amount of games. And if you ever want your mid laner to be comfortable, why not have near 3,000 games on a hero? I do prefer Tundra's draft.
Well, it gets shifted the Primal to offlane, something that you didn't really want to see, Sheep. So are you now also the side of Tundra that you think this Primal might not be able to hit the timings that he needed to be that frontliner and create space?
No, I think just like I said, maybe
So what do you guys
they
think?
are just gonna help him get back into
I'm
the game,
kind
whether
of
that's Stormstorm
digging
rotating to
Entities
top
draft.
lane,
I don't really know why they're
whether that's
complaining
stacking
about
the ancients and giving him
Storm
stacks.
Evoker.
I
Like,
think Primal can find a way back into the game. I personally love Sand King so much, and we rarely see him, that I'm going to be rooting for Tundra just based off that alone. Sorry, Entity, I love you very much. But I love Sand King. I think that hero is...
Storm Evoker, bro. They got
very
this.
stark weaknesses in like when the enemy
Watson
carry is super
on
strong, but I think
fucking
that he can
his
get a lot
favorite
far out of
hero.
this game. I don't think he's going to
They're
be
playing
that
full
threat. I think
comfort
it's a pretty
almost.
lovely Sand King game.
Alrighty, well, you know, we've been talking a lot about this. We don't know if it's comfort. The only way to really know the answer is to ask the coach himself. We got Tsunami with Entity's coach.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Metrum of Entity. Metrum, about a year ago, you had a very memorable match in Singapore against RNG. Now, a whole year has passed with this team. How have you grown as we look into this international?
I think right now we feel more confident, like we got some experience. Also, I think we are already like committing for the next year with this roster. So we feel like anyway that we, how to say it, like, you know, we go into the games with feeling that everything gonna be all right no matter what. So I like it. Like I think this year it's a bit easier for us than last year.
The energy seems good. Now tell me, if you had any other player besides Stormstormer, would you have last picked Invoker there?
I mean, maybe some players, there are some good players on Invoker, and we were like thinking, okay, we actually had a lot of options. and yeah, we just decided why not we give Stormstormer his Invoker on the first stage map.
Why not put on a show? CL, you ready for this? Then let's get ready for game number 1.
Oh yeah, and we're ready for it because I love the confidence coming out, and they're going to need
The thing with Tundra is, though, they almost always lose in terms of,
the TI winners,
like...
You're probably the underdog. You're matched up against a player who has won 2 TIs.
Shut up. They almost always lose in terms of kills in the early game, but they always find more fun than the enemies while getting killed the entire time. It's actually remarkable how they manage to do that. But they're up against Entity, and Entity is playing with a Naga Siren.
Damn.
So he should be top net worth
himself
the entire game.
Chat support.
True.
His lane is not even... Well, okay, his lane's kind of shit to deal with.
One of the most weird carry players of the past few years, and this guy is a huge tempo creator. You take a player like that, put him in the off lane, give him a hero like Primal Beast, anything can happen. I don't know if they're that unfavored here, Cap. I feel like this match is a lot more even than I think people are going to give it on the scorecard, particularly if Tundra don't begin to find their footing, which has been hit or miss for them with this roster that they're trying to gel with super fast, right? Sure, you could put a player like Thompson into this team, world-class player, world-class lineup. How fast can they make it work, especially in a lower bracket elimination game?
Okay, well, we heard from Entity's coach. What about Tundra and their feeling post-draft?
Oh, look at those body blocks.
We have been practicing for 2 months, and it's time to just play the fucking game. Honestly, we are really fucking good. If we don't overthink things, just play the fucking game. Do whatever you feel like. Gonna go good.
It's good to see that even TI winners need that boost of confidence and remind themselves they're really goddamn good at the game. And it's a surprise to be seeing them in the lower bracket here. And that is probably something that shakes their confidence. And I agree with you. I think Entity, they are certainly no pushovers. And they are a team that is probably going to test Tundra, especially a team who hasn't really experienced...
Oof, Thompson's dominating Stormstormer in mid.
Arguably had the most dominant TI bracket run of all time, right? So this is new territory for them. But it is familiar in the sense of, you know, we had the NADBC yesterday, and now we get some European DPC league gameplay today. These are two teams that are very familiar with each other, and sometimes in that interregional matchup, things get really weird. So I would not be surprised if these games go long, especially since we have, you know, a Naga Siren CK game. Both these illusion carries make
that screeching sounds so freaking weird.
You control the lanes, you control the map, you control the gold and the equilibrium. It tends to work out for you in the long run, especially with how these games are being paced.
Yeah, and Entity, no strangers to long matches at TI. After all, we heard Tsunami alluding to it earlier. Their best of one against RNG last year went 107 minutes. So we do end up having a long one. Entity is more than prepared for that.
This is a game that's going to get stalled out for sure. And it might be some early action on the lanes. I mean, you have very strong kill lanes, a lot of early synergy, and I feel like a lot of the tempo is going to come down to mid. Normally it's these offlaners, but you have a Stormstormer Invoker versus a Thompson Pugna. Two grand.
He's actually doing better than I expected on Thompson, Stormstormer.
Can't really ask for anything more signature. And it's just going to come down to which of them gets to control the early game a lot more, in my opinion. Does Thompson get to play the aggressive Pugna with the Grimstroke combination?
Oh, 9.
Getting early pressure, or do you get first blood on Fishman himself?
Well, second blood anyway was Fishman giving up that first blood earlier when we had that listening, but good to see he's able to bounce back. What do you think about this 9 Weaver anyway?
It is a hero he's been going back to over and over again. I don't know if he's getting the exact results he wants with it. For me, it's been a little hit or miss, but I understand the power of it, right? If you get into that mid game in a decent position like the Furion, where you're very high net worth on the hero, you just become a 4th core. It's a scary
refresh. Oh, am I behind?
I think sure. The space on the map, 9 can become that secondary mid on some of these huge scaling supports like the Shadow Demon he's also liked, and suddenly you're just playing up against too much scale for you to conquer in the late game.
One thing that's kind of curious to me is that in the past, when we saw Weaver support, people like to be able to run it with physical damage dealing cores.
Oh, Patriots might actually still win against the Bills.
Pugna, Sand King, really not going to take advantage of the Swarm too well.
No, it's not the best Swarm game, but I mean, Swarm is
Turn around,
bad.
Gabby fighting up against Skeeter. Skeeter's going to just try and man up and see what he can do here. Runs into the brambles, and that's enough for Gabby to get away. Scot-free with the kill on Skeeter going to Kataomi.
Skeet!
The blood grenade just for harass here. Yeah, you're gonna have to back up a little. A lot of resources committed from Kataomi, but happy to get this trade. CK down, really nice.
That mid matchup, both out of mana, but Thompson has the bottle.
For a reason, you get give this hero a fast start. He's going to be able to combine with Stormstormer and take the fight around these runes, around the aggressive jungle areas, and scale into the CK as well. Both these teams have really addressed the illusion carries.
Throwing at it again in that top lane. Pivots, goes to Kadomi instead. Hits him with the Inkswell, but he's already disappeared into the Shadow Realm, and Gabby's going to go back for it again. A second time. That's because Fishman has made the rotation, unable to
get the kill.
get any extra damage.
Nope, not
in,
looking good.
They're relying on that third person to change the narrative here, and now Gabby's in
Oh, that route.
run down by
But
Nine,
it's
gets him with
still
the blood
9.
grenade. That's enough.
Big Geminate hit. Level 3 paying off here for 9, especially with those grenades. This is a great blood grenade user in the Weaver. Just chase people down with the swarm, grenades slowing them even more. Get these big hits in. Nice counter rotation from Tundra, keeping Skeeter in this lane. That would have been a debilitating death, especially with teleport on cooldown.
Stormstormer's getting
Stormstormer
fucked
bleeds
in
for
mid.
his life.
Well, you can see pretty
the
clearly.
better of this matchup.
And 9 coming in.
This matchup is going the way of the Pugna for sure. And Stormstormer,
He's gonna get him here. No
got him on the
mana
swarm, TP away, a desperate one for the blood.
Oh.
The extra damage that's required. Thompson thanking 9 for finishing what Thompson started.
And now he's just gonna get free runes here, free rain, extra tower damage. Waves are gonna go straight into Stormstormer's tower. He cannot TP back for this.
That's
Disaster
so
on the mid lane,
freaking
as we were talking about
huge
which of these mids
for
get better
Tundra.
with Tempo. Well, it is already Thompson on the Pugna, and he has a lot to combine with. Like this Grimstroke Pugna combo, this goes back to OG at TI8 and TI9, right? He is very used to playing this. This is the strength of the hero in Tundra's lineup. When Snaking starts to move around, you have Sand King to go in, set the stun up, make the team fight easy. And I want to point out that there's some hidden skills.
Once that tier 1 tower mid is gone, it's over.
Do spell damage on enemy heroes.
Yep.
The debuff lasts a long time. If you go in the fight, you ever get this late ags, you start channeling it on a primal, channel it on an invoker, even for 3 or 4 seconds, it's like you get hit by a Mage Slayer or something. It skews a lot of these magical damage cores going into the Pugna, and this tower's just gone at 5.5.
I mean, is this one of the fastest towers down in this tournament? It's gotta be.
That is the fastest for sure. Thompson draining his mana pool to take the objective, and he really wants a 6-minute rune.
It will be a haste rune going over to Stormstormer. He'll take advantage of that to help run down Snaking. And he'll get the bounty rune before he falls. Stormstormer gets some much needed golden experience to help him recover.
Yeah, he is really struggling on the Voker. I didn't expect him to have that big of a problem. I mean, I know Pugna is annoying because he's so fast.
Taken off the map, and it's going to give space to Thompson. This is where his next decision, pretty important for Tundra's early game. Do you want to rotate this Pugna? Do you want to just keep farming it up mid? Probably not. It's probably going to be into bottom, right? Play through the Sand King, kick the Naga out, take another tier 1, and just open up the jungle super early. Snaking can now just leave, play with Thompson, get that combination going, especially if you get Wisdom Rune for an early Grimstroke ultimate. Fishman eyeing it up.
They know he's here, so they're going to bide their time. Wait for the 7-minute where he pops out. Yeah, they went for the smoke over, but I think they felt the rotation was going to land in time. Fishman desperately trying to get that Wisdom Rune to spawn, but it will not show up in time for him to seal it away.
Yeah, let him bottle it. Nice little core.
That is very nice.
They're playing so well, Tundra.
Fishman's game. I feel like every game I've ever watched.
Lower bracket team, by the way.
This man's not afraid to die, so you may as well take the risks if you're not afraid of death, right?
True.
Be level 5 for 9 here.
Sand King is not a hero that we've seen a ton of, but 33 is making it look good so far in the laning phase. Top net worth, and straight up rush into Vanguard, so now he's kind of untouchable. He's going to go into Boots of Travel. Blink
I think Vanguard is just a stupid item in this patch. It makes you too tanky. It either makes you too tanky or it's too cheap. Or it's both.
Free. I mean, it's an ancient apparition. There's no way they're kicking 33 out of this lane with a strong support in the Weaver. You know he's going to eventually kick the Naga out as well, even if you wanted to leave him in the one-on-one. And then he just overtakes your jungle, starts clearing through stacks. You didn't have any.
Watson does manage to dodge the blast, but he's running into Snaking. Now the rest of Entity was on their way. Can they bail out their carry here? 9 is going to try and get him with the Inkswell, and that's going to be enough damage, but at the same time, Thompson does die. And he was
they do manage to get 2 in return. Maybe 3.
They're going to clean house on this one. What a read from Entity.
Gabby shows up at the right place at the right time, and that is a lot of extra XP and gold for Stormstormer who needed it. That's where that first rotation with the Pugna, it's a double-edged hero, right? You're just so damn squishy if these fights end up behind the towers in deep areas where Entity can bring reinforcements. Thompson doesn't get anything done with that early lane advantage. We're all evened up again. So sure, you got this tier 1 mid down, but mid's a different lane than it used to be, right? I don't feel like this tower just debilitates the map like it used to.
Yeah, it is way more.
Yeah, that's a very big fight bottom.
Bigger, we see a lot more focus on these deeper side of the map neutral camps rather than the ones that are closer to mid. Less focus on the triangle, which mid lane is usually pretty good at helping to control.
Exactly, Ancient shifted away, so all these little things draw you to the sides of the map instead of mid. This tower was nice for Thompson, but it is not an end-all be-all here. It's going to be a lot about these fights, and all of a sudden, Entity, strike back big, and I mean, their cores are in solid positions now, right? Skeeter was still suffering up top in this matchup because Snaking left it early. So Tundra, they're going to go.
I actually have a really shitty. I mean, I guess 33 can farm stacks, but kind of shit.
Always been the main beneficiary of the ancient cap progression on the side of Tundra. Wouldn't mind the fast bots idea here if you're just planning to scale. This is the build that will help you go late game against the Naga Siren. You're looking for that Ags, Shivas, maybe even Radiance if you're really feeling it.
I feel like we haven't
right clicker though.
Seen like a big boost in Boots of Travel purchases from before the map was enlarged, but it's got to be way more value, right? With the way the map is bigger.
I mean, I always like this item.
Yeah. When did you ever buy it?
I liked a lot of the items I never got to buy. Man can dream.
Yeah, you always want.
Yeah, it used to be a +4,
I mean,
so.
The Boots of Travel are just nice on some of these melee heroes that like to run around in the middle of the fight because they get stuck there. Like, extra move speed is no joke in terms of dodging some of the primal spells or getting out of an AA vortex.
Sure.
There's some value here, and he's still top net worth on this Sand King. Particularly if he wants to join fights like this top, the bots would make a lot of sense. As Skeeter has just been hounded up top, he's trying to defend this safe lane, not get too much room to the primal beast.
9's net worth is pretty high. 33's net worth is really high.
Feel confident enough to try and kick him out of here.
I love that neutrals can defend themselves pretty well from now on. Armlet built up is going to be the play, but Entity still seem to be just like they may have countered Tundra's move beautifully, but they haven't really made much aggressively themselves. They seem to be still in kind of
9 Solar Crest.
Happy with this though, based on
Ooh, the vessel.
They're not happy with losing their Spirit Vessel completion. No. That's rough for Stormstormer, who's probably just ready to make a big move.
And they're just going to go top. I mean, the move for Endy is to this top lane. It's to kick Skeeter out of here while he's still here, only level 7. They have a huge amount of magic damage to throw into him, including this Ice Blast
that
Fishman just picked up. You have to be careful if you're Tundra in terms of who you're showing on the front.
I'm actually curious what kind of build Pugna is going to go for. I mean, you definitely need Shard. Because Weaver Ags heal the same when you're... Yes. Because you don't heal, technically. It's like with Sunder from Terrorblade. It's HP swap. You go back with Weaver's ult, you go back to your previous health. It's not you get healed back to your previous health.
And a beautiful jump at that. 33 close the door on this fight before it even begins. Gabby and Kataomi are probably going to be run down as well. At least one. 33 with a third number there. Triple kill for him, and in the trees will barely survive.
Dodging weave, baby.
Guaranteed 4th kill if he saw him. So that is just almost an ultra kill for 33 out of nowhere. Putting an epicenter to better use than I've seen in a long time for a level 1 spell. And now they're going to steal Ancient Axe on top of it.
Tundra
he's out of control already, right? That was about as good a blink reveal. We were talking about
33 is so fucking good.
Let's defend the safe lane. Insta-buys blink, 1130, gets a triple kill into Ancient stack steal, and now he's already up to 1750 gold again. That blink just literally paid for itself.
Yeah, you know, Tundra, when we talk about farming efficiency on the map, especially Ancient stack.
Yeah, that's what Tundra does best.
We usually talk about it on their own side of the map here. Them taking away Entity's farm is just going to be so debilitating. A big pickup, though. Thompson. He'll fall trying to pick up a power rune, but 33 is going to show up and maybe get a rebuttal here. There is the Bedlam out, but the Nether Ward is doing some serious damage. Can they finish off 33? No, they'll blow by under the Sandstorm. And Fishman's going to get run down. No tower to protect you here. 9 gets a double. Tundra will...
Okay, Tundra styling on Entity.
That move top just...
And 9 is going for... He's going Gleipnir, so he's going to go for another core build, which is very good against Naga.
9 got a huge amount out of these skirmishes. Full Solar Crest done. A very nice item he can throw, which is for the bonus armor.
Tundra is so good.
Still
Who did they lose to drop to the lower bracket again? I forgot.
Man up in the fight with a hero based on healing.
Oh, they lost the Nouns.
This is turning into 33.
They put this thing on top away over Thompson's picture.
conventionally does not run away with games,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
This
sure.
is not supposed
It's
to be like an axe or something where it's mega fat, you get crazy blink strike team fights. It's a hero that has struggled in the meta, and he is well out ahead. So can he continue to transition into something, and can Entity kind of stall Tundra's momentum right now, get back in this game, bring Stormstormer once again?
Wait, actually,
back
I
into a
think I need
position
to
where
just type.
he feels like he can have an impact here. This move top is still looming for Entity. They just can't open up the tier 1s right now, which you can't open up the tier 1s for a Naga lineup. There's just nowhere to go.
Smoke rotation from behind, grabs the 2 supports. Picture perfect for 33
Yeah, good enough.
once again. We do have Watson close by, might be able to help Gabby get out. Yeah, he's going to use the song, forced to use it.
I don't blame him. Put 33 to sleep here and get the hell out.
This man's just finding too much.
It's making it look too easy, right? It's just smoke in with like max ink swell on the Sand King. It's guaranteed chain stun based on how you can cast it now. This combo.
Oh, Watson just TP bottom.
He may not be able to get there in time for the stun, but the extra movement speed helps him close the gap on Watson. Watson, of course, using the song to help others. No longer has it to save himself.
9 just setting up everything. One of the best killers in the game. Reads Thompson, gets down there.
He's ahead of Stormstormer now. 9 is, well, his Weaver's pretty okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Arcane Rune for Thompson. That is very scary. Even scarier, BKB is closing in soon. Once he has that, they have nothing to stop him.
Counter smoke from Entity. And a lot of the good kills they've gotten have come off the back of Fishman getting in there with an A blast, just taking down a big core. So it's got to be Gabby setting it up. And
oh, that would have been fortuitous if they rounded the corner and grabbed that bug in time. 9.
The smoke is just difficult. You look at the map. I mean, where's the Radiant Vision right now? You have 1 obs around mid. And
Only range or ads is low. Other than that, it's the same, right?
Tundra, and the way things have been going lately,
What do you mean?
like Tundra are gonna clear house on yet another
Like
team.
Sand King?
Does manage to stop
Ags?
Thompson there on the side, but Gabby's already dead. So these 2 supports are left with no cores to help them. Nice TP away from Kataomi, but it still hurts to watch your primal beast, the big playmaker you have on your team, fall once again in these team fights.
It feels like
OnlyFans?
or Heart.
Weaver.
Oh, once they set up the
only range or ags is low.
Drop a Pugna ward. You know there's this ink swell proccing on somebody that you don't want to just linger around. It's hard to commit in, even with the highest ranking in the game. Again, you just got to go back to stalling the team.
I mean, I don't really know what your question is. It's just that you can use.
Dictating where these fights are happening with all the initiation.
Oh, of Ags is low. Oh yeah, the cast range of Ags on Weaver is it's a pretty short cast range. That's why a lot of Weavers get like Aether Lens as well, or Blink Dagger. Make sure that they can like blink, save their allies.
Maybe Watson though, finally showing up to one of these fights. I mean, Naga Siren is not supposed to have to be active, but it does feel like a game where Entity is going to rely on him earlier than they should.
He can have good impact versus these supports, even versus, you know, the 2 beefy boys. If he finds them with this Orchid second, which he's considering. I agree, like, you wouldn't want your Naga to have to be this active, but it might be a game where he has no choice.
Magic burst damage, it's gonna be trouble. He's not living through this one. He didn't even have Song of Siren back up again. If they could catch 33 on its way out, unfortunately, Tornado totally blind throwing that one out, did not clip 33.
Again, the Vision's just not doing any favors right now. The Vision's supposed to come off the Naga, being able to shove the waves. Instead, they're getting shoved into you. You can't get really deep observers down because you don't control more objectives on the map. Got to work with what you have right now. And every time Watson goes down, that Orchid gets delayed, which means it's a chance for Dispel items to come out on the side of Tundra, make it less effective. Kind of racing against the clock here in terms of.
He doesn't even build Ags. No, that's because he's got so much farm. He's going for Gleipnir. Gleipnir is a good route, and it's great against Naga because you get an AoE route on all the Naga illusions.
He's behind 9's Weaver. He's completing the Hand of Midas now, but it's going to be a long road for an Entity comeback if it's even possible.
Definitely possible. You just can't get dragged into too many bad fights. Sure. 33 will go back for the pipe as well, so he's going to, you know, maybe skirt a little bit around scaling directly into Naga, but this is a really nice item for the team in all these engagements. You're looking at basically only magic damage for Entity.
This might be for the best. Fishman tanks the death instead of Gabby, who they were setting up on for sure.
That was a valuable death.
They going through the portal, trying to get out of here. Tundra are in pursuit. Might be able to find one more. Yep. That's Omi. Does manage to get out the Shadow Realm before the Silence there. Goes for the TP, but the Inkswell can stop it at any time.
33 continuing to control both side lanes here. Would not be surprised to see Tundra continue to try and hold this top tier 1 as long as they want to.
Another example of desperation, calling for some moves you wouldn't normally
Storm, can you get the courier snipe?
Trying to cut waves.
Not even the courier snipe.
Siren just cannot do it by himself, but Tundra had this map locked down.
Just nowhere to go. Even Thompson playing aggressive mid because he just rushed BKB. I mean, this is not a greedy Pugna build at all. This is, okay, you have an AA blast, so what? I'm going to stand here, not take any damage. He's going to abuse the fact that that tower went down early and just play solo. Everything is going through the Sand King right now, so why not gobble up some extra waves? And again, you're talking about this.
Tundra is smacking some bitches.
Here in the next few minutes. It can come from the Primal Beast with Bedlam on top, Vortex. There's still a lot of long-range magical burst.
Getting some more aggressive wards down. Wards that have stayed up for the most part. They still have that deep ward on the left-hand side of the map on that ancient camp. So Tundra is having so much information on where Entity is and where they're not. Nobody's bottom right now, so free damage on this tier.
Also, PP, I still have no idea how that app works.
Orchid is completed. So ideally, Watson, he gets to shove some of these lanes in. That top tier 1 did eventually die to creeps. Open up a bit more space. You can maybe get this primal BKB. That's your big timing. I mean, the BKBs are great versus Tundra's lineup. It negates pretty much everything if you can get there.
That ward, it's gonna pay off. Got him after the Manta. 33 has the Inkswell to chain the stun onto his epicenter. Beautiful stop, but
oh, the Manta dodge!
Man, what a dodge!
Or the Phantasm dodge.
Charges right through that red flag, and now Skeeter can continue to chase
that one's sick.
Through the Ice Blast easily. Tundra, this is
yeah, sure. I still have no idea how that shit works, but
run. Even 9 looking for Storm with the dust. Just want everybody after these fights.
I do watch soccer, yeah.
Connection with the primal does not hit. I mean, your team fight's basically over. You have to be able to land this onslaught pulverize on a big core target and just follow it up with all the spell damage you have. It's another engagement where Stormstormer doesn't even really get to use this vessel on anything.
At this point, if they had a hero to take the Tormentor, they'd be taking even more away from Entity. Beautiful stuff. I mean, this is like
you can involve this because it's actually fun as well.
Once Grimstroke got put into the game,
yeah, no, I was considering doing something along those lines, but I kind of need to first understand how the fuck it works
how this hero can just enable
before I do anything,
time, right? All 4 of the other heroes are great
and test stuff out myself.
Combination, yeah. And I mean, yeah, this Sand King one's just even better that you can perfectly chain stun it now.
9 and 33 are apparently able to do this. I mean, the Swarm actually helps you out quite a bit in being able to do that, right? Tormentor can't kill it, so you're just getting constant minus armor there. Gabby,
I'll explain it to you tomorrow evening.
BKB, he was closing in on it too. 400 gold away, now knocked down to 600 gold away.
Pugna could actually solo the Tormentor. It takes a while, but he can solo it.
Control of this game right now. Tundra choking Entity out.
Free shard. Oh yeah, that's the AoE pulse.
Hard for Watson.
Heart.
Is that your go-to now?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be way behind the hearts of both Skeeter and probably 33. They're both going for it.
I mean, has Watson even gotten on the dire side of the map this game?
Not really, no.
Sometimes you can get deep in the enemy side, start cutting waves, but I think the early bots playing Sand King, just too afraid to go for that type of smoke enemy jungle type play. You just get kicked out immediately.
Even if they caught Thompson, he's got a BKB. The only thing that could actually stop him from there is really, realistically, the pulverize.
Nice little net.
Yeah, they'll get the Grimstroke at least. Spirit Vessel, just to make sure in case the Orchid wasn't enough. Stormstormer will nag that last hit. 15,000 net worth lead for Tundra at 23 minutes. Working towards, as you said, 9's going to scale up into.
Can they push high ground? I mean, they can slow siege it with Pugna Nether Blast spam.
Scale really well into it. He's building a Gleipnir on this support Weaver.
Other Orchid though does not have a dispel, and you're gone. That's a 5x streak, 1,000 gold in the enemy's pocket there. So Watson making this Orchid net work on the heroes he can find to make it work on right now, which I guess is pretty much everybody outside of Thompson with the BKB.
He actually got a lot of gold on Watson for those last 2 kills that they managed to secure. It's close to the heart now.
In this game, no matter what. So if you can keep finding some supports, find even the Sand King with this Orchid, get a few more cheeky kills out of it. Suddenly, Watson, #1 on the net worth chart, could stall this game for a really long time.
They really are banking hard on him. We saw Thompson now has his shard, so really easy way to deal with mass illusions.
He does have BKB as well.
BKB, Tundra are there in with some reinforcements. They're going to easily kill the Dark Willow, holding for this Roshan, I believe, as it's going to go over to the other side in 1 minute, but Tundra are clearly strong enough to do it on the Radiant side if they want it.
Yeah, with the bugs and with CK.
This fight, you did get to the BKB on Gabby. I guess if it switched, it might have even been more likely here. This is not a fight you can take, but the fight capability is slowly going up. They even got a gem. So this is Entity preparing to try and win the next fight at all costs. So they have Vision of the Sand King guaranteed when Gabby goes in with the spell immunity and just try and put it to as much use as they can.
Oh, he almost sniped it.
That was pretty close.
That was pretty much the only thing you could hope for on the side of Entity is that they snipe the last hit on Roshan and get that bounty away from Tundra, get a little bit of gold into their own pockets, but not the case. 33, he's going to have hearts. Skeeter completing that as well, and now...
Run, Gabby, run!
These are going to be some tanky heroes. No BKB, of course,
ooh, nice route
right now, but not enough heroes around on the Entity side to really make much of a fuss, threatening the Terrorize, but actually gets pushed
Rip.
back and pulled back in then by Skeeter.
You have a shield rune on Watson. I think Entity were debating to fight this, especially if it's behind the tier 2 here. Just gonna have to give it up though. Still, Stormstormer getting some pressure top. I mean, hey, this is a Radiant here on the dire side of the map, so small victory. The rat action begins.
That is one plus that they do have. They can cut waves and extend the game pretty well.
At this point in time, as one tier 2 remains for them, and all these towers are constantly being defended by Tundra. Besides this top one, it's really the only place the Naga Siren and this Invoker have managed to hang out for a while.
That's the thing, it does have to kind of eventually be Stormstormer who carries this game, as much as he's gonna have to come back. You cannot rely on the Naga illusions in the fight. You have the Pugna AoE ward off the shard. You have a Grimstroke who can eventually create his own illusion off an Ags. You of course have Sand King who's just gonna create his own control that Tundra can sit in, not really care. Naga illusions are not gonna win you this game, even if it gets stalled ultra late. It has to be the 2 other cores coming back at some point off a team fight. So that's what you're looking for. Wait out this Aegis and get something going on the map. Right now, Skeeter happy to just force the issue with his 2 lives on the heart.
Oh, 9.
BKB done for Stormstormer, so that's second BKB here.
What does 9 have? Is he done with the Gleipnir?
Not a lot of physical to throw
yeah,
through.
full Gleipnir is done.
You getting reality rifted off of a swarm bug. Yeah.
Tundra, it would be pretty early to be hitting high ground for much of the games that we've seen anyway. Nobody really wants to hit high ground unless they have an overwhelming advantage, and Tundra do kind of have that already. They have 2.5 minutes to make
Yeah, Skeeter's got the Aegis as well.
That be the ultimate.
And the fact that Dobson can keep smacking away with the
saw that one coming.
Nether Blast.
27 minutes, Thompson Pugna sieging your high ground. I mean, okay, they gave up on the siege. Let's just commit the cores. Daring Entity to go on their front line here.
And it looks like Entity may not oblige. Okay, they're going to smoke up. They're going to try and do something here. They're going to pop the glyph now.
I mean, you have to take this fight. This is Tundra just daring you. And if you're not willing to take it, what are you doing?
They're actually going outside of the base goal for 9 instead, who is cutting the mid wave. This shows how little faith Entity has in being able to take these fights. 9 may end up falling. They just need a little bit more damage. Please tell me they're going to get something out of this.
Okay.
They do. Meanwhile, Watson was trying to push some of the heroes away towards that bottom lane, stop them from being able to get here.
Oh, they find the second support there. Terror Wave as well. Actually finding some good catches. 33 caught, silenced. Oh, BKB popped in time as well. 33, can he get away? Charged. He's gonna get taken down, and Skeeter's next. Thompson goes for the suck. But the song of the siren. Oh, Ice Wall on top. Thompson pops BKB. Gabby still had ult. And Thompson on the run. Can he get away? Alacrity buff onto Watson. Damage is there. Bro.
Absolutely nothing for 9. Just crushed his economy. Gabby finding the openings. A nice smoke flank. Honestly, I think they were thinking they were going to have to go all the way around Tundra and look for the smoke from behind. Instead, they just found the Weaver mid. Might have just been a better case scenario.
And forced 9 to buy back a 4 for 1 trade with a buyback force now? Yeah, you lose the melee racks, but you got Naga.
He can't defend it on his own, but you're happy to make that exchange, right?
Who gives a damn?
Your Aegis didn't even do anything there. Skeeter's still holding on to it.
Yeah, I mean, you were in it for the long haul. Now we have an 8,000 net worth lead that was cut down from, what was it, like 16? Maybe even more? I mean, Tundra was way, way far ahead. All they got was a melee barracks? I think that's totally fine for Entity.
Should have listened to themselves and not gone high ground.
Exactly. Learned your lesson. Never go high ground.
Now you get some breather. You get to T-ward some map with this gem. The deep ops for Tundra that were locking you down. Suddenly they're all gone. And it's Tundra who lack the vision right now. They're going to have to force the fight blind. Will pick up Skeeter's BKB.
Yeah, much needed since that second life did expire, so.
Yeah, he is still very big. That is the one thing that Entity were not able to address in that fight is Skeeter. If he was able to just sit there and take it, in terms of going on them, it would look very different, especially with a double damage rune. That certainly will help the next engagement.
Yeah, a little bit. Entity probably
You got caught 1 by 1, yeah. And now the with advantage down to 6k, bro.
Closing in on some pretty important items. Gabby the Heart, Invoker trying to get that Aghanim Scepter. Actually went Blink Dagger instead. I thought you needed just more firepower, just more damage against this double Heart. What do you think he's trying to reap out of the Blink Dagger pickup?
I mean, Invoker's damage does come from spells, right? It also comes from just being in there with BKB Alacrity right-clicking people. Blink allows you to do all this instantly and maximize the time where you have the debuff immunity versus a lineup that kind of relies on you not having it in order to lock you down. Like, these BKBs are just so valuable.
I missed the triple meteor. Is that his like level 25 talent?
That's why taking out the supports.
No.
You take the Grimstroke
Oh, it's his 20 talent.
Suddenly, you not having BKB isn't as big a problem because you're removing so much of the control and so much of the combinations in terms of double suck, double stun.
What is that crackling sound the entire time?
Snaking is the best target to take out of the fight first, unless you can just kill 33 off the bat. And honestly, 33's item build this game, he had one of the craziest starts on Sand King we've seen in a long time, but he transitioned it into Pipe Heart. And what these items are great for is that like early high ground timing, going with the team, sieging that base, saying go on me, my regen's gonna be too much for you right now. It's not gonna be some early like Shiva's Ags that would have dealt with the stationary fight into Naga, Invoker post BKB, that type of thing better, right? He's pretty susceptible to getting bursted from physical damage. He just doesn't have any armor. He even went for Yules. So a lot of extra utility and Dispel in the same compare. You're looking at 10 armor with bonus from a Cloak of Flames. You start getting hit by this Alacrity, you're gonna melt.
Yeah, we saw that in the last fight anyway. Second round of Tormentors are coming up, so Tundra will take theirs first. And at this rate, they're gonna be capped out on. Skeeter doesn't have his.
Surprised he didn't try and solo it. Just for the highlight reel.
Later on, Aghanim Scepter, he can do it.
And he's going that Axe. So pretty interesting to see him go this. I think it is one of the unexplored areas of Pugna in the current patch. Just being an anti-spellcaster, not off of the ward, but off your ult. It's not really how people perceve the hero. Because a lot of these matchups are still...
Reduces cooldown by 300 when targeting enemy or Pugna reduces the outgoing spell damage by per second up to a maximum of 75% and increases own up to a maximum of 100% when draining through nether ward using shard. The rate. That's kind of nuts.
Okay. Careful there.
Dark Willow Shard's actually disgusting.
Can't afford any more Tormentor deaths.
Like the constant brambles all over the team fight. Even if you dispel it, there's still a bramble maze. 4 brambles coming around the person. Very annoying.
How many of those were fishmen? That's what you wanted to follow up with.
Yeah. Bloodthorn now done for the Naga Siren, another big item pickup for Entity. Does also mean there is a bit of a downside to this Naga Siren being so far up in the network chart. Does mean he is going to be capped out kind of soonish. You know, he only has that one slot that's a Wraith Band slot, and you start getting some diminishing returns.
You should get a shard with a AoE healing. They have hearts, so you heal like 40. I think shard heals you for 40%.
Value in it is better than the offensive
5 per second. Song of the Siren lasts, I think, 7 seconds, so 35% of your HP gets healed. If you have 2 heroes with hearts, easy.
Active off it, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of dispel building up.
Ice Blast on cooldown. Tundra is more than willing to take the fight. Katomi's going to be in some trouble here. Zelfuel's trying to protect him, get off the Terrorize, does get in onto 3. Group them up together as a result, and Watson Gabby immediately
Dobson's dead, Nine's dead. No buybacks.
Both dead. Meanwhile, Skeeter's trying to do what he can, but he can't really touch this Naga Siren too
But
much.
yeah, no Pugna, no fight for Skeeter.
His hero can do the damage, so the illusions are rendered totally.
They're not even looking at Skeeter. They're ignoring him.
With 33 caught in a corner, he's going to try and burrow strike over the side. Desperate TP out, but they have the vision to be able to stop him. Katomi's going to make sure he stays dead with a buyback. And Yule
3 heroes, no buyback. Roshan respawned.
Buyback all of a sudden. Entity went from, okay, this game could be over by 20 minutes or something, to now they're going to even out the network lead. They're going to get the edges. They're going to get the cheese.
These EFPs with the
Airden.
they're so annoying.
He's in the perfect team, bro.
Positioning in a lot of these fights, just dragging you into awkward positions. But the biggest thing here is Katomi with this Terrorize on 3 pre-tops and BKB. He got nothing off in that fight. Just did not see it coming at all. And all of a sudden, you're just stuck in a bad engagement where you don't have the damage to take this. I mean, Skeeter's BKB is great here. What's it doing? Absolutely nothing. Naga's just healing through everything. And 33 never even gets an epicenter off in this fight. A lot of things wrong on the initiation there for Tundra, and maybe not respecting the turnaround potential. Especially going up the hill like that.
To be honest, okay. Here comes the tough take.
Get these BKBs out from Entity and then take the
Their mid is the only player I kind of doubt.
Running into them and taking that into 8 seconds where they're
I mean, Stormstormer.
Yeah, you've been ahead this game, but you're not that far ahead, right? Sure. Your items don't count for a lot in the physical man battle here because it's only Skeeter during that duration.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think Stormstormer,
Ice Blast being on cooldown just wasn't enough at advantage for them to like force it. They need
like, he's not a top tier mid lane. He's a good mid laner, but he's not like the top level. He's not.
He gets all his spells off. That can look very different too. Sure. Yeah. All these things are like a bit hindsighty, but
He's not fucking, you know, Samil or Somnus or
you're looking at a 1K game with an Aegis on Watson.
Thompson.
This is where that Bloodthorn
He's a really good tier 2, but I wouldn't say tier 1. I mean, tier 1, but bottom of tier 1, I guess. Because he is good. He plays some very wacky heroes. The moment where they were really good was when they had Toby as their offlaner, and then they like pick Visage, and then you could play Visage in mid or off lane, and they had a couple of those heroes where you could play it in mid or off lane, and then they could flex around with it. That was when they were really good. When Stormstorm was really good. No, I mean, his Voker is still really fucking good. His laning's just weak. I think his impact in the game right now, for instance, is really good. But his laning, it's just...
I mean, the offensive sleep, and then
he got fucked.
Like Thompson's gonna use VKB. That's a dream for Gabby.
And Katomi is one of the best pull scorers in the game. That's without a doubt. Katomi is so freaking good.
So powerful for any. If you just go in on Gabby, BKB'd, and you start pulverizing somebody, you drop a Kata there. What's the counterplay from Tundra?
Yeah, I mean, their whole counterplay is,
I guess, it's
like the
Swell Shard
heals, right? It's the Ink Swell that heals and also hard dispel. We also have the Pugna heals, but the Ice Blast counters so much of that. So.
I mean, I guess the strong dispel from Snaking is becoming more and more important.
Yeah, it is.
Like, throw it on the Snaking, throw it on Skeeter, and let it break some initiation chain from Entity potentially. But a lot of their spells they're throwing out are just AoE, right? Like, we saw in that fight, you get hit by a Terrorize, you get hit by like Ice Wall, Song, the Onslaught through, these Ice Vortexes. None of these spells really care about you getting a strong dispel.
Kataomi, Anamidas, Yules, Blink.
Honestly, this caused Tundra more problems
Ooh, 9. Yeah, no, he's not going to get got.
With the timing that Watson got it at, but He's been catching these Weavers, catching heroes without
Next
the
item,
later on
Ags.
in the
Once
fight.
you got Ags,
Just
it's
sealing
over.
the deal. And now you have an Ags on this Primal. A lot more AoE magic damage coming through.
Yeah, in that last fight, the Terrorize set up Gabby to get in there, but his AoE damage was nice. When you get Aghanim Scepter, you can actually start soloing heroes.
He's going to be a problem.
These long, drawn-out fights that were supposed to go the way of the double heart pickups of the Chaos Knight Sand King, now going to start playing against them when a Primal Beast is getting round and round after his Aghanim Scepter. Gabby, the smoke runs into Thompson, but on the other side of the trees, they don't see him and do not react accordingly to catch him.
Remember, this Primal Beast still has a cheese.
Gabby's got Ags.
There's no real
I mean, the break against CK is pretty nice so that he doesn't get crits.
next fight. Even when Martyrs play for the extra tank ability and resist. I like that.
Oh, Thompson.
Find the real Naga Siren, not that Tundra gonna do a whole lot with that just yet, but if they can kite it out a little bit, Skeeter.
Oh no, Skeeter.
Pulverized before he can get off the Phantasm, he's dead.
Skeeter,
Skeet.
you are not the one playing with your food anymore. You are the food.
Gabby Gaming.
No BKB, no Phantasm.
Got the silence, and now the song. Looking to just grab as many heroes as possible. It's only going to be this week.
Cataclysm. Boom, baby. No buybacks.
Nobody has the mobility to stop it, though.
Thompson trying to cut.
Smokes up with the ninja gear. It immediately runs down the mid lane, knowing that losing their carry puts them in a position where they could be losing barracks. He's got to get out there and cut the creep waves as long as he doesn't get caught in the process. Stormstormer knows he's around here somewhere. Misses the tornado. Thompson deeper into the trees. If he got caught there, if he got spotted, he would die. He does not have his BKB.
And this is where some of those Pugna games just start to feel bad, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason we don't see his hero a lot. It's because when the games start to go wrong, it can go really wrong. And you can't rely
Yes,
on
Thompson retired. Bro, Thompson's back from retirement. And also, don't really think so.
There's a lot of interrupts from
I think the DPC was just not for him. But like,
having a tremendous early game here.
now that they're bringing back just like a bunch of tournaments, I think he enjoyed more. Man's a multi-millionaire, but he needs a bit more money, because why not?
All the momentum in this game, and now they're the ones with 10k gold.
You gotta do something, otherwise you're gonna be
Cruising
bored.
into this ultra late with the Invoker scale. And there's a reason this guy's got almost 3,000 games on it.
The Invoker scale, I mean, we were talking about it early on of like this.
It's weird to me that you can invis when you TP.
A little bit doubtful that it would, but he got there. And now Kataomi, who also went ahead of Midas, he can also be a scaling factor for entities. So it's not like it's really going to be stopping anytime soon. He's got a hand of Midas, and as part of the components to his Aghanim Scepter and his gold bank right now. So
from bottom 3 to top 3, Stormstormer's journey in this game has been everywhere, but he has found his footing now, and he's just in the late game.
Tundra will let that momentum slip. We're going to try and claw it back with the smoke forward.
Gabby is probably not the target you want with the BKB and the cheese.
Plenty of chain stunts. Yeah, they did find 9, and Gabby gets a
Gabby is just Gucci. Hi. Oh, Soulbind? Ah, it's a great Soulbind. But the song. Nice from 33. That's a huge play. But yeah, Watson, if Thompson dies, it's over. It's over.
Even the supports are surviving through this one. Thompson,
how did Stormstormer not die while standing next to Sand King? What?
But he's being kited around now. A stun on its way, hiding underneath this sandstorm, desperate, trying to
Cataclysm.
keep at bay, but they will come and they will come and hit hard with Gabby, charging straight through that sandstorm and flattening the Scorpion.
That fight almost got turned off of a crazy sandstorm in the back.
Bro.
And a great leash from Snaking. But honestly, these people
That almost went wrong as well.
Right now, and Watson,
33 almost turns it around, but Skeeter can't do. Skeeter's useless. CK literally can't do anything this game. Like, they go in on Gabby. Bro's got like 4.5k HP, a BKB, a heart, and a cheese. I'd rather go for a fucking Aegis player than fucking Primal that has those items.
We're seeing this carry matchup. I mean, the moment we got the butterfly on Watson, things really did start to turn. yeah, Skeeter can get an MKB, but it's really not doing much for you when this battle is an illusion battle, not a hero versus hero. It's all about who's using those illusions more effectively.
And the Hex on Watson, I mean, that fight started off with 9 getting nothing off. He was trying to scout, play aggressive with BKB. It's another instance where a hero on Tundra with BKB that is supposed
Gabby
to
got
guarantee
stunned.
them an entrance into the fight.
Luckily enough, he still has cheese.
The initiations have just been all entity.
Didn't this the first? No, there was a TI.
They will reap their reward as they get a full lane and
Last year's TI was. There was a TI last year.
Tundra taking one of the fastest towers in the tournament, taking one of the fastest barracks in the tournament, and now they're the ones dramatically behind. 21,000 net worth lead.
I mean, you know, last year COVID was already over-ish.
Down in the bottom lane, and a Roshan
They actually held a TI in.
but have no momentum going into it. Skeeter.
Oh no, there's been 2 TIs. There was a COVID TI. That one was in Romania. But last year there was a TI in Singapore.
Gabby.
That was definitely not a COVID TI.
Person to break the smokes, get the information. He's got that cheese still after all. Kataomi blinking forward, trying to get an initiation. 33 gets his
Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. Skeeter already down to half health. Pops Phantasm, tries to go back to Watson, but Watson is kiting this one out.
Soulbind onto 2, 2-man stun.
Pull back in. Could that be good enough? No, the Terrorize pushed away all the Chaos Knight. 33, he jumps in, trying to control up.
Bro, they have such good combos, and there's the song with the shard. Yep, bye-bye. Bonk, 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 bonk.
With the Sandstorm trying to protect himself. If those impales can do enough, maybe they can still turn this one. Maybe Tundra still has a chance.
Oh?
And Skater goes back in.
No, eats the cheese. Gabby's his Gouda.
It is not real damage. Thompson is draining a lot though. Maybe it's Thompson who can do this one, but the
33's out of mana, so he's dead. Or is he? The save? No, once Thompson's dead, the fight's over. Thompson is just really the one hero that can't get caught in those fights. It's literally the only one that can do anything.
Every single one of them of Tundra will fall.
They just can't kill anybody. There's way too much sustain in these types of fights. Especially this Naga song. You're healing up heroes with percentage off of such high HP pools here. Gabby, I would love to see the amount of damage Gabby has taken this game. They probably killed him 10 times over, and yet still not once.
Yeah.
I mean, Tundra are putting out the deeps. It's just not all going into one target. It's all getting spread. 33 does find Stormstormer again. This is the target you want. Another great Soulbind, and what does it yield? The song resets everything. You still have some BKB duration up, and then Gabby just goes to town.
Let's see the comments about the fucking sound.
I mean, you can't win the fight off one. The second one should do the trick here.
No? No comments?
Just looking at potentially Megas.
Yeah, Tundra, they don't have the buybacks to be able to contest this really with their full squad.
Dark Willow's got Ags now.
Too quickly.
Oh no! Look at the damage he's doing there.
And go for him instead. 33 jumps forward. So 2-man Burrow Strike, not too bad. Cataclysm goes down. Thompson's got to dodge that one, but 33 can't dodge anything. Not when he's being grabbed by the Primal Beast. Locked down
33
there.
dead.
More draining from Thompson, and they are going to be able to force an
They haven't got Megas yet.
Respect the fact that with that buyback from 33,
Oh no.
they still could get caught in a sticky situation.
Skeeter, be careful.
That final melee barrack still up.
Thompson is struggling, man. Life Drain is an okay spell, but it just looks like it doesn't exist in this game. You have cores with 50% plus magic resist sitting on heart regen. It literally doesn't lower your HP at all.
Yeah, and the whole idea we're talking about with the Aghanim Scepter maybe lowering some of the damage that's coming out from these heroes, particularly the Primal Beast. Maybe he starts doing nothing in these fights. Well, it's only just now here. All these long life drains, he didn't have the Axe.
So at least now you're getting some utility effect out of it.
Yep.
But you cannot rely on this part of damage.
Oh no, Skeeter.
Put his hero in danger. He lets Gabby charge for it. You say, you take him out.
And Thompson next.
Sure enough, Skeeter does a buy. He immediately buys back Soulbind on
Sing me a song.
Very nice, but the Song of Siren ruins everything. Here comes the Ice Blast, lined up, goes straight for
Doesn't hit Thompson though.
Pops his BKB, trying to kite backwards. Gabby's going to be target once again, puts himself forward, gets the Dispel, turns around, goes for Thompson without that BKB. Yeah,
Doom, 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 doom. In comes Skeeter, walking slowly.
Skeeter finally back. He still has no Phantasm for 9, however.
Yeah, he's doing absolutely no damage with just his hero. In fact, he pops the BKB.
GG.
And now doesn't do anything as Gabby once again grabbing hold of these heroes, not letting them go anywhere through this one. Runs over the Sand King as well.
Entity!
Do it.
Entity! Called it. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Love me.
Tundra had a full lead and he held on and turned the game fully around.
That is not a game I expected to come back that swiftly, and it just turned on a dime. Ever since that one fight, Entity never looked back, never lost another engagement. Stormstormer was below 9. Didn't even matter. I mean, if you're Tundra, you come out of that game, you're like, what the hell else are we supposed to do? Or what the hell else is this lineup supposed to do? And you can go back to some of the itemization here on 33, on Thompson, right? Maybe you go for slightly more aggressive items, higher damage items, whatever it is. But ultimately, at a certain point,
What were they chanting?
bug going through, you can't take these.
Sounded like Navi, Navi, Navi. It's not Fishman. It's not. It's Entity. No. Good.
Oh man, what a comeback! At one point, Endy were down.
It
I remember
would
looking
be-
at it.
That
They were down
would be-
14 levels
Oh god.
in experience difference.
Oh,
Hey, that goes to
Gabby.
show
They're
you
chanting
never give up in a Dota game.
Gabby.
You always have the chance to be able to come back. And
That's what
Entity
they're
comes back
chanting.
Here with swift comeback.
Gabby,
make it work in
Gabby,
game number
Gabby.
1.
That makes sense.
Never back down, never give up, and Entity are the definition of that. A beautiful comeback for them, Sheep. This Primal, you hyped it up. It wasn't looking so great in that earlier part, but he really came online and did a lot in team fights for the later part.
Name of the game. Chain feed. It felt like Tundra were trying to cover too much of the map, so they kind of gave away like a little kill, which turned into another kill, which turned into another kill. And this all aligned with when Primal Beast got his BKB, which was a massive power spike because he was finally able to just get in there.
What
and
I
use
don't
his spells.
understand
There was no
from this panel is why these two would be looking in the camera. Like someone is talking, and instead of looking at the person that they're talking to, they were like staring at the camera.
When you looked at these two lineups, Dendi, would you expect late game to go in favor of Entity?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Overall, if I look at the lineup of Tundra, I was already worried when we picked Pagna into a Primal, and it went really well for them, right? We had upper hand, we were like pushing a lot and doing a lot of good stuff, but it's really hard to break high ground in Dota right now, and it's really hard to break through high ground with Pagna, CK, and Senking, to me at least, against those heroes. So obviously this game would come to a point where Primal gonna get his BKB, and they might find some comeback mechanics, and that's what happened. Like they had really good heroes, much stronger mid-late game compared to Tundra, I think.
Yeah, so good on them. Props to Entity for being able to prolong it. We've got highlight reels, but this time a little extra something on top. We're going to have a little bit of a listen in and know what was being said at the earlier part.
This is a lot of a little bit.
Guys, they wanna fight here.
Okay, we don't have ice splash. They will fight. They will fight.
No rush, please. One here. I'm the jumping. I got my spell off. I'm healing myself. Look on Pagna, guys.
I'm watching.
Oh, that terrorize. That was everything right there. 3-man terrorize. While getting gone on.
Stay close to Watson, guys.
Watson.
Look on me. I'm stunned. I lost here.
Okay, nice.
And they also know.
Communications, they're listening into Entity. They knew what targets they wanted to go on for this 33-5.
Why would we
it's
go
such
for
an
Skeeter?
important
He's
moment for them,
useless.
because just minutes before Tundra, they were hitting the melee racks. It was 27. They had, what, 17,000 gold lead. Everything was going Tundra's way, but it was that brief moment of splitting up, and the points that I mentioned about the Primal Beast, this is the reason why it's going so well. When Primal gets online, all he has to do, guys, I found Pugna. You sit on top of him, now you're not life draining, you're not breaking the Naga illusions, killing them off instantly. Then Watson can get to play some actual Dota 2 for once, and Entity, they had one chance to get back into this game from poor positioning from Tundra. They capitalized on it, and then they pressure outside Roshan. So yeah, to see through all the noise and just the aggression of Tundra, incredibly commendable stuff from them.
Would we expect Pugna to be stagnating like this, Rezo? Is it
Okay,
a
you're back.
mid-hero that's put on a timer? Or was it just the entity lineup that he had no impact on later game?
I mean, I think Dandy was right about like them picking them this hero into a primal NAA. It is like already hard, but they had like such a good window of like ending the game, like having 17,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Just like they couldn't really split up that much, and I think 9 was a big part of like why they started to shaking a little bit, because they caught him once on top lane, then they caught him on the mid lane, and then after that kind of like they found this little ages to snowball out of control after.
The big shuffle around in Tundra is obviously 9 going to pose 4, picks up Weaver. We've seen it a couple times this tournament, and I do know that Persian wants to break it down. He wants to talk more about this support Weaver. And
thanks, Nat. Yeah, that's right. Weaver support, Weaver as a whole played 12 times in the tournament, 5 as support, 3 of those with 9 playing it. And I want to talk about the pros and cons of the hero as a support. Now, the best thing about him is that he's very fast and he's invisible most of the time. His base damage is great as well, so that can basically give you more out of the laning stage in terms of trading than some other supports can at times. He ends up getting first blood, and here's another really impactful part. He's able to block camps pretty easily, so he doesn't have to play some weird sentry game. He doesn't have to put his life on the line as much to block these camps every minute, and that means that the safe lane for Entity is likely going to go a little bit worse. Here's the second time he blocked it at the 4-minute mark, but here's the real value of the hero. When he wants to help his side lanes, he's so fast and invisible that he can always get there in a lot of different circumstances that you normally wouldn't get from a support. So that means that his side lanes are more likely to go well if he's playing really, really well, which he did this game. In this game, even abnormally, he walked through the middle of the map to go back to his lane, snagged the Stormstormer solo kill, which was incredible. This almost never happens from a support perspective. Massive play there. And then he can also easily go plant wards down. And this is really important because that gives them a lot of vision and control of the map. He can get in and out, he can scout stacks, nothing's really there. So at this point, he crosses the map to the other side of the jungle, and now he's jungling. But what he's accomplished by doing this, if I can get the right tool, not that one, sorry. That one? Yes. Take a look at the map really quick here. By having the ward here, they basically just have vision of this entire map. He knows when they're going to cross over. He's going to block smokes by standing here, and he's going to guarantee that he has net worth for him and his team. He even manages to snipe the courier after this from Stormstormer, delaying his Spirit Vessel. And once again, as he's getting items and net worth, he TPs even though the fight's away, and he's always contributing. So this gave him a big advantage. This was 6 total kills in the early game. The problem after this was he ended the game with only 9. So really, really good early game, but later on definitely fell off.
a pacing that they could have hit. There was a potential for them to close out the game early for Tundra, and back to the drawing board a little bit for them. But then if you're in this, you had a lot of faith in your draft. How do you look towards game number 2?
Game number 2, I believe I would like to pick something more stable, less risky, because yeah, I would believe in my team that we are capable of winning no matter what. So if we just picking stable things but very strong in this current meta, it's gonna work out. Obviously, we can still pick a Thompson hero for Thompson. We probably had a lot of practice with that. So yeah, I would go for something like this.
Yeah, they had the group stage, obviously every other part of the road to the international that they've played in. So we're going to catch up with them in the break days, and we're going to have a look at that journey over the past few weeks for them.
This DPC, we managed to qualify to the first major in Lima. We didn't really do very good, and I realized I have become complacent after winning TI, and now I didn't have as much of a drive. So that tournament personally woke me up. It took the beating in Lima for me to understand that, okay, I'm contributing to this majorly. I need to change it to get better.
After leaving Lima behind, Tundra started to find their groove, securing a top 6 finish in Berlin and 3rd in Bali. But not everything was smooth sailing ahead for the defending champions.
And then coming to the 3rd league, we kind of knew that getting Nera to a Bali major might be a problem because, he's from Israel. We basically tried as much as we could, getting as many points as we can in the last DPC league, and then we did manage to win it. In the Bali major, Nera actually got to play, which was crazy, but then we had another problems with Saxa, who had some anxiety and sleep issues, which didn't allow him to play. So we had our coach, TI12, stand in for us. And the guy is obviously great, but it was still kind of like a shock to us that in the middle of the tournament we have to switch players. Snakey had to switch to +4, and it was a whole mess.
Tundra recognized the need for change ahead of TI. Saxa decided to take a well-deserved break, leaving the team to welcome Topson in the mid-role and transition 9 to POS 4.
The guy is a 2-time TI champion, and 9 is switching to POS 4, which is gonna be a very interesting experience. And we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we're gonna repeat, we're gonna win the TI again, and Topson's gonna be the first guy that has 3 TI wins under his belt. It's too early to tell, but I'm obviously very excited. No one else besides OG won 2 TIs. The guy is a beast. Hopefully I'm not gonna disappoint and perform up to his standards.
Some big goals there for Skitter, for the players of Tundra, obviously wanting to go back-to-back, but wanting to carry Thompson as well to his 3rd TI. There's still that potential. They're not eliminated yet, but their backs are against the wall, Rezo. They are already 1 game down. And would you say interesting is the accurate word for Tundra so far?
Interesting. I mean,
yeah, that's what he said.
they're
That's what
playing
Skitter
different.
said.
I mean, it's crazy to me that he says like I'm gonna live up to his stars, which is he's already a TI champion, and he's the most recent one, not like Thompson, who was like TI champion like a few years ago, but he still thinks like that highly of a Thompson. So that shows that he's like very very.
I mean,
passionate
Thompson
about,
is
like,
a 2-time
How's he
champion.
gonna communicate and
There's
like,
a
play and
difference.
like get inspired by his play style as well.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Tundra, though, if you're going back to this series, in their position right now, while it's just kind of sitting off stage, they're realizing this was kind of their game to win, right? When they're in that position, it's probably very easy.
Thompson's
to pick,
the
like,
only
a single
2-time
couple
champion
points
at
where it's like, this is where we lose
TI,
the game. This is how
right?
Entity come back in. And Entity as a team, throughout their
Seb isn't there. Notil isn't there. Anna isn't there. Saxa isn't there. No, wait, it wasn't Saxa. It was Jerax. Dude, what the fuck happened to Jerax?
Obviously what Skitter is excited for and the interesting playstyle that they have. So it's only fair that we also have a look at Entity and their past year.
I mean, of course I care about winning TI. What the fuck? I mean, for sure. No, I mean, like, prize pool and everything is cool and so on, but everybody, I think, is playing in their hearts this game because, like, they want to be the best. I mean, I think that what makes a sports, like, a sport person in the end. Like, we want to be the best. We want to make cool plays. I want to look back at this TI and I want to look at these VODs from the games and I would be like, man, I did some fucking cool plays,
Okay, he's gonna roll up as he was getting charged in right there, and Blind Life
Breaking.
another strike kit, though. That roll's gonna end in any second. Pulverize, the Pulverize catches the Brown as well, and here comes
Golem
the
as well.
Golem. The fear on top of that. There's the team fight.
We went into this tournament really confidently.
I
Once
love
again, we looked at the
Breaky
groups and
CPK's voice,
I think
man.
everybody was like, okay, Spirits might be the favorites,
Dude's
but we
voice
were
is
like all
fucking
like
iconic.
pretty happy. Like, sure.
I wish I
we
didn't
have
have
a
such
big
a
round.
high-pitched bullshit voice.
Triple kill. They're just waiting for him to die. Runs back in, goes for the break, goes for the bash, and ultra kill. Somnus gets the rampage.
So it was a bit of a little bit of a bummer that we lost against Azure and in the lower bracket because I think everybody in the team was like expecting that we will beat them. But once again, of course, also Tundra in game and also the lower bracket, and it's gonna be hella good feeling to fucking 2-0 Tundra and get the champions out. Holy. I think what I just care the most about is that everybody's trying. Our team are believing. Like, no matter what happens in the tournament, I just want all my 5 teammates to have a good time and make the best out of it. Fuck it, if we lose 0-2, I don't care. I want to play my best Dota. That's all I care about.
Well, Stormer can at least come back into game 2 knowing it's not going to be an 0-2, and his dreams of 2-0ing the previous TI champions could come true, Sheep.
It could. I mean, they played a really good comeback. They understood their timing super well. I was very impressed with their comeback last game.
Do you think the 5 teams, members of Entity, are going to be happy to walk out of this one win or lose team?
I mean, win. Why not? Let's not talk about losing for them right now. They're the one that game up. They're the ones in a good spot. Might need to get a swear jar for Stormer with his TI wins after that one. But no, yeah, I think they are the ones in the position because when they're behind, when they're ahead, like they are a team, they win quick games and they always find ways to win out the difficult ones. They are a scary team to face in the lower bracket.
Storm is such a nice guy. Like I wanna have more of these type of players in the scene because he's so passionate. He's like every time you see him, he's like really enjoying it. Like every time he wins something, he's showing it all. Like Dandy before.
I'm Stormer fan for sure.
Yeah, me too.
It's because he was playing for so long, right? It's like he started during like 2016, playing in his national teams, playing in some German teams, and it was like years and years of just not kind of being good enough to break into let's say like the tier 2 scene of DPC of that time, right? And he finally hits it now, and yeah, look at him. It's at the road.
Yeah. I like it when he gets knocked out, because then he comes on the panel.
That's such a selfish reason, but I fully understand.
Love Stormstormer.
It might not happen though. He might get the 2-0. Tundra are up for elimination. They need to win this game to do or die. Let's see how they feel about being on the edge of elimination.
Okay, guys. The pressure is the highest it's ever been, you know, but let's remind ourselves that we are here for each other. We practice all year, all our lives for this moment, and no matter what happens, let's make sure we are like the best teammates we can be, and we are as comfortable as we can be regarding the hero picks and how we play the game. And let's keep the communication very smooth and chill, and look, the game will take care of itself.
The game will take care of itself. Pick up those comfort picks. We thought Skitter was on a comfort pick last game, T.
No, yeah, he was entirely. And I feel like this is a game that we shouldn't really be analyzing draft too much on. It really is about in the game, the plays, the choices that you make. And when you are technically a newer team because of Topson, there will be moments where there's that slip up. And I've said it a lot. They made that one slip up and Entity capitalized on it.
What sort of game is the hardest to come back from, Dendi? You know, a game like this where you are pushing high ground, one slip up, or a game that felt really even at any point and it just unfortunately didn't go your way?
It depends on drafts so much, right? So in this game, Tundra had draft that we had tempo, and if they slip up, like we talked, it's very, very hard to come back. And in those games, it's almost impossible. Like you're searching for those moments, and do you have the heroes do we have comeback mechanics? Like, is it possible to even play in the late game with those heroes? Like, you're searching for those questions all the time. But if you have heroes who have very good late game, if you have very stable draft, it's usually not so hard to come back. Okay, it's pretty hard, but at least you have those opportunities. You're searching for those options, and you're looking for them all the time. Like we saw games with Dark Weevil, for example, that can go for 70 minutes, 80 minutes, and you understand that this hero can kill everybody in like few seconds, any stage of a game.
There's always that potential. We'll see what they're going to draft for game number 2 as it begins right now.
Tundra Esports versus Entity. Game 2.
Let's see what Tundra are comfortable with, what they want to bring out in their potential last game in the road to the international. Or as you wanted to play, you know, guess the Topson hero in game 1. Do you want to play it again in game 2?
I mean, of course. I'm still liking to see, you know, the idea of Klinks on the top, yes. But I do want to make them, you know, make them one small adjustment, which is like, I think support heroes are really crucial in this meta, and you need to have a lot of damage on them, because like all of these, like you're playing against Primal Beast, he has 4,500 HP. You need to make sure you have percentage-based damage that can, you know, chop off of it. So instead of like playing with the Weaver, I'd much rather see some, you know, Phoenix on that spot, but Phoenix is already banned from Entity, so it's not gonna happen this time.
Yeah, I hope they don't give
Hey, it's up, Potter.
game like this again. Like,
there it is. Get rid of it. It's already banned out.
Nice.
Fulfilled.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised that Tundra aren't picking up Dark Willow a little bit more. We know 9 favors her. He used to play her in the mid lane when he was doing that for Tundra during DPC, and then in 2 or 3 he talked about the fact that when he used to play +4 in pubs, that's where he got the Dark Willow inspiration.
Just got done
from.
at the
So
gym.
He clearly has that under his
How about
toolkit.
you?
It's just not
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Watching
I
some
think for
Dota.
now, he definitely thinks about how to, you know, have that experience from mid lane and translate
Love
it
watching
to his
some
role
Dota.
right now. But I think for Tundra it might be like a little bit too much, since you have like this creative Topias from the mid lane. It's already playing these weird heroes, and you have the same on the position forward. That makes your gameplay not as, you know, steady or like grounded, I would say.
I think most of the heroes that he's been playing so far provide information in the early game. We saw the Purge bit with the Weaver, Sakuchi and getting the wards. He's playing Earth Spirit, Spirit Breaker, Tiny. All of these heroes like to investigate in the early game. They like to kind of show themselves on mid, maybe get a kill, go back to top, use some twin gates.
Let's
and,
see, Naga,
not really
Naga,
do that,
Siren
but
ban,
again,
obviously.
I would be surprised
Actually,
if
no,
they
wait,
bring up
Entity
some,
ban.
range
Well,
support
Skeeter
for him.
also
They
plays
have
Naga.
done a couple times so far, but I like when he can provide information for his team.
I do think it's like solid to remember as well that
So Kunka, it
Tundra
could be
were
Gabby,
kind of
it could be
owning really hard
Stormstormer.
in the last game, especially early. Like I thought Purge's breakdown of Weaver's movement on the map showed why it was so effective in that draft. I love that he went for that solo crest early, getting like the crowns that let him be so like tanky, and then be able to use the ink swell for his team to be sitting on top of heroes. I really liked how they used Weaver, and I thought their draft was great. Now we're seeing Conquer in the game. We lost.
We lost.
Primal and CK. No, I was thinking. I was trying to see
what?
we lost. Like Dazzle's in the pool.
We lost.
That hero
It's
looks
over.
obscenely broken every time it comes out.
Yeah, but still, we probably can use Kunkka on 2 positions for sure. So
Yeah, I know.
not sure if we're gonna see Dazzle straight away on Tundra, but it's definitely heroes Topias can show on a very high level.
What do you think? Can Tundra 2-1?
That's interesting.
Can they? I mean,
thought 33 was targeted
Tundra's
quite a
pretty
lot
good.
in the last draft when it came to bans, that he was
It's-
willing to be that first pick, just get him on something comfortable that knows late game, if it does go there again with Entity.
I think Thunder is one of the few teams that actually like expose.
I mean, I definitely think they can.
Still value it as highly because other teams are kind of like ignoring it completely.
But
not really sure.
yeah,
how
their
powerful
draft
this
needs
hero
to
is
also
nowadays.
have late game,
Into
which is
this
what they
matchup with
forgot.
Conquer, right now it's a very not easy game, but the fights are going to be clear for them, right? It's like stop Kunkka from free casting. Don't let him get the Torrent Storm, the boats, the multiple pushbacks with the wave, the Xbox. Just go. And Kunkka, his itemization, it's your favorite, isn't it, Rezo? The Blade Mail, Heart, and Ags, BKB, like it's enthralling. But you don't really want to go for like an early Lincolns or something to maybe punish the Doom a little bit. So yeah, I see right now it's just a very snap response. No matter where you put your Kunkka, he's going to get doomed in this game. So maybe Entity needs to start thinking about ways to either find the Doom to prevent that, or ways to save this Kunkka and make it noisy enough that it's hard for him to always cleanly connect on that spell.
Yeah, Grimstroke is obviously taken out because it's too much to have Doom and Grimstroke at the same team, which Tundra already
I think we
had
should
before.
wait for draft. 33 Doom is OP.
We were also
Dude,
going after
33
a
is OP.
reactionary ban
That's
to take
just
number
that
1 on the side of
33 is
Entity.
OP.
The Naga one also being taken out. Do you
The
think
guy's a
it
fucking
needs to be
beast.
a first phase ban, or is this a Entity don't want to play it and they don't want to come up against it, so let's just take it out?
I mean, it's just prevention from Skeeter having his comfort zone, which was like, you know, before he had like this Naga and CK as one of his top go-to heroes. So they're just taken out of his comfort zone, basically.
Tundra Esports entities turn to pick.
Nice Prophet to snaking. That's good. They want to play aggressive once again.
Oh, who won
Was a Snake hero.
the Formula One? Hey, Max Verstappen won Formula One again.
Yeah.
What's the benefit of having it on a +5 instead of a +4?
The moves you make are always towards just mid and 4. You naturally, Skidder plays quite independent carries. So now, if he's playing an independent carry at minute 4 or 5, your Prophet is always looking at the map. When you put it in the 4 roll, offlaner, it's not always right now in the meta to have independent offlaners. So if you put it in the 4 roll and he's leaving that, now you're punishing your offlaner and hoping that things go well. So I like the fact that when it goes 5, it should just play the map really well. Oh, damn! Here we go.
Real fan.
Yeah, are you even really a fan if you're not wearing their full face on a t-shirt?
He's got a Fishman 1 under, so in case they do get, he can just take it off and he's ready for it. Yeah.
Undying, one of the best Fishman heroes.
Yeah, what is it? Dark Willow Undying, or Morphling Undying, or Medusa Undying?
Do you think
What
it
did he want
can be
here?
Dark Willow?
I mean, might
Who's your favorite offlane
We
player?
lost-
My
we lost
favorite
Grab Ally,
Collapse,
but
obviously, bro.
it's
Collapse
fine,
is
I suppose.
fucking.
I think it's this pick is
Collapse
less
is just
effective against
beast.
Doom than it used to be, because obviously Doom was changed. You can't heal anymore, so you lost that. But I think the ability to still be able to put someone in a tombstone is going to help when you're playing against the Doom. You're also just giving yourself a strong laner. It's going to allow you to punish the enemy much more. Like this Nature's
Venge?
Prophet wants to go around killing
I
everyone.
mean,
right?
it's a
Undying kind
save
of helps
swap from Doom, I
make that
guess.
a little bit less effective.
Yeah, the lane from Entity, like Undying plus anything, should be able to pressure a Doom and at least delay the timings where Doom hits that stride of minus efficiency, I have my Octarine, I'm farming. It's going to delay that by minutes, which is always helpful. And I mentioned at the start, the Doom pick into Kunkka, you need to save him because he's the Doom target. You have the grab ally, the Tombstone, sure it's been nerfed, but it's still going to just eat through that Doom cooldown. Yeah, if the Doom dies, he's going to get stunned, but again, surviving the Doom's the key thing. And now Avenge swap in play as well.
Yeah,
they've
very good
answered,
double save.
Yeah, they've answered it with a nice double save.
And it's very good setup for a range carry right now, like for someone like Luna or potentially Dark Wheel, like you said. I'm not sure about Duza. This hero was not so strong lately.
Could they like TA safe lane potentially as well?
Yeah, one of favorite Watson heroes. TA have a potential for sure.
I'm just not a big fan of Venge and Undying together because, like, as you can see right now, like you consider 3 heroes on the entity side, and you calculate all their damage, and it's like 600, 800 damage. Yeah, and I think it's gonna be
Alchemist Monkey. So you're looking at what?
I've seen the Kunkka Venge matchup.
A 9 monkey?
Like, the Wave of Terror with the Tidebringer, and in the offlane it's just a lot
I
of
think.
spam to go down.
No, I'm talking about, like,
in the game
with Skeeter on Elk.
Maybe Entity are looking at just the lanes right now, and hopefully they have a big picture for the game.
Could also be
I can
tops
see
and
some
mid
strong
monkey.
lanes, but yeah, in the game it can get clunky if they're behind. It's going to feel quite awkward.
So we don't know where is Monkey going yet, right? It can be 9 hero, or it can be Topia's hero. We still flex it around.
It
So
is
it's
so
interesting to
sad
see.
that Bat Rider is not a hero anymore. I look at Tundra's lineup, it looks so free.
Yeah, potentially. Stormer is one of definitely professionals on that hero. Like, he knows hero really, really well. Like, one of his most played too.
I think it's time to pull it up out of their sleeves.
He's been playing in his pubs as well, so it wouldn't be too jarring if they want to go for it. Yeah,
He still does.
Yeah, 6 matches, 50% win rate, so it's still not fresh on his mind, and it is a very good game for it.
Time frame for that last 2 weeks.
Of course, the reasoning is you play very aggressive, you chase down the Monkey King. 8 days, by the way, now was the answer.
Terrorblade.
And they go Terrorblade.
Alright,
I hear that-
Terrorblade makes sense.
Yeah.
Terrorblade makes their lineup look a little bit more, like, better.
Why is that? Why do you say it makes sense?
Because they have constant damage output now in the fights, and it makes up, like, the Venge aura. He's using it pretty well on the Tombstone as well, and he provides the objectives for the team as well.
A lot of physical damage. Monkey King Alchemist jumping on top of you, and a Terrorblade. You can always make some plays, turn that around, hit asunder, so it deals well. But pacing might be Entity's issue here. They're quite low damage with their first 4 picks. They are survivable. They help each other out. But that kind of mid-game timing of some, let's say, Radiance BKB out, any active item on Monkey King, the threat of the Prophet, it could overwhelm Entity once again.
Monkey King and Prophet can do so much like around the map, because Undying Venge, we don't really those heroes who can do a lot on the map compared to those two. And also it depends on how strong of a lanes is going to work out for Entity, because it's Kunkka Venge lineup potentially, right? Like, I don't know how well we're going to do against Ouch Furion, probably.
Watson is
also,
so good.
If it's Monkey King who is post 4, he might roam also. Like, we can see a lot of, like,
Doom over
changes.
TB?
Yeah, they don't really want to put
Not
more,
really,
Kunkka
because
against
you can
Monkey
still
King
use
on mid lane,
items
right?
when you Doom now.
It's a very bad matchup for him.
Yeah, we don't know where is this.
It's
Monkey
not
going.
too
Who have last pick,
problematic. Like,
Tundra has last
you
pick.
can still, if you get Satanic,
So
well, not
yeah.
Satanic, but like you can still pop BKB, for instance, when you're doomed.
Gonna be offlane, so we already know.
Yeah,
the
maybe a
lanes
Hurricane
of
Pike, Silver
Entity
Age,
for
you can
sure,
run
and
away.
we don't know Tundra lanes yet.
They also had Entity had pretty similar lineup against Azure Ray, and they lost those games.
Like, being doomed is not
I'm
too
not sure why
problematic.
they
It
decided
is
to go for
problematic,
the
don't get me
heroes
wrong, it's
in the
definitely
2-2.
problematic,
A
but
hero
it could be
sometimes
worse.
they pick is like a
It's
visitor's
just you don't
position
have
for
any
Entity.
healing
Like,
going,
you can just
well,
play out
then they
into your
fence
lane,
swap
and
you
then
out,
can
they
set a little bit of pacing. I
put
still
you in
like
the
Sheep's point about
terror
Batrider's pretty okay.
in the Tombstone
I think
from
Visage
Undying
is like
as a
stable version
save.
of that, where you move to the Kunkka, take a tower, you do things
they
on the
banned
map for your
Fokker,
team,
no.
because they don't really hit any buildings or objectives right now until TB's online. Like, they're kind of missing that component.
I think with Visage, they're too much physical, heavy lineup because
Entity, well, they
they
have
can just
Kunkka,
build
so
the
it's gonna be
Batrider
Gabby
right
Bat
Yeah,
probably,
yes.
or
I like the Shadow Demon ban just before they pick it as well.
Storm
Make sure they
Stormer
don't
Bat.
get that cleanse.
That's
I like
actually
it way
flexible.
more because now they actually have a mix of, like, physical and magical damage.
Yeah.
So their lineup looks way more balanced in that way.
We still don't have that much burst early game. Like, we need to wait until we get some items, and hopefully their lanes go well. Like, it's
I
a
mean,
little
the
bit
thing
still
is,
scary to pick Batrider without
it's
seeing any
probably
laner, and there is
gonna
a
be a
Furion
Bat Rider
who can also,
offlane, but
like,
they can always
TP
flex
on
it.
top
If
of
this is a
you, like,
monkey
make
mid for
this, like,
Thompson,
change
for
on the lane,
instance,
so
you
I
can
feel
put
like
the
Storm
Bat
Stormer
mid and
probably
fuck him
gonna play
over.
for his farm on this lane.
How
surprised they didn't ban
viable
Queen of
is
Pain,
3
right?
Undying?
Yeah. Queen's available.
It's not
It's
the
okay.
best hero, right?
It's been
Like, he
played a
doesn't really
couple of
play
months
much
ago
block.
in the
He can.
DPC.
Oh, absolutely,
Could
he
go
can.
for Aghanims. I think you'd
It
like
wouldn't be
that.
the
Is
worst.
it say Zeus again? The little jump away, you know.
Zeus?
Zeus is nice.
Maybe
Oh,
Puck.
His
Yep.
favorite Zeus. Yeah, that's the hero. He's
Like,
thinking
Quap's
about.
good, but Thompson hero not so much. Puck very good against Batrider because he dives you, you hit coil,
Yeah.
TP in.
And it's free game for Pucker. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Also, it's not bad against TB. Like, it's pretty decent.
But Zeus is fun.
Look, he's smiling. He
He
knows.
is.
He knows.
Oh no, there's some sign. Okay, hold up, hold.
Uh-oh.
He's
What's
smiling.
coming? He's smiling. Is it Pudge?
Yeah, yeah.
We're not gonna do it too much longer. The time is running down. Tundra putting us on the edge of our seat to see what's gonna get picked up.
There is Zeus.
Yes. They did
Zeus is pretty fucking
He
good.
called Batrider, he called Zeus. Well done, final.
You guys just know our
High
mid
five.
laners. Are you gonna know the outcome of this
Because,
game?
of course, Zeus is
I'm
just
rooting for Tundra.
amazing against Terrorblade.
Yeah?
I think it's a really strong Batrider game. I'm ready to bet it all. All on my boy Stormstormer.
All on a 2-0 for Entity. Everything.
Everything I have.
I like Tundra draft way too much. Like his game, even though I'm going for Entity, just so we're like fighting here.
You want to be split down the middle?
Yeah.
I really like Tundra's lineup. I think this Zeus Phylactery is a lot of damage. I appreciate the Batrider pick.
I
but
am
it's-
confused.
Like, Stormstorm needs to go like 10-0 in this type of game to buy the time for everyone to come online anymore. You got like Phylactery Zeus, some early Radiance BKB, some Monkey King, and Nature's Prophet.
Can they win
globally
late
jumping around,
game
TPing
with
around
their
the map.
lineup?
It's a lot of threats.
Because
a lot
this
of
game,
pressure,
they
and,
can't push high
I'm
ground.
just a Zeus
They
fan.
have their
It's an
cores
amazing
Doom,
It's a banger.
For sure.
Zeus,
I hope he buy Phylactery because Mikota
and
last time didn't buy
Alchemist.
it. I was
Like, they
surprised.
can't push high
It'll be
ground.
illegal if he doesn't. We can, yeah,
They
we can talk
might
about
have
if
the
he
same
doesn't, but
problem
yeah,
as last
Phylactery
game,
is insane.
where they're
Honestly.
really good in the
What
mid
is the
game,
win condition for
and
Entity?
then
I have to ask
they
you
can't
for
finish on
Dendy this
If we survive to
late game.
25 without like game being too destroyed, I think they can definitely win it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going
25
Entity game
minutes,
too.
that's the same in your eyes as well, Sheep?
Yeah, I just want to see them survive it. Because if they get run over, you're just playing with a bunch of like defensive supports that can't really do anything. You have no explosive damage. You need Stormstormer to have a really good game. If he doesn't have a good game, it's difficult.
I think the key of this game is catching up Zeus. Like from with the Batrider initiation, if they get Zeus,
I think
then
Gabby
they might
can
have a good chance of winning
completely
this game.
dominate
If,
this game.
Tapias have a really good positioning, then it's going to be a really hard one.
Okay. Alrighty, well, we're going to see how it plays out. And before we do, we have the privilege of getting to talk to more coaches. It's Tsunami and Ali.
That's right, I am standing by with the Tundra coach, AUI 2000. A lot of smiles in the booth when that Zeus pick came out. What's it like having Thompson on the team with, he's known to play some pretty obscure heroes mid, but at least this one's a little bit more typical.
I mean, Thompson's an interesting guy. He's like, if no one's picking the hero, then he really wants to play it. He's something like mid-ogre, and Invoker's first pick, he doesn't want to play it. Hero gets nerfed, no one's playing it, he wants to pick Invoker every game. Yeah, it's interesting.
He's a Dota hipster is what you're telling me.
He is for sure a Dota hipster.
And in this game now, it's an interesting approach because Tundra, last year, you guys plowed through the upper bracket completely undefeated, or at least not having to go down to lowers. Here, you're now one game away from elimination. Does that change your approach to the draft or as a coach?
I hope not.
Tundra's hero skill
I think a lot
fast.
of the last year, like the
Alk
TI12 year, we
Doom.
spent trying to figure out
Yeah,
how to reset
but
from losses.
that's the
And I think
thing.
at TI
As they've said previously, they scale fast, but do they actually win is the big question. Because you can scale fast, that's great, congratulations. But does it also, like, can you push high ground? They have no lineup that can push high ground. That means you can't win the game in 20 minutes unless you actually dumpster them in like 25 to 30 minutes. Looking at late game, you're up against TB, Kunkka. Batrider slightly less so, but TB, Kunkka, late game, hella dangerous. Can you push high ground against Fench? No, because he's going to swap one of your cores in, and they're out of position, they die. They've got tools. They got plenty of tools.
And final at the end of the day.
I think my favorite part of that interview was Curtis going, it's interesting.
Yeah, I had some sense of like, it's not what I would pick for the mid, but you know, what
Yeah, and I
can't
help
argue
but
with it.
thinking about the Pugna impact in that last game. I mean, I don't really feel like that had much to do with Thompson. No. The core Pugna
I've
just did
been
not seem to
HC
be
with
able to
Slaughter
do it out
recently.
there.
I have a
Hopefully this
75.
hero will do a bit
I don't
better
play
for Tundra. The mid Zeus
off lane,
versus
so
the
yeah.
Stormstormer, Batrider, all eyes on mid Avery.
And that's why Zeus is a very interesting hero relative to that Pugna in terms of he's similar in that he's doing a huge amount of magical damage in the fight.
So
which
you are
can
going to have
serve
Stormstorm a bat
big
mid.
regen-oriented sustain lineups we've seen in the meta. But this game, there really isn't too much of it, right? There's like
Instead of the
Maybe
Kunkka mid,
you get hard
I think
on
this
Kunkka, but otherwise,
is way better
you have
for
pretty
them.
good matchups in the bat and TV and just striking them down. And of course, Zeus has percent-based damage, whereas the Pugna doesn't. So even if you get these really huge tanky HP pools like we're used to seeing right now, at least Zeus has some tools to scale into them pretty nicely. And of course, you can always just run them over with Phylactery. I mean, dare I say, will this be the... Please buy Phylactery. I don't want to ask anymore.
It's so good.
Every time I ask for it, we never see it. So, okay.
I think Thompson is the guy who would buy it.
Don't buy it, Thompson.
Okay.
Don't buy Phylactery this game. It's terrible. Let's see what he ends up doing. Early trade happening on the tower.
Yeah, very much like that use of Heavenly Jump to slow him down underneath the tower. Stormstormer gets overly aggressive here, and it's not even time for the water rune to spawn. So, yeah, his courier is going to be coming out with a bottle, but
yeah, but he needs to be hella careful.
Thompson's going to be feeling very good about the lane.
This is not an easy match for Bat. It used to be a lot better. Bat's laning has been nerfed. Zeus has the escape mechanism. Does have perfect CS for the first 2 waves and has that bottle rush. So Stormstormer, he's probably just going to look to get his farm and take over the map more than necessarily shut Thompson down.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get to some BKBs on the side of Entity, you're having a pretty good time in the team fight, I think.
Ooh,
But this is another game
Fishman.
where Tundra can play
He's gonna get taken down. First blood, but 9 in response.
Once more, 9 off to a pretty fast start, though. Watson will get the rebuttal. You're looking at Furion Monkey King supports. This is a support duo that
Actually
wants to just
think
come out
Entity
guns
wins game
blazing
2.
for
I
that.
do think actually that
Especially if
Entity
they
wins
get
game
ganks
2.
on mid going with the Furion. You can even connect to those with the Monkey on the 6 and 8 minute power runes. That would be my game plan if I'm Tundra right here, and just free up the space for your side lane cores to get a huge amount of XP. Because
Rider is also a bots builder, so if he gets a good timing on bots, like 7 minutes, 7, 8 minutes,
What's the point of
we
drafting
can
this
really
nowadays,
destroy the side
particularly
lanes.
off lane for Gabby? What are you trying to get out of it?
Water Park? Same thing as any Kunkka, I guess. I mean, the off lane is not that great for him in a lot of the carry matchups. Alka's not going to shut him down too hard, though, so maybe they felt like this flex was warranted. And that's really what it was about, right? They got to hold this mid pick till last. They
Tundra draft seems so off meta. I mean, yeah, it's definitely off meta.
Based on that,
But
just how
it's
much
definitely
damage
not a
they
bad
do
draft
game
or anything.
utility. And, I mean, Gabby's looked pretty good on this off-lane Kunkka, too. I think it's just a hero he enjoys playing and has had a decent amount of success with. So something Entity's very comfortable flexing between those 2 roles.
Snaking almost dying earlier to that blood grenade. Comes back. That's the power of Furion. Just TPs away, TPs back into lane, and plays aggressive into the Venge. Our other side lane, Watson. See him just hold the creeps in front of the tower. He's doing all right for himself. 14 and 6. And compared to the Doom, who's 12
Watson,
and 2,
like,
so it may have cost Fishman a bit of a sacrifice.
Terrorblade's attack
Watson's
animation
had
is
a good time
insane.
so far.
How fast
And as
he
you talked
just
about
goes
in
like...
the last game, why not put all, or at least a lot of your eggs in the Watson basket, because this guy is damn good in this carry role. He's proved it by being top of the leaderboard for a really long time, I feel like. So many times I check it out. There's Watson.
Definitely held it.
Stormstormer is doing like a lot of multi-farming.
An illusion carry is not the worst way to do it, because it's a carry that can affect the
He
map,
just drags the
come out of
quick wave
lane,
to the
flash
side,
on
makes a
jungle,
stack
and contribute
happen.
pretty heavily to the fights. I really like the combination of the Venge and Terrorblade in this game. There's not a lot to dissuade these huge hits coming through with the minus armor and the Vengeance or an amp. And you have that swap save for him that can just reset the fight. You also have this swap for Wukong or Zeus later. This combination could be really nice in the late game, especially with fighting around the Tombstone. Something Tundra's going to have to think about, because who is killing Tombstone in this game?
Stormstormer on that bat's actually kind of playing like, ooh, snaking dropping.
Snaking turns around, he knows he's dead, he tries to put the damage back onto the Vengeful Spirit. Not good enough, though.
This is just not that strong of a lane past like the first 1 or 2 levels here. I fully expect Snaking to want to rotate. Maybe he's a bit scared of leaving Skeeter alone, but
Fishman.
you don't pick Furion to sit in your
Bye.
lane for 5 days.
He's got boots. Oh, he's pretty biased.
So now's the question of where you're going to go with
Oh,
this
they're
Furion,
actually
what
gonna-
you make happen, and looks like straight to the top. That's where he wants to be. Collects some Tombstone gold, maybe.
Yeah, they'll kill that Undying and kill his Tombstone too, I believe. He'll tick out to 9, and Snaking will collect the bounty on
Ganked the
Tombstone.
hell out of that Tombstone.
He really did.
Show it who's bots and go back through the portal, perhaps. So, I mean, not the craziest swinging momentum for a first Fury on TV, but...
I was wondering what Thompson was doing there, playing so aggressively in an Entity side, but I'm looking at the CS chart. Despite that, like, that early bit where, you know, Stormstorm almost killed himself underneath the tower, he's doing really well in CS. 38.
Well, most
so
of those are
Zeus does
jungle
actually
creeps,
need to get
actually.
in there and stop this Bat Rider from farming the neutrals so much.
The upside is Thompson gets to hold his resources because he's not getting pressure, which means you always have Thunder God's Wrath here in the early game.
Fishman's still level 2, so he doesn't actually do damage with Decay. Interrupt the jump away from Monkey.
He does have a raindrop already, probably in big part because the Zeus is a factor in this game. He has a lot of stick charges here as well.
Nice steal.
Lotus for 33 here. Really needed the extra regen in this battle. I fully expect Tundra to want to make a move on Terrorblade very soon, particularly if they can get him at the end of this meta. I mean, you have Thunder's God Wrath versus the lowest starting HP pool carry in the game.
Yeah.
You want to use it. Do not want to sit here with this spell off cooldown in the early game. Thompson begging his team right now, please. Create something for me.
Give me a free kill.
We should be seeing those opportunities, particularly with the Nature's Prophet. But
still, it's Snaking just sitting bottom, right?
Yeah.
A slower early game than I would have expected out of this Tundra support duo.
Entity are going to be the ones making the first move here, not the move that's
Oh, that's a great one. 9 broke that smoke.
He's going to try and chase him down and might be successful in doing so. He's getting a lot of sticky napalms on him.
He wants Wisdom Rune.
Oh, yeah, he does. You're right. Thompson's going to be able to make the connection, though. Trying to go for it, push him away, but it's not good enough. They grab the lasso. That will burn out 33 ever so barely, but it is not looking great for Entity, as not only do they claim that Wisdom Rune.
That was really wild.
Fishman tried to go in for the deny. Now he's put himself. Oh, nice cut down to the trees. That was pretty good. Unfortunately, he is still stuck. He's up against a Zeus that actually has no mana, so it's going to be a slow death.
Is it a death?
Yeah, actually, Decay.
This is going to be close, man. Fishman with the
Where's
juice
Snaking?
today. Just no mana left. Thompson had to get refilled.
Got another Decay coming in soon. Thompson, no, will finally show the raindrop still enough. Another round of Decay. You know he's dead. But
Fishman.
cost him an extra, like,
Oh, man's breaking ankles like nobody's
That's
business.
a full level for me. I don't have to deal with any of these.
That's a Fishman highlight reel if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that genuinely is. That's why that man dies so much. So when he does die at the right time, it makes you work for it.
Yeah, he's very practiced at it. Very sacrificial player. Snaking gonna be pulled back. The X-Torrent. Not a problem for Gabby. That is also gonna be an issue. I guess you've got the combination of damage over time. You got the fire and water. You got the water part combined with the damage over time from this Bat Rider. So they've got a ton of area that is just going to be tons of damage being thrown
Oh, yeah, that's a dead Watson.
Probably some lore implications. Watson gets the Doom implication here.
He pops Magic Stick.
Knows. Hey, if they're making that move in the top lane, they're not trying to help out their carry at all. I've got to vacate the premises here. Moves over to the other side of the map. Stormer will pursue. The rest of his team is going to be following him. They're
TP'd back bottom. Skeeter's just double dodging all these ganks right now. Doing his best to disappear on the map. Not to resort for a 33 kill.
Yeah, they'll get that one instead. Pull them back into the magic missile. Will be good enough. Stormer on a killing spree. Something that the panel said they very much need Stormer to have a lot of momentum if Entity wants to be able to win this game and not get run over too early.
Gabby wants to get the whip.
Both bottom. Still, his early game has been rough, right? This is a slow Nature's Prophet game right now.
This is dangerous
Can
for
catch
Watson
up
in
later.
mid.
Sprout can definitely be annoying in the late game. It's been a slow one for Snaking.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Watson.
Storm on the map. 3-1. Bot's done.
He just has a magic wand win lace and then some consumables.
That's what it takes. That's what it takes. Another self-stun. Just no damage here.
Mid TPs.
Sunder,
it's over.
So successful. Watson gets off the Sunder last second.
And again, where's the connection for these plays, right? If Thompson's going in, he's going to fight this with an ult. You need to be there with both supports 100%.
That's a
Whatever's
big
happening
oof.
Bottom is just not worth the exchange and losing momentum for your Zeus. And especially giving it to Watson, where this raindrop and Occult Bracelet has already paid off in the early game. Some extra magic resistance, some tank ability, survived the ult, turn it around. Watson getting involved, making it count, turns it straight into a tier 1 tower.
That's a big one.
5% he gets off that neutral item probably made the difference there in him getting off the sun.
I find it kind of strange, yeah, indeed, that they went on it with just the 2 heroes, considering he's level 7, so Sunder is definitely a possibility.
Feeling a bit nervous, especially
They had a lot of burst damage though, but
bottom. Arcane Rune off the smoke.
Chemical Rage on cooldown. You can drag him back, and there's no chance of him out-regenning the damage.
This game is turning into the Stormstormer show right now. Level 9 bots already done, and he is well on his way to a fast BKB, which I think was the scary part of this game for Tundra. What do you do versus BKB Bat here? It's pretty much guaranteed free team fight for him every time, unless you want to doom him and maybe you slap him off a tree first if you're the monkey. That's about it, and he's just going to have stacks on top of it. They are giving Stormstormer everything here.
That was such an efficient move. He kills the carry team back just in time to sack the Ancient Camp one more time before he clears it out.
And all on an Arcane Rune. So he's another lasso up in 20 seconds off of this farm. He's going to go heal, can instantly make another play on the map.
Stormstormer's playing so fucking well.
It's an incredible pace for the mid Batrider. Level 10, highest in the
They went
game.
with 3 guys high ground last game, while both supports got caught mid. Too greedy. Stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks.
From 9, somebody like that one.
Oh yeah.
Man's playing really nicely.
Still waiting for Tundra to strike back. Maybe have
Nice dodge of the damage there.
You have double gold.
Banana just slithering about.
Something working.
Something seems a bit
There are
sussy.
some stacks waiting for Skeeter, but not a huge amount.
Hey, don't worry, Avery. Thompson listened to you.
Yeah.
Did not go Phylactery. Has Zakaya complete, and will be going for Yules afterwards.
One day. One day.
I mean, that's the thing that Stormstormer does. He plays a lot of offlane heroes mid.
Coming in from behind, Fishman.
Heroes that a lot of offlaners also like to play.
That is the advantage that Tundra's supposed to be having, but they can't even finish off Fishman. Okay, I spoke a little too soon there. Global effect of the Zeus
My
comes
sleep
into
tea is
play.
kicking in.
Thundergod's wrath will
Actually,
claim his life.
Also scouts this Stormstormer.
do I still
so
have
double
No, I
the
think I
value for
ate
Thompson,
my
who
last
would've died
melatonin.
there to this
Oh,
hasted Batrider in the
wait,
bottle.
I need to get new one.
This is a guaranteed kill for Stormstormer somewhere on the map. It's just a matter of who's going to pay the price, because hasted Batrider, there's no answer right now. And I guess unless you want to purge him up on 33 side.
Thompson's so funny, man. The way he plays so aggressively. Like you say, he sees the Batrider, and then he just promptly goes to farm that camp
That was
anyway.
a little insane, yeah.
I mean, net worth-wise, still very close.
Can't stop playing Dota just because someone gets a rune. Another self-stun.
Pulls him back pretty deep here. That's going to be into the X boat as well. An additional bit of burst damage. Is
Do
it
they have the
enough?
damage
Drop
is the
help to
question.
protect him, but the
Yes, they
damage
do.
over time does do its work. Tundra are here with all 4 heroes, though.
Gabby.
Maybe they can collect on
Oh,
Gabby,
this
but
could
now
be
Enemy
dangerous.
supports are showing up. Oh,
Doom
immediate
onto
put on
Fishman?
dying. No tombstone here, it seems.
Didn't even have it. I don't know if they had that read, but nonetheless, they will shut Fishman down. Shows up to that fight and instantly gets met with a Doom to the face. Still, you know Tundra want more off this move.
They really do. They're going to try and get Stormstormer, who is collected.
In comes
Killing spree.
Watson. Okay,
Not enough
Watson's not
damage.
needed.
Kennedy doing a good job protecting each other, connecting where it feels like Tundra kind of failed to do so quite as successfully.
That feels like it's been the story of the game. I mean, they're catching up in net worth on the support. Snake King's definitely recovering here. But it does feel like they're getting outnumbered, and it's just the Batrider mobility on the map. You know, like Stormstormer's finding these openings, bringing the right support in the follow-up. That's another big outkill. To
I mean, they're
slow down
doing really
Skeeter
well,
timing,
but again,
pushing towards a Radiance
actually
here,
no.
which
You're
of course
playing
is
against a
Alchemist
Doom
Terrorblade
Alchemist.
matchup when you're going ores and stuff here.
Bro, that's like
Terrorblade is going to have a really good Scotty
like
timing
he's
in
got
this game.
hand of Midas.
And that is what
Do
Entity
they
are
even
going to
have
try and
hand
play
of
around. This is a
Midas?
very classic Entity ball-up lineup that we've seen work for them in a lot of
Yeah,
regionals,
you're
right?
up against an
You have to get
hand of
in a
Midas
tight, put a
Doom
Terrorblade
and
with
an
it. You hit
Alchemist,
this
bro.
Scotty, you go into
The
the
fact
roach,
that
you
you're
go
ahead in
into
net
your
worth
tombstone
is
and a swap save.
pretty fucking good.
That is a big ball to fight through. And on top of it, you have Kunkka throwing boat rum into it. It's going to be a lot of EHP coming out of nowhere you're suddenly have to deal with. And it's going to be a tough fight for Skeeter to commit into, especially when he is well behind on a hero that is not used to being behind.
No, not at all. He is sitting at 6,500 net worth on an Alchemist. This hero is supposed to be top of the net worth chart. They have a Doom on their side as well. This is a lineup with Furion on top of all of that. Is supposed to be printing money constantly. And the net worth chart is...
Well, 33
They have a
is
1,000
dead.
net worth lead, but it's really not as much as it needs to be. Another pick off here. Doom is going to be found here in the top lane. Entity are
Give it to
bringing a lot of
Watson.
heroes
Are they
to
going
these
Roche?
kills constantly, which is
They
nothing
actually, yeah, they have Undying.
not able to quite
They have
use
Undying
Tundra
Avenge.
in
They
that
can go
work,
Roche.
but turning that kill into a Roshan.
Undying level
is
6,
a,
ulti plus
nice little
Tombstone.
move that you could do with an Undying. Stormstormer's gonna need some
Fusel
help.
Blade,
They're
Stormstorm is
gonna
out of
try to
mana.
bail him out. They're gonna
The
catch 9
fuck was
as
9
he tries
doing?
to get away, but pulled back
That was a defusal rush for the Monkey. This is 9 wanting to get aggressive on the map, try and force something.
I guess it denied Roche.
I guess, as Tundra still looking for their first set of items to take a fight. It did stall that Roche, however. It did. He gave up on the Roche by keeping the supports in. So whether 9 knew that or not, I don't know. But he did get some value out of that play. Some time wasted.
Stormstormer's got BKB, next Blink plus
You're saying they're only up
Octa.
1K. I'm surprised they're up at all, given how slow this early game was for them.
Yeah. Well, we hit the scary timing you said Tundra needs to look out for. BKB is complete for Stormstormer with a boost to travel and even a double damage. So they are very, very dangerous. And Tundra obviously just going to be playing to allow those abilities that print them money. They need the time for it to do so. Particularly, they need that Radiance on the Alchemist for him to really start scaling up pretty quickly.
It's going to explode out of nowhere, though, right? You have Octarine, Midas, Max Devour, Doom. You have Radiance coming out on the Alchol. If you let these heroes get away with the next 5 or 10 minutes here untouched, they are going to be top of the net worth charts, guaranteed. They're going to be able to take a good fight off it. I mean, Tundra's game plan is just create enough threats that, okay, if you go in with BKB Lasso, you focus one hero down, they can still win the fight regardless. That's where some of the long duration spells like the Tombstone, the Boat Rum, they're really nice for Entity right now. Because even in that situation where Tundra commit, I just don't see them winning a long fight. They don't have the heroes to deal with those spells, those big ults right now. But this game did get slowed down with that kind of failed Roche play.
Yeah.
Felt like it took some gust out of the wings. And it's time that Skeeter has not been killed by Stormstormer for a while. Which I'm sure he's very happy about, and that'll finish his Radiance.
9
That's
going
complete.
pipe.
We do have a pipe done for Gabby, so combining the BKB with the pipe, they are kind of untouchable in the right 5-on-5. If they choose to activate those things, then there's really not much that Tundra could do to stop it. So I have to imagine they're still probably thinking about that Roshan. When can we do it? How can we get there without giving too much to
Currently, Tundra is getting ahead in net worth. I mean, that's all they need to do, dodge every single fight.
I mean, I have some history with snaking, but that was embarrassing. I just want I've seen snaking do a lot of shady stuff. Getting stung by an Ogre Bruiser on Furion.
not his finest moment.
Yeah, just to call him out, just to make sure that gets called out.
Yeah. You had to watch him win a TI, so
That's
in turn, you're also going to make sure that you see him get stunned by an Ogre.
Absolutely abuse my power.
Hey, round 2 of Entity doing Roshan.
This one should be a little faster and go a little better. Solar Crest for Fishman going to guarantee the pace here. I mean, your Entity supports are going to fall behind on the map compared to Tundra's because it's Monkey Furion, right? They're going to farm everything they want compared to Avenge Undying, who have way better spells right now, but if they're not getting the fight, you have to put them to use somewhere. So that's where if Entity gets split up on this map, it's not going to feel great for them. But if they get into the 5-on-5s around the objectives, which this Aegis should allow them to do,
I guess when Stormstormer gets Blink, it's more go time for him. Alk is no top net worth.
You want to keep splitting the map? I feel like you just keep splitting the map. As long as Batrider is not picking you off, I don't think you're too sad about this.
Yeah, I think you 100% agreed on that point because you could see Tundra clearly advocating for that. I mean, they saw that Entity went over to the Roshan pit, right? They saw those two supports rotating through the portal. Wham!
I'm glad. This is why we need multi-camp. You would have missed that.
That's true. That was I
you almost died because of it.
It's true.
Wham!
So
the highlights of Snaking's career, though.
Tundra want to draw out the game. Is that what you're saying? That's a shocker.
Well, yeah.
Jump in as we say that. They're the ones to make a quick move to blow up Fishman. Does he get caught on the way out, though? Kataomi, if he gets close enough, he get the swap in.
Wukong's
man. They don't give a damn, apparently. Kataomi swaps back to Batrider, finished off 9 before he gives up his life.
They doomed
so
the Bat, who drops pretty low, but he should be able to survive.
Tundra, our position to hit the tower some more.
That's a Doom use.
It's gonna be close.
And a BKB.
30 HP on Stormstormer. Almost ends up ticking out there.
Wow, I'm surprised he got that low.
This spell does a lot of damage now. A very heads up Doom by 33 to just make sure his back can't do anything with that BKB. First pop for Stormstormer yields nothing there. 33 shows up in time, and early Blink definitely helping out. That's a nice little fight for Tundra. Again, we're seeing this net worth explode even when nothing's happening, right? So they're happy with these little exchanges and trades, stall the game.
Yeah, the game was totally fine for Entity 5 minutes ago when it was even and it felt like they had picked up the pace, but now it does feel like they are having a hard time getting a hold of Tundra.
Yeah, Tundra is dodging pretty nicely.
The Scotty on the Terrorblade. The question though is that Roche got stalled, and like you're not going to have an Aegis with this Scotty timing. Are you happy forcing towers without a second life on the Terrorblade just running in? Might be a little awkward. Snaking will pay the price here.
Damn, he went from, what was it, like 5-6 minutes in where you said he had like 0 items. He almost has an Aghanim set.
Hey, look, a tree.
Print that cash.
Yeah. And that's just going to be more and more like map problems that they have to deal with. Jumping away into the trees, 9.
No tombstone drop.
Stone outside of the range. They know he's there off the decay, and
Yep.
they'll finally catch him. Takes a while though.
And they immediately turned it into the Tormentor.
At least this is efficient. They bring all these heroes here. Might as well do the Tormentor.
Undying shards, really nice.
And Fishman will get rewarded.
A little bit of grab.
Actually, to be fair, so is the
Grab
Venge
ally, indeed.
shard.
I mean, nothing crazy to grab ally against, but never bad to get it for free.
Against Doom? Why is it not crazy to use against Doom?
This Aegis did not yield too much, and now if you're Entity, you have to prepare for this next period in the game where you're gonna have to fight Tundra.
It's a great save against Doom's dot damage from his
You're gonna have big
Doom.
defensive items coming out, right? Manta Alk is gonna continue to
And
push
if you're
away
really
from the
on your
map.
tippy
You're
toes, you
gonna
can even
have
use
a
it to
BKB
dodge
on
global
33 at some point.
under God's
Thompson
wrath.
already finished the Octarine. His Zeus is pretty tanky.
Yeah, this
He's
is
got
my
ability
biggest
to go with it.
concern. Zeus has always been a pretty good answer to Terrorblade, right?
One of the best.
So it is somewhat single core lineup. I mean, Entity are putting all their eggs into Terrorblade, getting strong enough, and being able to end the game. Is he going to be able to do that?
Monkey's got the
against,
boundless strike where he can
Octarine
jump
Zeus
forward.
holding high ground?
That's where those Aegises and where they line up with Watson's itemization matters a lot to me in this game. Like, you need to make them count and get a lot of value off the map because, yeah, you're running a gold deficit. It feels like you're running against the clock a little bit here in terms of if it's truly a 4 protect 1 lineup and your 1 position has dubious core matchups in the ultra late, are you happy just stalling this game out? I mean, Watson, I feel like he thinks he can carry any game. And I've seen him carry a lot of games. So there is some truth in that. But in the ultra late,
Snaking's got Ags now, so he's got
disabling you. A monkey can
global
turn to
route.
a core, and I mean 9 is farming a lot right now. Going back for a pipe, very interesting item.
Yeah, he may have the good matchup against Alchemist, but against
That's about
everybody
it.
else.
And even that matchup is not. It's not like some crazy deciding matchup. If the Alch can pick and choose when he goes in, he doesn't have to be the first contact. Like Skeeter jumping in with 6 slots on anybody is going to be pretty scary this game. You'll find a freebie here. This is where the map becomes very difficult to play, and it falls back to Stormstormer. Can he continue to find pickoffs and close out the lanes with this Batrider threat?
It looks like it's not going to be totally free. Kataomi goes through the portal and catches Snaking on the other side. So they'll get support for support, 5 for 5.
And a counter
It
ward.
does leave just more space. They see a lot of heroes. They get a lot of information on the side of Tundra.
They have
and
Batrider
that's
with
more time where
gem.
Skeeter
That's
knows
going to
he's
be a big one if they lose the gem.
farm up Ancients. Thompson's pushing out lanes everywhere. He's going to get an Aghanim Scepter next, which is yet another split-pushing mechanism that they can use. People don't think about it that way most of the time, but you can use it that way. It's going to be so annoying to get all the lanes pushed in this game.
And Thompson's favored this extra Lightning Bolt mini stun talent at 20. You get extra stun duration. This Ags becomes really annoying. It locks people down. Pretty obnoxious when you think about stacking this on top of Sprout, hold people in a Wukong, even some extra stun on a
AoE
target
lightning
fleeing away with
bolts.
Doom.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of little small things that can make this Nimbus really obnoxious game. And of course, you have Octarine to back it up with some extra CDR. Absolutely nothing wrong with this build outside of your missing phylactery, but so far, making it work.
Not going to let it go, huh?
Nope.
3-man smoke up from Entity.
This is your Scotty. This is a big timing for Watson. You really want a full-out team fight out of this. You have all the utility to back it up. You have drums, you have solar.
They have the scan.
You have pipe. Just need a target.
He's got
to
Yules
hit.
on Thompson.
And a dodge.
He's going to
Oh no! Oh, the swap.
Thompson still going to be caught and killed. Very important that Entity got.
But there are no
something
creeps, so
out
they
of that
can't
smoke.
push.
They still may be trading out Kataomi, Glimmer Cape maybe. Oh, Rabbi, okay. There we go.
Are you happy if this is all you get, though? That's the question.
I feel like you kind of need to get. You got to get some objectives, right? I don't know if it's that mid-tier 2 or what, but
Stormstormer's hunting Snake right now. Does not want to let this split push go on too long. He just misses him.
And
Both
Snake, yeah,
sides
Snake
each
is
other
going
by the
core
very
build.
end.
He's
Is that
actually
Tundra
going
gonna try and
short.
Turn it around on Storm. Stormstormer with early bots for 33.
If they get him after the Firefly is down, then maybe I could see it. Doom into Sprout, hold him in place. He has no way to get away.
I think they're worried about it being that close to a tier 1 still.
Sure.
Turnaround potential from Entity with saves is pretty formidable in this game. Something you're going to have to think about on these single target jumps.
And it's the thing when you're trying to split the map as much.
The problem is they
are,
got the kill
making
onto Zeus, but the tier 1, the creeps were too far away from the tier 2 tower, so they couldn't really kill anything
we could just,
with the kill onto Zeus.
I mean, Stormstormer still hasn't dealt with the bottom wave that's pushing into that tower.
No, he's scared of the map too, especially since he's the gem holder, which tells you, I mean, these side lanes have been a problem for Entity. Obs in the side lanes as well that Snaking can plant pretty deep, helps him split push here. And it'll be a 2-man smoke that went through mid with the 2 stun jumpers. Looking for a big core pickoff while the meta was on cooldown here. I don't think Tundra are going to find anything though. Even with the lanes going in, Entity are just playing it safe. I mean,
always fun
look at where
Nature's
Watson
Prophet
is right now, man.
in
This guy
gaming.
wants nothing to do
Super
with the map.
enjoyable.
He's full HP, full resources, just going back to base.
Yeah, he's
buy
gonna
out the BKB.
Yeah, buy out that BKB by selling his magic wand. Roshan could be up right now. We know it's going to be in a minute and a half is when the actual spawn time is.
I mean, Watson wants to fight right now. Meta at 20, they want to fight into Roshan and get Nagus, and the meta after that take objectives with it.
A little 18
so
bat.
You need to set the map for yourself to make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible to get prepared for that.
Well,
right, Austin?
A little bit of a speed bump. Fortunately, it's got Octarine, so I guess it's going to be on cooldown a little bit faster, but Kataomi.
That's true, then you can misclick it in 55 seconds instead of 60.
Yeah, but once it gets down to that 6-second charge, then you know it's not the worst. You misclick.
That's a
Aghanim Scepter
whoopsie
done
daisy.
for Kunkka.
Nine's
We
got
have the
his
Water
pipe
Heart
now done.
in
That's a
action.
lot
It's
of.
open.
That's a really
Ready
good
for
aura
business.
to have this game against the Bat
That's
Rider
gonna make that
Kunkka.
Roshan fight a whole lot harder for Tundra, fighting in a set area.
They're all items designed to align for Entity, hit this ball timing for second Roche, which is really where Watson's going to feel one of his strongest peaks in this game. He just needs to be able to connect this meta onto the big cores here. Tombstone is also a huge spell for Entity. If they can keep it up during a Roche fight, it's really going to do work in the long engagements because there isn't a direct Tombstone killer that wants to just run in there and man up for it. Every time you run in to kill the Tombstone, that means Watson's probably hitting you. No one's really happy about that yet because the armor items are still what's missing from Tundra's side. They're going to be thinking about AC and Shiva at some point in this game. It's not there yet.
Oh, that's so scary.
Oh, the tidal wave is coming in. 9. He has to hop out of those trees. They spot him, but they can't catch him. And Entity are set up to do that, Roshan. If they don't do it now,
Nine's playing such a dangerous fucking game.
So,
you definitely do it now.
Yeah. And Tundra, again, showing no real signs. They have all the information that this is going on, but they don't really care to contest.
Yeah, the upside here, if your Entity is, if Tundra's not contesting, you get to save the meta. Which means that next fight that you wanted to take after you secure this Aegis can happen immediately if you wanted to. Watson hold on to it. He's got Titan Sliver. He is damn strong right now. It's all about kiting him out in the fights. Getting to a point where Skeeter can just play aggressively because he's going Octarine on this Alchemist. This Alch is not going to be tanky at all. This is
Octarine?
very greedy, very efficient. You can play off the spells, concoctions, mantas on the map. You can be
What?
very annoying. When it comes to the head-on battle, you're doing absolutely nothing to this Terrorblade. Hitting him with pillows here, so it really is putting more weight on Thompson to carry the brunt of the damage versus Watson in actual exchange. Or maybe even 9 with a Wukong that lasts. I mean, he's got Scotty on his own.
Oh, he hits the courier, and is he going to get away? It's looking like that's easy. Meanwhile, Kataomi gets found in the top lane as Tundra pushed forward to that side of the map.
They are really creating problems on the lanes for Entity. Just can't get any single lane into group up right now. Every time you suffer a pick off, the game gets stalled some more. They are continuing to scale.
Gabby does have
Seen
Ags now,
Stormstormer
so you got
carry some of these
Watchparty.
late games with Batrider, a hero he's very comfortable playing the late game with.
A dead even game right now. Do you feel like that's going to swing into Tundra's favor more 10 minutes from now? If Entity hasn't claimed anything with this Aegis?
I think Tundra are okay with what's happening right now, right?
Yeah.
These Aegises were never ones they were supposed to get in this game. So if Entity don't get something done with the Aegis, it feels okay just waiting it out and taking a fight afterwards. In fact, Tundra feel like they can just take the fight now. 4-man smoke the bottom while Snake pushes top.
I mean, the lanes
Tormentor's
are,
about to
every single lane is
respawn.
pushed in right now,
I think
so
it
they probably
spawned at
know energy-
31:30 or something.
Map, right? Snake's been splitting these trees, blocking camps with them, scouting it out. That's another source of vision where they just see Entity when they get split up and look for the pickoff. They're again playing it very patient, not forcing the issue.
Nine is the only person really showing aggressively in Entity's face, and this time he's gonna pay the price for it, but it had to happen eventually.
Okay, gobbled up here.
So maybe that's just the small little opening that Entity feel like is enough for them to take an objective off the map. They still have yet to take a tier 2. They're gonna head towards that bottom one.
I will say, Fishman has found a lot in this game. He's got a blink on top of the drum and Solar Crest he finished earlier. There's a lot of net worth on this Undyne, and blink grab ally, no joke in this game. If he can help a core that's deep in the fight out.
Yeah. Save somebody from some sort of chain stun, give him a crucial
They need
couple
to
of
keep those
seconds.
creeps alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, these
Fortification is so scary because of that.
Their spells are really powerful between
The
double
plus
hit,
side is that the
especially if
TB
Tony
is
can get
soaking
to
up
an
a
Axe
bunch
here on
of
the bench,
the
then
tower
you're
hits. Crap.
double all the spells throw into action. You're probably going to get a shard at some point as well off Tormentor. Just buy it yourself off the Billy Gold.
And taking towers is a good way to give your supports that bit of bump up in net worth.
Oh yeah.
Alchemist can actually. Are they good ags to give this game? Doom ags is okay. Zeus ags is he bought his own. He bought his own. Monkey's ags. No, ags are kind of shit this game.
Tundra from pushing out every other lane because they telegraphed that push so heavily. Mid and top, they've been pushed straight into those tier 2s, even taking a bit of chip damage here.
And the Treants continue to see everything. Pressure at tier 2. Snake King giving all the vision in the world for them to continue.
Bro, this is so fucking annoying to deal with. Holy shit. The Monkey Nature's Prophet support duo that's like everywhere.
Like, okay, they want to play late game, but we're also fine with playing the late game. We don't necessarily have to go high ground with this Aegis. They only have another 70 seconds left on it. Take another tier 2 though. They're well set up to do that at least.
That is another small combo, right? You got the Thunder's God Wrath into the Nature's Wrath. Double the Wrath. You get vision on all 5 heroes, they instantly get rooted.
Yeah.
Just saw there, they're happy to just throw it out for the vision. Though 2 ults on cooldown, another 60 seconds. Is this the high ground for Entity?
Probably not.
Stormstormer TPing back says no. Though it is up again in 20 seconds. He's playing the CDR game with Quickening Charm plus Octarine on this Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just looking to see if he finds anything. He finds the right kind of pick. Maybe his team follows him in.
This is 40-second lasso, 20-second teleport, double flame break charges.
Dude, these fucking supports.
Oh my god. Snake King's going for a Shadow Blade. They're going to be just rats all over the map, nibbling away at wave after wave, tower after tower.
Right, they're going to fight the Tormentor.
Try to anyway. There goes that Nature's Wrath, but
they were thinking about.
Well, Stormstorm gets a shard, which is okay, I guess. You know, you can use that shard on
See, Top's a new better.
stuff.
What would have been the point of Phylactery in this game? I don't think he's cast a spell on an enemy hero in 15 minutes.
Yeah, actually,
oh,
this
the
might be
pipe.
The lowest hero damage has ever done by 34
Bro.
minutes. Because Tundra are just not fighting. They are playing a game that is very different.
Finally.
Which is,
they're trying to fight this.
They're actually doing a lot of damage. The supports are getting a little bit low, and all of a sudden, 33 and Thompson, they both show up to this fight. Immediately Doom gonna
Watson could sunder to swap save.
Will eventually die underneath the acid spray.
Skeeter, he knows Stormstorm has to heal right now. Why not force the issue?
Watson doesn't have meta.
He got stunned, blocked out by the Sprout. Really can't go too far, but he can push him inside the base. What a brilliant move from Gabby. Watson really takes advantage of that. And he brings
That
down
one was
3-3.
pretty
Slows
fucking
down
heads
Skeeter a
up.
little bit. Can he catch up,
At
though?
least get a kill still.
Teammates.
Nothing to stick with this Scotty on the Terrorblade if he doesn't have the range for him here.
Bro, that was actually
decent read of Tundra.
a weird but
Fight off of
worthwhile
was turning
fight.
into a 9 clown chase. Here I call it that.
Yeah, he's jumped on that clown car a couple of times and made his way around the map.
We got a bench buy out of that. More economic damage done. Another fight Stormstorm with this BKB doesn't get to do anything. Man, this must be a very frustrating game for Entity. They're not even really behind, right?
No.
It's not like anything is bad happened to them. They're still kind of cruising towards their strategic objectives here, which is mainly, you know, the big damage items on Watson, and there's one of them, MKB, completed here for the Terrorblade. It's going to shred through the Radiance. Anything else you might have offered here for your Skeeter. Skeeter's itemization this game is just, it's crazy, man, honestly. He is not going for any sort of fighting Alchemist. He's just going for spellcasting Alchemist.
Maybe that's the best option you have is an Alchemist versus the Terrorblade.
It's an interesting idea, right? Just never man-fight him, never give that Terrorblade the true carry-on-carry. It's just going to be concoction talents.
Dobson level 22, Watson 19. Yeah, but that's because Watson summons his Manta style illusions and sends them to the side the entire time.
Soon if he starts giving away those Aghanim Scepters like he was thinking about doing, he had it queued up anyway, he could start getting Spell Amp.
I mean, he can definitely pull some good Ags here. Even the Monkey King Ags might be pretty good in this game at a certain point if 9 can get to the Scotty, for example.
Yeah, I have a feeling the way 9 sees his role in this game, I'm not sure if he's going to be scaling up too much.
I mean, what else is there to do, though, right?
That's
what is Tundra's game plan other than at 60 minutes we're going to beat you?
Scythe the buy, Stormstormer recognizing they need more control.
Yeah, that's the one downside for Envy right now, is if you're not taking the fights, these supports are, in theory, going to outscale you a little.
Having a poke at him, he's got BKB cheese, so they're just trying to see if they can get a reaction.
Nice use. I mean, he didn't have like a stun, but
Stormstormer, they immediately start trying to run down Thompson.
I mean, you want to catch
Thompson's
anytime you can get it on this map.
down.
You'll be thwarted yet again.
God, they're so elusive.
All the way to the top part of the map.
On Tundra.
Totally free.
I mean, Stormstorm even completed bots too early here, just to increase the chance he can join some sort of catch on the map, get some pickoff going. The second you get one pickoff on
Did
one
he
of
buy
these
Scythe
rapid
and
supports,
that?
it helps you a lot.
It's so ridiculous.
His
man.
bots
Skeeter,
too.
Skeeter picks up bots, so now he's like out there on the map always with his Manta, Radiance Manta, pushing down lanes.
Stormcrafter, more magic spell damage coming out from this Alchemist.
No, he still can buy
What
Scythe.
is the end game though for Tundra? Delay the game so much, but what does it eventually lead to? Are you confident that Tundra, you said super late game, I'm not sure if this Monkey King's gonna end up scaling, so I'm gonna say mostly Zeus and Doom. Maybe the Nature's Prophet. Actually, Snake King might be the one to scale up more.
Oh, he might also just die.
If the supports get farm on Tundra, I think they win it ultra late.
Oh no.
They don't though. I feel like Watson's cleaning them up.
Is he gonna run into the Ward Sentry that's there farther on the right? He ran into the scan. They know he's still here, and they're gonna find him. The Shadow Blade now put on cooldown.
They actually do manage to find him.
Big pickoff. That's one of the ratting supports, so it should give you some time and some freedom to get these lanes and set something else up here.
And that's next Roche. That's third Roche. That's Refresher.
Are they going to be able to hit the high ground confidently? Of course they can't do it. They can't just like barrel down like, let's go high ground no matter what.
I mean, you're going to have to at some point in this game.
Yeah. Does mean that you're going to be pushing right into the trap that Tundra is setting for you, which is the split push combined with really good high ground defense.
They have a really good Refresher shard lineup, though. Pretty much any of their heroes, it does some serious work, right? I think Kuka is the most logical one here with double park, double boat, double wave. It's all incredibly nasty. There's not a lot to prevent it on the side of Tundra, especially if 33's BKB is down. That's the only BKB they have. So that's the one thing also going for Gabby in this game. All of his spells are going to be amazing. There's not really anything that's going to change him from the side of Tundra. I mean, you have a Doom going in who ignores it, but everybody else
They're
is
trying to
gonna
cut
be
creep
caught.
waves. But they do have Gabby. Sorry, Stormstormer to rotate quick.
I severely doubt it.
They've got two cheeses. Entity have taken two Roshans. There's pretty much no fighting, so they've never had to use that consumable item.
Wait.
Kato
What?
Stacking up the Lotuses.
Stormstormer doesn't see Snake King?
The sad thing is that it's just not even that good.
Yeah,
it's not even worth
so much effort for.
I feel like I almost rather have the 3 separate cheeses than the block of cheese. I know people are gonna hate me for that statement, but I guess first Doom cheese is not amazing. We'll see. Another smoke by Tundra.
Oh, they're all grouped up.
Oh boy, this is opportunity. Surely Skeeter jumps in, immediately trying to blow up the Undying, but a swap back in from Kataomi is going to be able to bail him out. The X marks the spot, pulls Skeeter back in, but look at night. He got the Junter in with the Wukong's command.
Oh my god. Skeeter got fucked.
Good work of it. This is the opening that Entity has been waiting for. Finally, Tundra made a move, tripped over their own
Fucking
feet, and now
Watson turns around half a second.
take a lead here. They're going to have an opportunity to hit the high ground, surely.
Tundra just gave it to him. Watson is going to make quick work of this tier 2. Meta is running out here, but you have to be thinking about the double saves here from Endy. You have Blink, Tombstone, and you have the swap. This Alk does not do any direct damage. It's just remote spellcasting pretty much. And Skitter tries his best to burst to support. Doesn't even look close.
Almost.
Lincoln's
They're gonna get the TP.
making the jump in here, seeing if they can finish off Watson without using the jump, but he gets off the Sunder, and that's now trouble. E4 step down, Skeeter. Oh, tidal wave trying to get him, pull him
He
out.
still has an Aegis. They doomed the Terrorblade while he has Aegis?
They can fight into, so it's going to be a dieback on Skeeter. Nobody can come in and save him. And look at Watson.
That's
he doesn't
game.
give a damn about that, dude. He just seems on going to town. Now he's going to run down Thompson as well.
Like,
Looks to be
even
able
if
to
you
pop
kill
himself up
Watson.
in the air. Enough time for a
Oh
jump.
no!
Can he jump away?
Second life.
Got it now, but he'll fall anyway. And that's no buyback on him. Two heroes, no buyback. The most farmed heroes on the side of
Lasso,
Tundra,
high
and grab that
33,
third
by
core.
33.
Pull him back in. Tundra have totally fallen apart. They pushed this game a solid 40 minutes, but in 2 it'll end.
They have Doom buy with no Doom. Meta be damned. Watson's going to end this game.
Gabby
here
bought.
Right now.
They surely are. X marks the
He
spot
bought a
with
fucking
the
Deso
smoke going
to
out
push
there.
faster on Gabby.
Wukong's man, but it's support monkey game. Who cares? Ignore it. Watson is ending this game right now. There's nothing you can do to stop him. Throw all the spells you want. You don't have the stuns. You don't have the damage to stop this Terrorblade.
He still has no meta.
He's doing it all melee style.
It just doesn't damn matter. You don't have a single carry left in this game to fight the
baby.
one that is the rank 1 Watson.
And that is it. The TI11
And
winners are
TT.
eliminated by
And
Entity
TT.
2-0.
That is not an outcome I think a lot of people were expecting, especially for Tundra, who were so strong in that group stage, faltered a little bit at the end, found themselves in the lower bracket, and then find themselves against a very familiar opponent. And Entity just come out guns blazing here. Game 1 with an impressive comeback. In Game 2, it felt a little slow, it felt a little clunky, but in these end fights, you go back to the itemization on Tundra, like what is it building towards, right?
Watson.
It just felt like you have to throw everything on Watson, and then what? And even when they did throw everything on Watson, he just stands there and kills them.
And as frustrating as that gameplay was for Entity trying to catch Tundra all over the map, you could tell they maintained discipline. They understood we will get that opening eventually. And Tundra gave it to them. And boy, did Entity take full advantage of it. Amazing stuff from Entity. This 2-0 against Tundra keeps them
Entity
alive
does
in
have
this lower bracket,
not
but it
great
does mean
looking
we're gonna be saying
merchandise though.
goodbye to the
Like
TI winners. As you know, they had an amazing run last year, stayed in that upper bracket, one of the most dominant victories in the entire time. But you know, they come here at
But
TI12.
I really do
said
like
they had their
the
moments this
Tundra,
year. It did
like,
look like they were
jersey.
getting back into
That one
shape,
looks pretty
but
hype.
when they needed it most, unfortunately, just wasn't able to put it together.
No, and Entity maybe find some momentum in this lower bracket, right? This is a very scary team if they start to get that ball and their strategy working with Watson in that like 4-protect-1 type situation. Very scary team to go against.
Yeah, very scary. I would not envy anybody who has to do that, and there is somebody who's going to be doing that in the panel. I'm sure it's going to bring that up. Let's head back
Hobson's
to
standing there like, why
It's
did
a
I come back from
2-0 for
my
Entity. They
ending?
do knock out and eliminate the TI11 champions. So the repeat for them, the dream is unfortunately dead, as well as the three-peat potential in Thompson. They put up a very formidable fight in this game number 2, but then even the belief in the Zeus Thompson wasn't enough for them to get game 2 winning.
Bro, he was on our side.
He was, but he liked the Zeus.
I like the Zeus.
Yeah,
yes,
which is why I asked him about the Zeus.
Thompson didn't buy Phylactery. I don't know why. Like for me, this is like the best item. And for me, Zeus, the hero changed itself because now it's like more of early game and mid game hero when it's late game hero. In late game, it doesn't provide that much, especially for TB illusions. It doesn't have that much damage anymore. And if
Easy Stormer.
it's not so easy. So you
He's
really
a
need to apply
Aerodactyl
pressure
easy
early. And for this
Storm.
Phylactery, in my head at least, like very good item. So yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up was Venge being a support on the side of Entity. So she was super popular in groups. I think like contest rate was pretty high. 46 games she appeared, either picked or unbanned. And so far we hadn't seen her in playoffs. This was the first showing from her, Rezo.
Yeah, it was the
That was
first
fun.
one, and I mean, she did a good job. Like,
Okay,
just protecting
I
her,
think that's it for
you know,
me for
allies.
today,
But I do
ladies
think
and
that,
gents. I'm
Entity,
just
they
gonna
played
chill.
this game
It's
very,
already midnight, so
methodical in a way that they took every ages.
have a wonderful evening. Enjoy the last 2 series, and I'll see tomorrow who the fuck won these next 2 series. I don't even know which ones are next. I'm quickly gonna check which ones are next. It's Talon versus Bad Boom, and Virtspro versus Entity. Oh, Entity might actually make it to the playoffs, to the main stage. Talon versus Bad Boom. Ooh. That's a pretty fucking hype one though. Alright, good night everyone. Sleep tight, don't